Buenos días, estamos a punto de comenzar con esta conferencia CAF. Los invitamos a todos a que entren al salón y tomen sus asientos para comenzar con esta agenda. Buenos días y bienvenidos.
Hola, hola.
Muy buenos días. Estamos a punto de dar inicio a la conferencia CAF. Los invitamos, por favor, a que tomen asiento para comenzar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin. Please take your seats so that we can begin the event. Thank you.
canal de inglés. Good morning, English channel, testing the English channel, testing English channel.
Entonces.
Inglés, él me pidió que hablara en el canal de inglés.
Pero no.
Canal de portugués.
Ajá.
Muy buenos días. Los invitamos a todos, por favor, que tomen asiento. Vamos a dar inicio con la jornada del...
Good morning. Please be seated. We're about to begin the events. And we'll begin by showing you a safety video.
Bienvenidos al Panama Convention Center. Su seguridad. Contamos con el personal capacitado y los equipos necesarios para detectar y responder de forma adecuada a cualquier emergencia que se presente. Los brigadistas serán los encargados de orientarlos en su desplazamiento hacia las salidas de emergencia.
Al momento de surgir una emergencia, les agradecemos seguir las siguientes indicaciones. Mantenga la calma, evite correr, empujar o hablar en un tono de voz elevado. Ubique al brigadista más cercano a usted, quien estará debidamente identificado. Diríjase en un paso moderado al punto de evacuación y por ningún motivo regrese a su posición original.
Una vez en el punto de encuentro, verifique que las personas que la acompañaban estén allí. Notifique si alguien hace falta y espere instrucciones. Somos un recinto sostenible. Todos los desechos generados son correctamente depositados para su correcto reciclaje. Le damos una cordial bienvenida y esperamos que su experiencia sea excelente aquí en el Panama Convention Center.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning everyone. I'm Caroline Schmidt, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the CAF Conference Latin America and the Caribbean, a region for global solutions. Today we have over 35 international speakers to debate on the current challenges in the region and to propose ideas that would contribute to find solutions to regions, to the global issues. Beyond the diversity of economic and strategic policies implemented in the region, results are far away to attain the 2030 SDS. We need a fresh look and innovative solutions to reach better livelihoods for all. We would like to thank, and immediately we go for our partners, Coca-Cola, COAS, SAU, Samsung, and the National Bank of Panama. Also, our 11 media partners, the country of Spain, Forbes Central America, Panama Star, El Tiempo, Colombia, El Mercurio from Chile, El Comercio from Peru, El Economista from Mexico, El Salvador newspaper, Listing, Dominican Republic, 5 Days in El Paraguay, and The National from Venezuela. This event is being transmitted in Spanish, English, and Portuguese in our CAF.com webpage and our media partner web pages, and we greet everyone who is joining through this streaming and will be with us throughout the day. Also, for those who are in person, we do have simultaneous interpretation, and at the back of the room you can get the transmitters. For Spanish, channel 2, in English, channel 7, Portuguese, channel number 5.
Les invitamos, por supuesto.
We also invite you to please share your opinions. Let's be active in our social media with the hashtag ConferenciaCAF and Agenda CAF on Instagram and Facebook and X Media. One more time, welcome to this, your conference CAF, a region for global solutions. Welcome.
Bienvenidos una vez más.
Welcome one more time. Welcome to the President, the ministers, authorities, media, and all the CAF staff, and of course, special guests. Next, to continue with the overture of this excellent journey, we show you the opening of the conference video. Please enjoy.
No hace falta estar dormido para soñar con cambiar el
You don't need to be asleep to dream to change the world, to build up the destiny we want, where we all have opportunities to reach our goals in peace, respectful environment. With access to basic services guaranteeing the quality of life, opportunities and to our families. At CAF, we know that these dreams have something in common. We share them with millions of Latin Americans and Caribbeans that day to day give our best to build up a more fair region, more green, more productive, inclusive, and solidarity. A region that, thanks to the talent of their minds and the drive of their hearts, offers solutions that the world needs to the great challenges that we all face. But also, we know to achieve this, we need firm and decisive actions. That make possible that the following generations can continue to dream. and allow the building of this big region that we all want. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Hola, soy
Hello, I'm Adrian. With this airplane, you'll find our dreams. We can share them so that together we build up the world that we want. These airplanes that you're watching right now, flying all over the room, have been drawn with boys and girls from the whole region and these excellent artists that we have here. Please give it up for them. We invite you to see these airplanes and conserve them when you go back to your countries, so that you always have in front of you what drives us to work the day to day, the hope of the new generation in the region. Today we are going to find global solutions because of them. Thank you so much, guys. In this way, and reminding you always what moves us to be here to search for solution for that new generation that has placed in each drawing their hope on us, we begin the conference. We invite up Mr. Sergio Díaz Granados, the Executive President of CAF, for his opening remarks.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. The airplane that landed in my table says, I want to live in a world where there are no tragedies and where no one is rude. This is from Juanita. And I believe if each of those paper planes have messages that we can read them and imprint them in our hearts. Nothing as pure as what comes out of the mouth of a child or what they draw. The Minister of Foreign Affairs Panama, Janina Tehuene, good friend, Carlos Jaramillo, Vice President of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Regional Director for the UNDP, the ambassadors, representatives of international organizations credited in the Republic of Panama, Christian Asinelli, VP of Strategic Planning of CAF, Coima Arroyo, VP, Executive of CAF, Alejandra Claros, General Secretary of CAF, Preto, Vice President of Finance of CAF, Jorge Arbecho, Private Vice President, Lucia Mesa, our representative in Panama, all our strategic allies that CAF has in Panama, lecturers, invitees, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. We bid you a warm welcome today to this conference on Latin America, and in special, those who are going to be connecting streaming to here to Cristalina Georgieva and Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, all our allies, all friends here today. A very special salutation from the CAF heart. Our staff is here, they're present. They came from 16 countries where we have our offices. We also greet those who are connected online. Very close to this convention center, we have the Bio Museum. It's an ideal scenario to recognize the importance that this Panamanian land has, not only for the region, but for humanity. The isthmus that emerged 3 million years ago and separated the seas joined our continent. And today, Panama continues to be this meeting point that helps to connect all the Americas. For 25 years ago, a little bit more, Panama became CAF member. And in the way that we have gone from the Andean Corporation to the Caribbean and Latin American Development Bank, and our countries have grown by the hand of the bank. And Panamanian cases is one of the most important ones. We keep strengthening our actions, our presence in the country with our projects. I'd like to thank again the presence of the Chancellor of Panama in this event. We feel at home to kick off this conference that will allow us especially to visualize, to understand, and to draw action plans facing the challenges we have in the region. During this week that we're in Panama, we have begun with an encounter with all the CAF directors to plan for the rest of the year objectives, targets, without losing sight of 2030 and 2036 when we will be a green bank, and that means the preparation of the region for climatic change, or at least to support sustainable growth and inclusive growth for the region. And that exercise, we have to do it understanding the complexities of the environment in which we are. We know Latin America is facing climate change challenges, technology, food security, and safety. Approaching all these challenges cannot leave to the side the global scenario because of policies, but also war threats and technological threats and uncertainty associated to electoral cycles. That is why our bank, during this exercise for this conference today and the activities that will continue further on, pretends to attune our strategies with the region needs. This year we will celebrate 20 years of reproducing our economy and development reports, and this year we'll concentrate on energy transition and 20 years of knowledge that the bank provides to the region, because this bank, it belongs to the region as a wholesale lender. Our people are thinking big and getting the foundations to continue being big. Last year was the most successful for the bank. We approved over $16 billion, and it was a record profit for the bank too, that was returned to the shareholders for many ways: discounting rates, preparing new projects, fiscal benefits, etc. The bank achieved last year and this year record outputs in bank, 13 point more to book, close to 1.7 billion and a consolidated AA rating. This is a great bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, and the success at the end of the day is the success for all countries in Latin America for building up a legacy that belongs to the region. And last year we also had an important expansion. Honduras coming into the fold, and Dominican Republic as a full member. And in April this year, a Caribbean island, the Dominican Republic, will assume the presidency of CAF, and Chile, one of the original founders, came as a full member in 2023. Last year, we had a geographical expansion, which was very important, and we expect the bank to grow in the Great Caribbean Basin to help us integrate the hemisphere, all 33 countries that are Latin America and the Caribbean. And in essence, CAF, we were talking to civil servants this week, we cooperate, we don't compete. We don't see competition between the development banks. We see capacity of operations, new projects that we can tackle together. As I was saying humorously to my colleagues 3 days ago, CAF is not jealousy. CAF doesn't create jealousy. CAF wants to collaborate with their colleagues of development organizations to create better products and better expectations to our customers. So we believe in this African proverb: if you want to go fast, walk alone. But if you want to go far, go accompanied. That's why Carlos Felipe, Georgieva, and all I want to thank, because we have been working in more projects and initiatives for Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me mention 2 from last year. They were not done before. First, to congregate all the ministers of finance and economy from Latin America in the ECLAC framework with Europe and create a methodology how the bank can work together and offer financing leveraging to Latin America of good quality to the ambitious projects in the region. And we launched in Brussels last year this initiative of the Global Gateway, close to 45 billion euros to finance projects from Mexico to Argentina. And in addition, in December of last year, in the closing of the year, with IDB, Fonplat, we presented an infrastructure fund to connect Latin America, the connectivity gaps in Latin America. It has been diagnosed. Our region doesn't trade too much between itself, between its members, and some of these routes are slower, even though compared to how fast Colón came to our lands, below 10 miles per hour. So we want to create alliances with other institutions and see how we can integrate better infrastructure. So last year, in Rio de Janeiro, we had our board meeting there first time, and we did that with the injunction with IDB, Bank Plata, and DNS, close to $10 billion. But all these achievements from last year are not enough when we have the huge challenge to grow this year, to close poverty gaps, close inequality gaps. This is one of the most unequal regions in the world. That's why we have to use all the tools, creativity, and the capacity that Latin America has and its diversity to leverage, one more time, its growth.
Cabida a más alianzas con el sector privado, es algo que el banco quiere hacer más este año. Lo hemos venido haciendo con éxito en nuestro spin-off, nuestra creación, que es el Asset Management, que con éxito ha logrado movilizar más de $2.000 millones entre Colombia y Uruguay, pero que queremos expandirlo en América Latina, en zonas como Costa Rica, Panamá, en Ecuador, en Perú, en Brasil, en República Dominicana. En enero tuvimos una semana, yo digo la semana del silencio en CAF, paramos una semana, la primera semana de enero, y cada quien utilizó esa semana para reconectar con sus familias, reconectar con sus sueños, reconectar con sus seres queridos. Yo personalmente tuve la oportunidad de sentarme a leer las memorias del expresidente Carlos Lleras Restrepo, que fue uno de los impulsores de la creación de CAF. Y veía los resultados de la comisión mixta que hizo la creación de CAF, los sueños de esos presidentes, de Eduardo Frei Montalva de Chile, el presidente Arosemena, el presidente Lleras Restrepo, y hacían recomendaciones que, siendo tan simples en ese momento, siguen siendo igual de válidas hoy, casi 56 años después. América Latina tiene que conectar, y el área andina, pero hoy América Latina en general, conectar con los capitales extranjeros y traerlos para apalancar el desarrollo. Una corporación financiera que se crea para poder resolver los problemas estructurales de la región. Las zonas más remotas requieren la presencia del Estado y las entidades financieras. Y estas últimas 2 semanas hemos recorrido un par de sitios que están en América Latina absolutamente espectaculares, separados por más de 40 paralelos de distancia. Estuvimos en la Patagonia occidental chilena y en las selvas del Cauca colombiano, que están aquí relativamente cerca a Panamá. En los 2 sitios vimos oportunidades para la banca de desarrollo. Oportunidades, por ejemplo, para tomar las caídas de agua en la Patagonia occidental, volver las energías renovables, para ayudar al sector privado, al turismo, a los productos de la pesca a transformarse. Vimos cómo se puede mejorar la logística para llevar esos productos frescos a los mercados internacionales, bien sea en Japón o en Europa. Y en el Cauca vimos cómo es posible con tecnología hoy darle agua limpia, energía renovable, conectividad a niños en la mitad de la selva. Necesitamos preservar el valor, la razón, la inspiración, la motivación, la mística con la que se crearon estas instituciones hace.
And never lose that of sight. We need to keep that mystique by tackling these challenges. We want to be rapporteurs of Latin America also. Vice President Geras, that coincided with Felipe Herrera's discourse. Back then, president of the IDB, was their preoccupation for the relevance of Latin America. The risk of being a region not taken into account into global problems. This is still valid today, 56 years later. That worry that they don't take us into account in the international context, that the region would be deemed superficial. You cannot resolve food problems without Latin America. We have 60% of lithium, of copper, also for minerals. The world requires the help of Latin America, and that is why the bank wants to bring up the speakership of Latin America and the Caribbean. This is not a region just of conflicts where we are. Yes, we have problems with citizen safety and we need to tackle that, but Latin America must raise their voices. And we have an invaluable opportunity to do that. We have APEC.
La voz de América Latina a través del liderazgo que tendrá Perú este año en la cumbre de APEC. Nos interesa el G20 en Brasil en noviembre. Queremos también asociarnos para poder levantar la voz de América Latina a través de la reunión del G20 en Brasil. Estaremos en finales de febrero en Río de Janeiro justamente.
Also, we have the two COPs, the Conference of the Parts coming to Latin America, COP 30 next year, and COP of Diversity in Colombia this year.
América Latina y el Caribe, el mayor tesoro de biodiversidad, capacidad de retener más carbono que cualquier otra región.
In other regions.
Pone seguir elevando la vocería de a nivel mundial, como le preocupa Eduardo Frei.
We apologize, we're having trouble, technical trouble.
Y finalmente, como
Esto se apaga.
lo quiero hacer nuevamente hoy,
We want to do the
Papa Francisco
debió
a Dubái,
before Dubai.
y es de que nadie se salva solo.
He says no one saves by himself.
Nunca esta multilateralidad,
We need
trabajo conjunto en los
never
América Latina para salvar solos en inteligencia artificial. No nos vamos a salvar solos en la transición energética. No nos vamos a salvar solos en el desafío que tiene la biodiversidad. Se requiere hoy más que nunca el esfuerzo y la coordinación desde lo multilateral para poder hacerle respuesta a estas dimensiones. Y yo voy a parar aquí porque yo lo que quiero también hoy es escuchar a mis colegas, el presidente del banco.
We're having technical difficulties. One moment, please. The next speakers, Esther Duflo, and to thank everyone, one and all, the staff for CAF, all your efforts, and thank you for your presence here today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sergio Díaz-Granados, for this message of union and working articulated in the region, precisely to find these global solutions to our local problems. Next, we'll present and invite to the podium Ms. Yaneina Tawani Mencomo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama. I received a plane from a Panamanian girl, Alana, and mine was a tree. I understood that message. It's green and splendid. Honorable Sergio Díaz-Granados, Executive President of CAF, Honorable Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, Vice President of World Bank for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, Honorable Michelle Mouchet, Undersecretary of United Nations, Your Excellencies, state ministers of states, vice ministers, chiefs of diplomatic missions, and international organizations credited in Panama, high management and staff from CAF, panelists, guests, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of President Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, we want to express our warmest welcome. Our words today are going to focus on the challenges of our continent, but also in its hopes. Challenges? Because Latin America is going through crucial moments. While Asia is the most dynamic area in the world, and Africa is becoming the most promising one in our scenarios, there is a sensation, maybe, of a lost opportunity. These challenges we see in the economic projections. According to IMF, the Latin American GDP growth will come from 4.1% in 2022 down to 2.3% in 2023. But also we can see the persistent growth of inequality and violence. And to that, we add, and we're going to add the third head of the Hydra called corruption, elements that have contributed to create industries of organized crime that oftentimes wanted to control armies, territories, and even existentially threat nations. All of this coming into a migration unprecedented crisis that oftentimes is the result of the impacts and consequences of climate change. Well, yes, we do face overlapping global crises that definitely are coming to a region. We move from one swing to the pendulum to the other side, and democratic governments seem to be eroded more and more. However, I will still talk to you about hope. We have to look the present to the eyes and not tire into finding solutions. The beginning of this year must be set by looking for structural reforms. The equation is simple. We are, and we will continue to be, one of the most abundant and wealthy regions in the world from every angle. To take advantage of our riches in the best way possible, evidently we will need to attract capital, and this will only happen if we move forward towards an effective governance to become functional states, overcoming violence, inequality, and corruption. To that effect, we will have to change a lot. Let's not fool ourselves. If the change is structural and deep, generates and will generate a lot of resistance. In that action of changing, it will be important that everyone participates, especially the participation of multilateral organizations such as this one, because they play a constructive and effective and visionary role, a role that has to be adjusted according to today's world and not to the one back from the middle of the 20th century. I do have faith in the region. The recently passed journalist John Pilger used to say that Latin America was the most exciting place in the world. He used to say that because, to the contrary of the rest of the world, here there was ideological and passionate debate. Also, I do have faith not only in the region, but in the new generations, in mine, in the ones that follow after mine, that observe the world in a different way. And as part of that generation, I would like to add some elements, because I consider that Latin America needs a paradigm shift today. To illustrate this, I'd like to remind the man that led the technical transformation in Latin America, Lee Kuan Yew. Under his administration, per capita income in Singapore changed from $367 in 1965 to over 60,000 in 2020. In democracy and free markets are being attacked by every angle, and everything seems to change faster than we can assimilate. Images are more important than ideas, and words and passions are better than balance. I want to talk to you about 3 principles that he lived in the flesh. Number 1, curiosity, creativity, and excellence. Curiosity, to study, research, share, and question, searching for solutions to problems in your own country, from your people, wherever that may lead. Number 2, creativity, to adapt those solutions to your own reality, to not let yourself be caught by stinginess or ideology, to experiment constantly. Like Lee said, I was never a prisoner of any theory. Reason and reality were my guidelines. And in that sense, I'm bringing up the words from President Diaz-Granado. I'm sure that in this relevance that Latin America needs in its place in the world, Panama must play a role through their DNA of connectivity with the rest of the world. And we come now to excellence. Excellence is the last principle that I want to relate today, as important for the structural reforms that we will live through. First of all, so that never our reality would be blinded by others' experiences. We must look out for what works for our own special conditions for Latin America, economic and social reasons. Also to demand excellency through decades. Now, paraphrasing this Singapore transformer, the only thing that I can do is to ensure that when I am gone, institutions are good, coherent, and efficient, and there is an administration that knows what must be done. The moment could and seems to be complex, but we have everything necessary. The political structures need structural reforms. While we design them, implement them, and let's remember to do them with curiosity, creativity, and excellence, so that we all together can build up the world that we want. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas
Thank you very much to Minister Tewani for her message. And now we will invite you to see a video with word from Cristalina Llorvera, Director of the International Monetary Fund. Good morning.
Thank you, President Diaz-Granados. Dear colleagues,
Good morning, and thank you, President Diaz-Granados.
as you gather for your Somos CAF event. Latin America and the Caribbean well from the multiple crises the world faced over the past 2 years, and it continues to demonstrate resilience. It is thanks largely to the policymakers who built up strong institutions and credibility over the decades and responded nimbly as global shocks hit. They did this with agile support from CAF, from your policy advice, from your financing. For countries with urgent needs, the size and flexibility of CAF lending operations have proved essential. You are becoming an important part of the global financial safety net. We saw this with Argentina last year when bridge loan from CAF was critical to the multilateral response. We at the IMF very much appreciate the opportunity to coordinate closely with your team. We did so in the past. We will continue to do so in the future. And we look forward to deepening our relationship with you. And I want to thank the President for visiting us at the IMF for what apparently was first in our history meeting at that level. We are delighted that we found an avenue to expand our partnership by making CAF an authorized holder of IMF special drawing rights. This provides you with a new tool to support your members, and it gives our two institutions another way to collaborate. Together, we can help the region navigate challenges and build the strength it needs to face a more shock-prone world. Together, we can help our members realize the vision we all share of a future that is more inclusive, greener, more sustainable for all. Ustedes son CAF. Estamos juntos. Gracias.
Bueno, gracias por
Thank you for that message directly from the International Monetary Fund by Mr. Georgieva. And now we will begin with the first presentation of this great agenda that we have today, this opening agenda presentation, and is called Reduction of Poverty and Economics of Development by Esther Duflo, award winner of the Nobel Prize of Economics for 2019. And it will be introduced by Ernesto Tchaikovsky, Director of Socioeconomic Research at CAF, whom we invite to come forward. And welcome. Good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today introducing Professor Esther Duflo. I will now switch to English.
I introduce Professor Esther Duflo at this CAF conference today. Professor Duflo, the 2019 Nobel Prize laureate in economics, has been recognized for her groundbreaking experimental approach to alleviating global poverty. As the youngest recipient and the second woman to receive this prestigious prize, she has also been honored with the Princess of Asturias Award for Social Sciences, the John Bates Clark Medal, and a MacArthur Genius Grant Fellowship, among other academic awards. Duflo is a professor of poverty alleviation and development economics at MIT and co-founder and co-director of the Poverty Action Lab, SHAPAL. She graduated from École Normale Supérieure and received her PhD in economics from MIT. This year, Esther Duflo was appointed president of the Paris School of Economics. Professor Duflo's research seeks to understand the economic lives of the poor with the aim to help design and evaluate social policies. Her portfolio encompasses studies on health, education, financial inclusion, environment, and governance, among other critical subjects. The reduction of poverty and inequality is a pending challenge for our region. We hope that today Professor Duflo can provide us some guidance on how to address this pressing issue. Without further ado, dear Esther, the floor is yours.
How to use science to evaluate the impact of anti-poverty policy. I have some slides, so I don't know whether I am sharing them or you're sharing them on your end. I'm going to try to share them, and then you tell me what happens. Or let me just speak without slides, that might be a bit simpler. Okay. So of course the region is really not absolutely aware of, it's absolutely aware of the importance of evaluation. Some of the most interesting experimental projects evaluating the impact of various measures have been conducted in this region, in particular the evaluation of the Progressa project in Mexico that has really launched both the use of experimentation and the use of in general careful evidence and the use of conditional cash transfer as a tool in anti-poverty policy. But just in case you need a refresher. There is a kind of permanent tension in anti-poverty policy between, if you want, the calculus and real people. Do we need to have that tension? Can we have our head and our heart pulling in the same direction? And really we can, to the extent that we can use science and research to measure what works and what doesn't work in fighting poverty. How does one do that? There are various ways to do that, but the methods that we are using in the Jamil Poverty Action Lab, which I helped fund about 20 years ago, is the method of randomized control trial. This is also the method that was used to evaluate the impact of the Progressa program way back when in Mexico. And what is the idea? It is very simple. It is similar to the idea of a randomized control trial in medicine. So to take the example of the COVID vaccine, for example, once there was a candidate vaccine, there was an experiment run where 50,000 people were put into two groups, randomly divided into those two groups. Half of them got the vaccine, half of them got the placebo. And then over several months later, they checked who became sick and who became seriously sick. And they found that in the vaccine group, the rate at which people became seriously sick was much, much lower, almost went to zero. And because people were randomly assigned to the experimental group versus the treatment group, they could say for sure that this was the impact of the vaccine, not the difference between people. We can move to the next. We can move to the next slide, please. So randomized evaluation take similarly this approach for fighting to tackle poverty. Next slide, please. What we do with a randomized evaluation is that we take a group of people. For example, if you go to the next slide, you'll have the image. We take a group of people. Let's consider a group of kids in 5th grade. We are randomly assigning them to two groups, a treatment group and a control group. Because the group were randomly assigned, we have a different, the ratio of dark red children in the treatment and the control group is about similar. So that if we go to the next slide, we can see that the difference between the two groups after a few months, for example, of experimenting this new program is entirely due to the impact of the program. We can be sure that any underlying differences between the children is taken into account by the randomization. Next slide. I had the pleasure of funding and now directing a global network of about 900 affiliate and invited researchers working in 100 universities who perform this type of programs, or this type of work. So let me give you just one example with a little bit more detail. It's an example that is very, very dear to my heart, which is the example of immunization. Next slide, please. Worldwide, there are 2.5 million children who die every year from vaccine-preventable diseases. You can just show the entire slide. And this part of this vaccine could be preventable by a very easy set of vaccines that should be administered within about 1 year of life. India is one of the countries with the lowest immunization rates in the world. And in India, the state of Rajasthan is one of the very low state of immunization. 27% of 1-year-olds are fully vaccinated. Next slide. And then you can go till the end of the slide. So how do you solve a problem like that? Well, part of the issue is that there is not a very good supply of immunization services. And there is, for example, a lot of absenteeism. The vaccines are not necessarily very close to people's home. So a lot of the effort internationally has been to improve the supply of vaccines. Next slide. And you can go till the end of the slide. Another problem is the lack of demand. People have many other things to do. They're often very busy. Taking a half day to take the kid to the immunization camp is difficult. The kid is slightly ill, and it's hard to see benefits. Particularly, people do not necessarily understand why they have to take more than one vaccine. So in the Latin American region, this idea of lack of demand was tackled by conditional cash transfer, which basically make this transfer often conditional to receiving the vaccination. But in other settings where this program doesn't exist, what could you do? So we can go to the next slides and go till the end of the slides. So the first solution could be to say, well, let's make sure that we have a reliable supply. And then on top of that, is it possible to further improve the impact by improving the demand? So we conducted the first evaluation in Rajasthan, where we worked on both things together. On the one hand, an NGO called Seva Mandir worked with the government to improve immunization services in 60 villages. You can go to the next slide. And in those 60 villages that were randomly selected among 120 in the regions, half of them, in addition, received a very small set of incentives. You can go to the next slide. What are the incentives? They are basically people got simply a kilo of lentil for each immunization, and a plate or a set of plates for completing the set. Next slide, please. And here were the results. So this is after 1 year, the immunization rate in the control villages was only 5%. Once you moved to the camp villages, it went up to 17%. That's a lot. It's a very good improvement, but it's still a lot of kids who don't get vaccinated. And then when you added the incentives, you further increased the immunization rate to 36%. What was really striking is that because there is a lot of cost involved in setting up a camp, in giving people incentives actually reduced the cost of immunizing a child by almost half. Why? Because the incentives were very, very small. And the fixed cost of running the camp is so high that it is better if it's spread over a larger number of children. What are the impact of a study like that? Well, you can go to the next slide. After the study was done, it was replicated in many other places, including in India and in Pakistan. The same type of impact were found, and finally this led to scale up of the methods, in particular in the region of Sindh in Pakistan, where it again shows very large impact, now on a national level policy. So in this one example, you see kind of the whole chain of going from a small research project to a larger impact. Of course, this is just one example, but if you go to the next slide, you will see that we have we are working with JPAL, with this network of people in over 96 countries. And you can see on the map that in particular, we are very active in Latin America with similar projects. So one question you might ask is, next slide, how do you use the fact that you have more than one evaluation on a particular topic? And one thing you can do is to not only evaluate the impact of one policy, but as a particular sector matures, you can evaluate the comparative impact of different policies. So take the example of improving education, for example, a subject that is very important in education. You know, how do you improve the quality of education? Should you give scholarship? Should you help teachers teach? Should you improve the infrastructure? Should you give laptops, etc.? Everybody has different ideas. But once we have a large number of evaluation, we can compare the cost effectiveness of the various programs. If you go to the next slide, this was done by the, and then you can pull up till the end of the slides. This was done by the World Bank and the DFID, who convened a panel called the Global Evidence Panel on Education to tell us what are the good buys and the bad buys in education. So a bad buy, surprisingly, is free laptops, because per se, and this is actually a lot of research that was conducted in Latin America, giving laptop without further instruction on how to use them, and sometimes even with instruction, is not particularly helpful. Next slide. Oh, same slide, but then there are things that are effective but expensive, like cash transfers. And finally, there are good buys. Next animation. And great buys, which is simply helping teachers teach better. Next slide, please. Next animation. Help teachers teach better, improving their pedagogy, and in particular, interventions such as scripted lessons and teaching at the right level. So encouraging teachers to do teaching that is targeted to the level of each child. Next slide, please. So we have this evidence, it accumulates. Is that enough? No, this is not the objective. What we are trying to do is to change the world through evidence. Next slide. So we are working with a number of partners around the world to help them evaluate their program, but also to share evidence such that they can adopt the most effective programs. Next slide. How does it work? So we partners with a grant maker to build initiatives that provide funding to innovative research projects. We carry out the research, or our affiliates and invited researchers carry out the research around the ground. Once the research is done, we start synthesizing the research, build partnership with government, talk to them, lend technical assistance, embed staff in governments to make sure that this evidence gets used. And finally, we do capacity building, lead executive training, and develop online education to make sure that the tools are available to everyone, and also that policymakers are educated for how to read this evidence. The consequence of that is that, next slide, overall, more than 600 million people in the world have been touched by policies that people in our network have found to be effective. So the programs that are found to be effective, such as the immunization program, get scaled up. We don't give ourselves credit for the ineffective programs that do not get scaled up, but that's also important. And this is the way that more effective policy get adopted, changing changing lives on a large number. Next slide. So we have a little map where we show the way in which we affect policies via, for example, policy discussion, via adoption of large-scale project. And I'm going to give you some example, next slides, which are specific to Latin America and the Caribbean. You can also go to the next slide, where you will recognize a map of the regions and the various places where we are active. So we have a regional office in Chile and presence in other countries in the region. Next slide. I've put on this slide a few examples of what we do or what we have done in the past. So we've worked, for example, in Peru on labor law reform, in Colombia on agricultural information technology, in Peru where there is a very active Ed Lab, which the government, in collaboration with the organization IPA, is using to pilot various education interventions. And I wanted to give you a few more details on a few of this project. Next slides. In total, we have 147 researchers in the region, a lot of interest in collaborating with CAF if people are interested in the regions. 46% of these researchers are women. I wanted to continue by giving you a few examples that are specific to the region and that could be of interest to your work. The first one is mediation. So it's a project that was conducted in Mexico City, which has, like many other countries, a problem with a backlog of cases. And in particular, 95% of labor court filings are severance cases. Most of the workers have no information about what the court process entails and how to manage the court system. And the labor court system has a backlog of about 4 years, which generate negative effect on the workers because they waste time, they wait to be compensated, as well as concern for justice and efficiency. Next slide. So researchers worked with the labor courts of Mexico City to test various innovations. So this is a project that was led by Satka, Finan, and Dalbo, and as well as Enrique Serra from ITAM. And they compared a comparison group where parties received neither calculators treatment nor conciliator treatment, two other interventions, conciliators that help them, that encourage the parties to sit with a court employee to explore the option of settling with the two parties before the day's hearing, and a calculator intervention that help everyone figure out what they might get and predicted likelihood that they would be successful and what they would get if they were in fact successful. Next slide. So the result was that the help of a conciliators improved the efficiency of the court. The same-day settlement rate nearly doubled from 6% to 11%, and the workers' welfare improved. And you have photos of the researchers on the back. So these were the research results. These research results found were helpful to government. The government of Mexico used the insight to inform a national labor law reform that was passed in May 2019 that left much more space to mediation and conciliation in the judicial process. I want to give you another example, a couple of other examples. We can go to the next slide. This example is about education. One of the big problems that exists all over the regions is that students who start secondary school do not finish it and drop out in the meantime. And one of the reasons is that they underestimate the benefit of finishing secondary education, particularly the poorer students who are not necessarily expecting to go on. So they think, well, it's not worth it unless you go to a good college, there is no point. So in an experiment, providing information to students helped them adjusting their belief and decided to stay in school longer. So in particular, the students were underestimating the return to education. When researchers shared with them what they actually were, that there were benefits to stay in school, they stayed longer. Subsequently, this experiment, the results of this experiment motivated the government of the Dominican Republic and Peru to implement this type of program on a national scale. So again, we went from evaluation to results to implementation on a national scale that would not otherwise have happened. And this is extraordinarily cost-effective intervention because it is very cheap to talk to students and give them this information so they can make better choices. Next slide. So the next slide is an example from Chile and concerns a topic that I know is important, which is to you, which is the differences between inequality between men and women. It shows the impact of extended childcare and its impact on female labor supply in Chile. So labor force participation is typically lower for women than for men, and one of the reasons is that there is nobody to take care of their children. Extending access to childcare in this experiment increased female, in particular after-school care, increased female labor force participation without being a completely universal solution. So this is not scaled up yet, but gives ideas to government that after-school care option might be important to help women reach the labor force. So these were a few examples. JPAL initiatives concentrate funding and research around priority topics for the regions. One of them is a job and opportunity initiative, again related to the question of inequality. So this is a very active research program in Brazil on training, matching, job creation and the future of jobs. Another one is early childhood development in Guatemala, which is led by Costas Mejia of Yale University. To conclude, I want to note that in all this work, governments are vital allies in JPAL missions to reduce poverty and enhance social policy. On the next slide, you can see a number of our government partnerships. We deeply believe that these government partnerships are an important tool to achieve scale and sustainability. We involve partners at various levels. Next slide. We involve partners both for training. We involve partners to work collaboratively. We expand government partners. We have expanded government partnership in Brazil and in Mexico. And we also, next slide, want to include a government partner in capacity building. In particular, we are now the host of CLEAR, which is a regional training facilities for government officials. We even conducted research on that. We showed that the mayors in Brazil are very sensitive, are actually very willing to use randomized evidence from randomized evaluation when it is given to them. So this CLEAR LAC, which is hosted by UC Chile with support from JPAL LAC, will be a way to provide such training and evidence sharing. And finally, next slide. It's important to us that we have a full collaborative. Our work is done when partners are able to incorporate research results in their day-to-day lives, which we do via evidence sharing, but also via direct training. So massive online courses, a diploma at PUC Chile, customized training that we do for partner organization, and participation in a micromasters that people might be interested in. Next slide and last slide. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. I hope I gave you an idea of the variety of the work that goes under randomized evaluation now. Randomized evaluation, and in particular partnership between researchers and governments, was pioneered in the regions in Latin America by, I'm sure, some of the people in the room. I am excited to have had a chance to tell you where we stand on this topic now, and I hope that it's something that you might be able to incorporate in your work moving forward. Thank you very much for your work, and good luck for the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Ernesto, and also to Ms. Dufour for this interesting presentation. Let's move on. We want to ask to come up to the podium Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, who will discuss on reflections of the agenda for development of Latin America and the Caribbean. He has a long career in the World Bank. He was director for Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, and Uganda, and currently he is the Vice President for the Latin America and the Caribbean region from the World Bank. Welcome. Good morning. I'll try to be brief. To me, it's a great pleasure to be with all of you this morning. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Sergio Díaz Granados for this great invite, and also to greet not only the special guests, but really all the colleagues and servants present here from CAF, among whom I find many friends, people with whom I have worked for many, many years, and to me it's a great honor to be sharing this space with you here. Okay, we're coming from the micro, from Madame Dufour's presentation, and I want to take advantage that the topic today is for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, looking for global solutions regionally, to share personal reflections. Where do I see Latin America and the Caribbean standing, and where we're headed? I'd like to begin motivating this with this conversation that I have recently with a colleague from the World Bank, but not from Latin America, from a different region, and he tells me very recently, hey, congratulations. I just read an excellent article on the Financial Times that says that Latin America and the Caribbean is the best positioned region to lift off given the context of today's economy. I just realized that by reading that article. He says that Latin America has impressive mineral resources at the moment, keeps the greatest reserves of lithium, great reserves of copper, and all the key minerals for the energy transition for the globe. Also, then it has areas with the greatest potential for renewable energy, and the solar and aeolic energy topics. There are some projects for green hydrogen. That's the future's fuel. And on top of that, it has the tropical forest area, the largest one in the whole country. So that's going to be a great carbon filter for the world in the future. And on top of that, I read that it's a mega diverse region. I thanked him for the comments, but I told him also it was too early for congratulations. I told him that Latin America, in my impression, since I have been studying these topics since very young, has always been very well positioned. But taking advantage of the opportunities we have to have great outcomes from this homework, there's a big gap. We have always been a rich natural resources region. We've always had oil, gold, silver, copper, platinum, hydro resources, fertile lands, but being honest, that huge wealth hasn't transformed into the success that many times has been forecasted for us. I saw Cristian Asinelli recently here. He's from Argentina. I believe there are some people from Argentina here. There was another article from the Financial Times. Some of you saw it. It was talking with great optimism. Now, yes, Argentina. And then again, my Argentinian friend said, hey, this kickoff has been going on for 100 years. We always listen, yes, now it's Argentina's time. But you know what? Hopefully, but once again, emphasizing that they do have gas deposits, oil deposits. They have the pampas, the fertile lands, the envy of Latin America. But in truth, this is an old challenge, and we haven't been able to transform that natural richness into a sustainable development process that elevates the livelihood and especially the gap that we have in the level of life, the quality of life of our people compared to more developed countries like Europe, United States, Canada, Japan. And even with countries that not too long ago were even poorer than us, such as Korea, Taiwan, countries that don't have that many natural resources. They never had that wealth, but with determination, seriousness, institutions, and a lot of work, they committed to reach the global leaders, and they did it. How come we have not been able to? That's a very hard question, and I'm not going to respond now. But it has a lot to do with what Sergio was saying earlier. The irrelevance of Latin America and the Caribbean worldwide, we are seen as a curious region at best, a good place for tourism to go and visit, but we don't have a resounding important voice because our experience hasn't been the best. I believe, and I coincide with Sergio, that we need to raise this voice so that countries can really reach the enormous potential that we all have. And decisions made today, our leaders, our governments are going to be making now. They're going to set the path for future development. This is just for motivation. Let me talk initially about the three big challenges in the region, briefly, and then I like to mention the two areas in which I would emphasize today if I were consulting with presidents or governments, areas in which I believe we could see the largest transformations that are needed. And in the end, I'd like to leave you with some reflections on the role of the multilateral banks for development, such like CAF and World Bank. First of all, challenges. I'd say there are three. If I can read it from here. Number one, low growth. It's sad, but reality is that Latin America hasn't enjoyed a dynamic growth path for many decades, and it's even sad that after the pandemic, because I have data from 2019, Latin America is the red line. All other regions in the world were affected by the pandemic during 2020, and after 2021, everyone rebounded. Latin America is the one with the least bounce, and in the following years, 2022 and 2023, and what we're expecting of 2024 and 2025, is the one with the slowest growth rate. Yes, we have been able to recover from the pandemic. We were hit really hard, not the only ones that were hit hard, but we were hit really hard. When we have come back to a growth that wasn't good to begin with. The behavior of our economies before the pandemic was a low growth, on average between 1% and 2%. We at the World Bank, that every 6 months shows a forecast. The last one from 1 month ago shows a growth for Latin America and the Caribbean, roughly 2.3%. And the IMF just displayed their forecast. They review as a low rate, 1.9%. These figures can barely make up for the population growth. That means we are barely going to keep our quality of life, our level of life. If we continue this, I don't know if this is Colombian saying, like a dog gimmick, we are never going to be able to catch up with the more advanced economies. And Felipe Herrera's idea for irrelevance is that other countries are going to be passing us through the fast lane. We have been seeing this. Many Asian economies that were way poorer than the majority of the countries in Latin America, they have passed us. China, now India, growing in gigantic steps. I was living in Africa for the last years, and I saw that great dynamism, that energy that you see over there. But hopefully we can react before the African countries pass us by. I'm not going to go into full detail as to why we have this slow growth. Economists have studied this a lot, but it has a lot to do with a lack of dynamism in productivity, low level of investment, especially in infrastructure, is really low compared to Asian economies. And maybe, to me, the most worrisome point, it has a lot to do with the productive capacity of our people, the human capital of Latin Americans. And I believe this is linked to the issues coming from the educational system, and I will touch on that later. That's the first challenge, low growth. Second challenge, inequalities. I am not going to delve into this, but I hope you are aware that Latin America is one of the regions. We are fighting with Africa first place on inequality, but the 50% poorer of our population receives 27 less income than the 10% richer population. Those of us who were born and raised here, sometimes we think this is normal. That's what we know. But when we have the opportunity to travel, to go abroad, exchange, visit Asia, Europe, Africa even in Africa, there are countries in which we are perceived as pariahs with this topic of exclusion. And this is very well illustrated by this wonderful study from CAF of inherited inequalities that I had the opportunity to comment in Montevideo some time back. The 50% poorest population barely gets 10% of the total income. And within this inequality, people from indigenous communities, Afro-descendants, even though they are only 1/3 of the population in the region, they represent 2/3 of those who live under extreme poverty. So that's the second challenge, inequality. And number 3, the topic of climate change. We're in Panama right now. The whole world has come to know that in the past weeks, because of the lack of rainfall, the flow of ships transiting the canal locks has been reduced dramatically. This illustrates very drastically this process. And not only in Panama, we know Panama because of the canal, but this is happening worldwide. These droughts or excess of rainfall in other places, we are feeling it all around the region. Countries that never knew they were going to go under this type of crisis are suffering it. A year and a half I was visiting Paraguay. Those of you who know Paraguay and the Paraguayans, this is a semi-isolated country, a lot of agriculture, a lot of forestry also. Soy production is their most basic crop. The finance minister said they were undergoing the worst drought ever, and the soy production was going to drop less than half. And up until that year, they never believed in climate change. Or they thought if there was climate change, it would never touch Paraguay. And not only, it dropped the agricultural production, the river dropped in level because it's a navigable river, and that's what they use to take the crops out into market. So this dramatic moment has really impacted their perspective, and they have understood the importance of these climatic disasters. On average, at the World Bank, we have estimated that this has affected 1.9 percentage points of the annual GDP. That's a lot of money. We also estimate that climate change is going to be affecting poverty. It will continue affecting the reasons for migration problems that we have throughout the continent. So these three topics, which are absolutely fundamental. This is a graph showing countries in which climate change is impacting poverty. The largest ones are Brazil, Nicaragua, Guatemala. Only Uruguay is the least affected, but the last months, those who live in Uruguay have seen that the drought led them to water rationing and a drinking water problem. Now, I'd like to move on to topics that I think we need to pay special attention at the moment. These topics ought to be a priority in order to revert these three big problems that I mentioned that the region is having. I'm going to choose two of my favorites: education, resiliency, and digital technology. I'm not going to talk about resiliency, that's very long. I'm going to focus then on education and digital technology. There is another big topic that I don't want to touch too much today, and that's criminality, crime and violence and corruption. But I am really happy that with CAF and with the IDB, we are generating a partnership to study, to know really how to help out countries suffering this scourge of the current criminality wave, which is actually scourging the whole region. So I'm really glad that Sergio mentioned the importance of continue to produce new knowledge, because for these topics you have to act with knowledge, like Professor Duflo was retelling us about these micro experiments, very importantly. Okay, briefly, why education? Why do I delve into education? This topic may be my favorite topic, and it's the one that I insist on and on and on to all the ministers and all the presidents whenever I have the opportunity to talk to them. Two main reasons why I believe in the topic of education as being a top priority. Number one, because our educational system in the whole region is this little machine that is replicating and reproducing inequalities and exclusion. Our educational system has improved, it has moved forward. It is true, education is a right, it's public, it's free in every country. But reality is the same, that we all know the big majority of the population, the ones with less resources, have an access to an education of mediocre quality at best. Those who have better resources bring their children to private schools, private colleges, and this is how the next generation replicates the same problem. You saw what happened during the pandemic. Things got really bad. Private colleges immediately moved dynamically. A lot kept open following the loss of the conditions. They were looking for alternatives as well. They were doing remote learning. And public schools, if you remember, they simply closed practically all of them. And they didn't close for a month, or not even 6 months, or 1 year. On average, they were closed for 2 years. And during those 2 years, we have done assessments, and children learn next to nothing. Experts have even said not only that they didn't learn, they unlearn. And what does that mean, to unlearn? I'm not aware of that word. Because 2 years ago, they were beginning to read and write, and when we retested, they have forgotten how to read and comprehend and write. And with the results we have in children between 8 and 11 years, they just don't know how to write and read. They don't know basic math. This is very sad. And I do hope that we can recover part of these educational losses, even though experts do tell me that there is a portion of it that is unrecoverable. We have estimated that these learning losses will be translated into a loss of 10% of income, yearly income, throughout the lifetime of many of these girls and boys. That's one of the reasons we have to tackle the educational issue so that it stops replicating the generational problem of inequality. The second one is growth. For this, it is critical that we have quality education, especially basic quality education, basic and medium level education. Without education, there's no productivity. There are no qualified personnel for the jobs in the future. There are not young people ready to take care of the opportunities that are being opened by digitalization or AI. If we don't tackle this problem now, we will barely be swimming doggy style to never advancing. Okay, the second comment is on digital technologies. Why am I touching this subject? Because I believe it opens a great opportunity, and I come back to the same two topics that I mentioned in education. Why is it important to dive head on with digitalization? First, to tackle inequalities. We know that those who have access to the internet and know how to use digital tools have a great advantage at the time of obtaining employment or opportunities for income, establishing micro business, great opportunities. In a region, close to half of the population don't have access to internet, in part because they don't have the technology in the area where they live, or it is too expensive and they have no way to connect, or they don't have the tools or the knowledge to use it. And as always, the poorer ones, the excluded, are the ones with least access. So we have to ensure that this new technology reaches everyone. And the second motivation is growth, productivity. Nowadays, everyone knows that in this modern world and competitive world, you cannot survive without digitalization. We are seeing in a region a lot of growth poles clustering around digitalization. For example, you know, these new fintech companies that offer financial services and loans to a lot, and that helps to penetrate in areas in which people didn't have prior access. We have over 300 million users in the region using digital payment systems, 30 million users of digital banks in the region, and we are going into agriculture as well. It's been called agricultural tech methodologies to be able to reduce the use of fertilizers, to improve harvest productivity, etc. And also GovTech, how to improve the functioning of public services to the people. And I don't want to end the topic without mentioning briefly the topic of artificial intelligence.
This artificial intelligence, which I quite do not understand, it could potentiate all of this technology and all capacities exponentially. I think that we are just seeing the surface and beginning to understand what this is all about. The expert at the World Bank tell me that it has the potential of revolutionizing education, health, the food safety, government services, the disaster responses, the provision of public services, etc. Whatever you want, all topics. It has a great potential, but my fear is that if we do not help soon, our region could be left behind. That is why we have to talk seriously to the CAF to see how this new tool reaches our region. Well, I am about to give you my last reflection of this presentation. What is the role of the banks, multilateral banks, the development multilateral banks in the promotion of the agenda that could really transform the region to shake away all these problems that we just mentioned? Just recently, I heard Dr. Diaz-Granados to give us a very clear presentation about the multilateral development banks. We were in Cartagena, and the audience was comprised of mayors, etc. And I do not have that clarity, but I at least understand what the CAF and the bilateral development banks do. But I would like to give you a couple of reflections, and the first is, I would like to quote President Lula from Brazil, who at some last year's during the G20 talked about the role of the multilateral development banks. And he said the multilateral development banks are not sufficiently focused on those transforming changes that could accelerate the growth, reduce inequality. The multilateral development banks are not monopolic lenders for development, but they have to rediscover where they can add or add greater value. They have to respond better to their clients, placing the borrowers. They should move faster, be more economical, and to join efforts. In this last point, and to conclude, he said to join efforts. So the first thing I would like to say, and speaking honestly, it is not easy to bring together the multilateral development banks. We are all bureaucracies, each with its own culture, rules, and proper objectives, and with their shareholders. And oftentimes, what I hear from the CAF colleagues or the IDB or the Central American Bank is that we do not compete. And I think that is the correct vision. It is true that oftentimes there are projects that only one multilateral should be involved, the smaller projects. But I am convinced, just like Sergio mentioned earlier, that there is a huge gap to space to collaborate. For example, in those countries that have serious financing difficulties, those that require exceptional help and urgent help, like Argentina, Ecuador, we are collaborating, and we can collaborate even more. For example, in those countries in which a government is willing to pay the political cost and make difficult reforms, politically difficult reforms, for example, education, those that are willing to have the difficult discussions with the professors' unions, that's where we should be giving support. And finally, the decisive action on the greatest development problems in the region. Today, I mentioned my central topics, the adaptation to climate change, digitalization, and reform, educational reform. That's where I think that we should think on joint great initiatives. I'm not saying that we have to forget the national and the local. For example, I am quite proud that we just inaugurated the line number 1 in Quito, Ecuador, a truly brilliant work with the best technology, a respect for architecture and historical preservation of the center of the Ecuadorian capital. This type of mega works, national or local mega works, is where we have to continue collaborating. And that is why I conclude by saying what Sergio said. Like they say in Africa, we want to take a great leap. We do not want to walk alone. We have to collaborate more, and I propose that we joined ties between CAF and the other banks and multilateral and all levels to help our region to tackle the great challenges that we have, above all, to build a better future for the hope of the new generations, the children that we saw here this morning. Thank you very much.
Bueno, excelente.
Excellent presentation, reflections on the agenda of development of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you to Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, who has given us his point of view about the great challenges of the region. He has mentioned the low growth, inequality, and climate change, given a specific example of what we are experiencing here in the Panama Canal and in Panama, which affects the world trade. Also, he mentioned two great challenges, education and digital technology, making emphasis in the artificial intelligence so that we are not left behind as a region. Following, we will have our next presentation and panel, Latin America and the global environment. And for that, we invite Lorena Arroyo Baez, director of the moderator of this next panel. We are also inviting the panelists, Michelle Mouched, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Program for the Development, UNDP. And we continue with Alejandro Werner, founder of the Institute of the Americas of Josh Shard, ex-director of the Hemispheric Department, and Stephanie Valencia, President and co-founder of X Institute, and Oscar Gamboa, former Minister and Counselor of the Embassy of Colombia in the United States. And I will say that Lorena Arroyo will be the moderator, and before that, we will give you a video so that we can give context to this topic.
América Latina y el Caribe, una región con más de 650.
This is a region with over 350 million people distributed in 133 countries, with a GDP of $6.2 billion. A mega diverse territory that from Rio Bravo to Tierra del Fuego comprises more than 19 million square kilometers and comprises 30 nations and territories in 4 million square kilometers. So it represents 50% of the world territory and concentrates 70% of the biodiversity of the planet. In spite of its extraordinary wealth, Latin America is facing extreme development programs. One of its, because of its socioeconomic and demographic characteristics, just like its geographical location, suffers climate change. Our region has the key resources to tackle the challenges posed by climate change. Its extraordinary biodiversity that receives many strategic ecosystems, its enormous productive capacity that generates 14% of the world food production, and its resources for clean and renewable energy, key for energetic transition towards carbon neutrality. A region of a unique cultural diversity with customs, traditions, and minds that represent our heritage and common patrimony. And at the same time, promote a new revolution of creative economics, such as a magnet for international tourism. Latin America is a solution region with greater participation of women, the young people, the local communities, and also Afro-descendant communities and indigenous communities, and they elevate their voice to offer the world solutions that we all require so that together we can tackle the great global challenges. Thank you very much to all. I am Lorena Arroyo. I direct the America Futura project, and I would like to say that here in front of me I have, as allies of CAF, to thank you for this opportunity for Futura America, a project that allows us to do precisely what we are talking about here today, to place Latin America and the Caribbean as a region of solutions. In our case, as a journalist, elevate our voice in the region. So thank you very much to President Diaz Granados, to Vice President Cristian Martinelli, and to all of you for being allies of this project. So we are here to talk about this Latin American region and the Caribbean in the global environment. This is the first group panel, and we have a very high quality panelists, each from a different place of thinking and action, and from different areas of the region. So we are going to have an ample map of what is happening here in the continent. Even though they have already been introduced, I would like to introduce them all. We have Michelle Mouched, who is the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Administrator of Regional Director of Latin America and the Caribbean. In the UNDP, you were Vice Minister of Social Development here in Panama. Welcome, Michelle. We also have Alejandro Werner, who is a founder of the Institute of the Americas at Georgetown, and ex-director of the Western Occidental Fund of the IMF. Welcome. We continue with Stephanie Valencia, who is a president and co-founder of X Research, an organization looking to create a better understanding of the electorate in Latin America, and she was also a counsel of President Barack Obama. Welcome, Stephanie. And finally, we are far Oscar, but we do have Oscar Gamboa, who is former minister of the Colombian Embassy in the United States, and also former director of the presidential program, Afro-Colombian Presidential Program. And I would also like to begin by talking about economy, to link it to the previous presentation by the director of the World Bank. He was talking about this slow growth in the region of these problems like inequality and the effects of climate change that we are already noticing in our different countries. And also, Alejandro, what I would like to ask you within this context in the region, from the point of view of solutions, what opportunities do you see in the region? As mentioned also by the Vice President, we talk about natural resources, for example, for the energetic transition. What opportunities do you see for the economic development of the country? Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. And following with the speech of Carlos Felipe, so that we saw very clearly the challenges and the opportunities that Latin America has, perhaps contributing with a more optimistic spirit. We have to see how, during the last 3 years, recovering from the pandemic, Latin America had a growth in each of the years, 2021, 2022, and 2023, that has been gross to what had been anticipated in the beginning of the year. In second place, the impact on poverty, the distribution of income that were anticipated the pandemic was going to have in Latin America were once again less than we thought. And in the third place, this increase of the inflation at the global level was tackled correctly in the region. The region is, let's say, one of the first that is moving to normalize the interest rates, and also the effect on public finances. This increase in rates during the end of the pandemic, some voices said that we were going to have a problem of more systemic debt, but it did not happen. So it's important to recognize structural changes in the region. And I would say, lastly, the political polarization that we have seen in the region in many of our countries has not led us to economic and social results that had been so harmful as were anticipated in many cases. So in that sense, I think that the region is looking how to balance its economic, political, and social equilibrium, but is also doing it in such a way, in some cases, very institutional, like in Chile, in other cases, less institutionally, but again, without distorted effects as we had seen before. For 2024, we anticipate a year of growth, a low growth, but close to the potential. Going back to the Carlos Felipe's presentation, approximately 2.5%, to continue the reduction of the inflation rate, and of course this great challenge of how to accelerate the economic growth in Latin America. Perhaps looking at the main economies of Latin America, one important factor is that the economies that had registered perhaps in the last 2 decades growth above the average and sometimes more higher in the region, such as Chile, Colombia, and Peru, they have now slowed down versus the 2 greater economies in the region, Mexico and Brazil, that are probably the ones leading the growth. And those are the opportunities that you mentioned and that we can discuss more deeply later on. In the first place, the fact that Latin America is a region that does not have a direct participation in the large geopolitical conflict that we are seeing today in the world. And in that sense, we can take advantage of the opportunities to really becoming a neutral region that could be a good attraction of pull for investments, of relocalization of economic activities, etc., and to work productively and constructively with Asia, the United States, and Europe, and Eastern Europe. This is a very important opportunity. Secondly, as Carlos Felipe said, the energetic transition in Latin America, for example, has a great potential with regards to minerals, also capturing carbon, and in the generation of clean energies. And thirdly, the demographics in Latin America. It's a society is a relatively young society that can contribute much to the problems of global aging that we see in Europe and United States and Chile. And the $1 million question: what can we do for the growth to stay in this region and be distributed? How to for it not to be a lost opportunity and the region do not fall back on the extractivism to extract wealth, but it does stay in the region. Okay, since Carlos Felipe didn't answer the question, and I think no one has answered well, but I think that one important point where CAF has been an central institution in Latin America is to try to achieve a consensus to the different the political difference that we have in the region. I think there are many topics where we can reach consensus in topics of infrastructure, social topics, energetic transition, and to move forward in those topics, even if we have differences within our important society that lead us to different selections of public policies in other areas. But to find these areas, I think that is where CAF has been an instrument in the countries to achieve important consensus among governments and societies with very different visions oftentimes. Thank you very much, Alejandro. I would like now to talk about sustainable development with you, Michelle. 2023 was a key year for the measurement of the goals of the 2023 agenda. How are the countries in the region The pandemics obviously slowed down many of our objectives, but how can we say where is the region right now in order to comply with the 2030 agenda? Thank you, Lorena. I would like to thank my dear Sergio and Christian for the invitation to be here with you during this important meeting, and to say that we have important challenges, but Latin America and the Caribbean present unique opportunities to accelerate that path towards sustainable development, and spaces such as these for discussion, conversation, of search for solutions and consensus stimulate collective action among the different sectors of the society, and this will become a key aspect in that direction. Facing the commitments of the 2030 agenda, and according to ECLAC recent reports, we are not in the right path to comply with this. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, only 25% of the goals of the objectives of development, we have only reached 20%, 27% are even having setbacks or are stuck. However, Latin America and the Caribbean is in a position that is relatively better to the rest of the world, even though this represents a huge challenge. The rest of the world, when we see this in large numbers, this is only 12% of the goals that are being achieved. And from the UNDP, with all our partners and allies, we propose that the first premise that we need to start is to align the development that we are obtaining in practice with that development to which we aspire, and how we are growing in spite of the ambitious climatic promises that the states have made. We are seeing that 3/4 of the countries increased their carbon emissions last year, and only 1/5 of the countries were able to reduce poverty, for example. And in this sense, the way in which we do public policy has to be able to tackle the scale and the velocity that the challenges today are making. And we have to think more than sectorial and individual politics. We have to think about creating politics that could promote and increase the synergies of different objectives at the same time. And as a result of a study by UNDP in preparation for the summit of the GDS that were made last year, we identified a series of GDS that if we tackle them jointly, has a potential of accelerating the path towards the 2030 agenda. And this is decent work for all sustainable cities and everything that implies in the design of a sustainable city, including reduction of poverty, access to services, resilient infrastructure, and urbanization. And lastly, one that I would say it would be the great facilitator for all of the other one, which is effective governance and solid institution. For Latin America and the Caribbean, I think this is translated in searching for a better balance and forget the trade-offs between the economic, the social, and the environment, but to see how we have political combos that are efficient to promote the reduction of poverty and inequality, protect our environment, that is solutions based on nature, and to promote economic growth without seeing this as a competition between the three. I have been a public decision maker, and it is easier said than done. But for that, from the UNDP, with partners such as CAF, the World Bank, and multilateral banks, we are here to continue providing evidence, as those presented this morning, to help integrate these public policy combos. The economic diversification is going to be very important to minimize the dependence on fossil and this is a point that you mentioned in your intervention, and it is the need to create consensus, to facilitate dialogue spaces, to design a collective vision of the future in that direction. Thank you, Michelle. And one of the GDS is alliances. I don't know if you're going to talk about this. They are going to sign an agreement with CAF to promote the compliance with the GDS in the region. Can you tell us about that? Yes, of course. I will begin by telling you that the relationship between CAF and the UNDP has been very satisfactory. In 2009, we have been trying to do joint programs in the region. In 2002, we repotentiated this alliance with the signature of UNDP, signed by my predecessor, Felipe López Calva, joined with the achievement of the GDS, and we have presented initiatives very interesting, such as a social innovation platform that is trying to make visible all of these successful projects that are being carried out in communities in Latin America and the Caribbean to accelerate compliance with the GDS. A series of dialogues under the axis of governance that we will be having this year in different subregions of Latin America and the Caribbean, addressing the challenges that we will have an annual conference that we had last year where we covered the relationship with the governance and development. And after a brainstorming a couple of weeks ago with Sergio, we decided that we want to address the importance of rescuing the value of politics with a capital P, which is fundamental for all of us that are here. And what we are going to talk about today is we are going to take this partnership or this alliance to a next level. It would allow us to be more agile and efficient in the way we collaborate and promote and support the governments in the search for solutions in public policies, in the presentation of alternatives of financing for development by using innovative methods linked to the criteria of sustainability, but in a more fluid manner. And I think that the initiatives that I have shared are wonderful, but I think that we are ready to be much more ambitious in front of the challenges that we have in the region, and so that we can turn those opportunities as had been presented here, being the most biodiverse region in the planet, but also the third most democratic in the world, in spite of the great challenges of our democracies. And a young generation, vigorous and eager to participate. We have seen them in the street and in different spaces, and also to and I think that with this agreement, we are writing a new chapter, which more ambition and in the favor of the region here in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Michelle. And if we talk about trends, in last year, what we saw was an increase in migrations, which is nothing else but the reflection of the bad situations in the region. People are fleeing because of poverty, because they have no access to opportunities. They flee because of political crisis and insecurity. Oscar is analyzing and studying what moves these migrations. And here in Panama, in the Darien Gap or jungle, there was an increase of migration. I think it was 500,000 migrants who crossed. So I would like to ask you, you are working and researching the causes that are moving migration. What can be done in the region to eradicate from its root the problem, and people should not have to migrate? Thank you. The first thing that I would like to say is that we have to react more aggressively in light of the challenges. Because very respectfully, sometimes we go further than rhetoric, but on the ground we do not act. It is inhumane what is happening in the Darien Gap. It's the degradation that the mafia of lack of hope is taking advantage of. I work on the political aspect of this political aspect in the embassy in Washington. This type of problem, we're not tackling the effects. We have to tackle the causes. When people have conditions in the natural environment, in the root, I am sure that they are going to go to the north, in particular, things. But like President Sergio mentioned, we have been working with him since the epoch of Minister of Industry. These topics, and in the regions of Colombia that are inhabited by Afro-descendant population, where are there hemispheric responses? 2 days ago, I was talking with Jeffrey Saxon in New York, and we have been working with him and CAF, but and a week before with Lito Magro, a great friend, asking me what is the OAS doing, and I have proposed, and colleagues, panelists, to have a great social dialogue of the Americas to include businessmen of all countries, the powerful businessmen, the governments, of course, the organized civil society of all countries, and obviously the multilateral expressions, whether financial or political character, the great social dialogue of the Americas to reach a consensus, strategies that are needed immediately, because beware, we have to see it in context, how this is impacting the democracies in Latin America. And I think that the levels of polarization that we have today are going through that. The illegality, the harvest in my country, in Colombia, illegal mining in other countries, who conspire more against climate change than the illegal practices and the survival of the people, because the use of the land become the dumps of subsistence. And we need, here I am centering on a response to this, and I say that if we in the Americas, in a hemispheric manner, do not work towards an immediate strategy to tackle inequality and poverty, I fear that we are going to have many meetings, many conversations, but much lack of hope. And with this, I would like to say, President Sergio, the CAF, you mentioned earlier, the trend is that it was constituted as a green bank of the world. The green bank of the world should then become the bank of hope, of social resilience, so that protection, that fight against climate change does not find in poverty and inequality the food and the planet then will become back.
Thank you, Oscar. I would like to talk to you also for inclusion. The government of Colombia, your country, Vice President Franque Marquez, which has driven forward to the intention of inclusion, but of course there's a lot to do. You that are talking about action, some years back you were looking for that inclusion because you didn't feel that Afro-descendants were represented in the Colombian government. You were knocking on the door of the Black Caucus. Can you talk to us a little bit of that experience, and if you can see if there has effectively been some advances on inclusion? Well, briefly, because I am a little bit embarrassed about this story. 40 years ago, Luis Alberto Murillo, ambassador from Colombia to Washington, it was the first South American black ambassador in its history. And I was the first counseling minister of the embassy from Colombia, the first black one in the whole history. We were knocking on the doors of the Congressional Black Caucus in the United States. Incredibly, a lot of congressmen, they didn't even know that there were Afro-descendants in Colombia. I mean, I was a little bit embarrassed, but inclusion in Colombia went through Washington already. And we were not born in Washington, so that grieves me a little bit. But it had to be Washington that make an impact in our country so that in our own country they would see us. But that doesn't matter. It happened. We did it. What's the important thing now? That did inclusion, which is part of democracy. I wouldn't understand democracy with any type of exclusion. And we have to make it into opportunities then to create synergies that would give us back hope that those famous opportunities is the name that sounds more in these events. We must make people feel that opportunity, and that's what we did with Gilberto Murillo. Go to Washington so that our black congressmen friends from the United States would give us a hand, and it was a productive experience because this scenario that we have today is a scenario to prove that we are capable. It was a good practice, and that we have to take advantage of that. So that is a good practice for democracy, because that's what inclusion means.
Oscar, usted avisó que no les veía.
Thank you, because you have made comments that in your countries you are ignored, and sometimes certain population groups are ignored. So I want to move on to Stephanie, your organization. It is called like that because of the X factor. That's what it's called, the Latin population, that group, the one that grows as the minority, faster growing minority in the United States. Every 4 years, the media and the analysts look for them. But first of all, you need to decipher, what does the X mean? Who is the Latin population in the United States? Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to have a different insight because I am not an expert in the region, but in my organization, the X organization, we study that because Latin people in the United States are the X factor in culture, in society, and politics. So we are at a particular moment during this year, an elections year in the United States. Maybe you have heard a little bit about this particular election in the United States. It's going to be a big election. The role that Latins occupy and Latin American occupy is very important. First, Latins. Latins in the United States are in an ethnic group which is the fastest growing group compared to other ethnic groups in the United States. But 50% of the Latin population in the United States that are capable of voting do not. And also, Latin voters in the United States are very susceptible. The candidates think that they can influence on the Latin population because they switch favor for each election. They vote for vote. They voted for Trump. Now they voted for Biden, and they will come back to vote for Trump. So they are under scrutiny. They are stalling them because that they are representing the X factor. Latins are not the same in the United States. Maybe if you have visited Miami in South Florida, they have a different perspective because Florida is a different country altogether regarding Latin voters. 2/3 of Latins in the United States are Mexican, and they live everywhere throughout the United States. The majority in the West, California, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, Arizona, and they are changing the face of those states and the policies of those states. But also, they are growing very rapidly in populations such as Wisconsin, in Michigan, Iowa, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. Every state in the United States has a Latin population, has a Mexican restaurant in every county in the United States. So the elections for 2024 is an election in which the Latin voters are going to influence a lot, and also Latin American will be influencing the elections because of the migration issue. The population in the United States 10 years ago, if you ask what was the Darien Gap, everyone would have a blank face. It's like, what are you talking about? Because they don't know about the Darien Gap. But now, because of the migration issue, because this is in the spotlight every day, and they are facing the issue of migration daily, and the Latin American development are the original causes for migration. This is something that the population in the United States, now they know more than before. So this topic, this issue with immigration, will influence the elections in an unprecedented way. So we have only about 10 months to go to see how the voters in the United States are going to lean this way or that way. But I can say this, both candidates, the main candidates, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, are fighting for the Latin vote. And they're talking to the Latin voters with clarity, with an outlook for economics, safety, and immigration. And the last thing I want to mention, the gaps between the Latin community and the region in Latin America, the nexus, the bonds actually, are strong, family, cultural. It's important when you look at the digital press, because of disinformation in the news, and WhatsApp and YouTube networks are also pressuring and influencing the United States politics, because they are forming mindset of the Latin voters in the United States. What's going on in one YouTube channel here in Colombia or Panama, someone, a voter in the United States, a Latin voter, are watching that. So the social media and the social media companies, Meta, YouTube, Instagram, they have to treat this information in the same way in Spanish as they are in English. Can you mention a particular initiative to fight this information that you are mentioning that is so strong, addressing the Latin community? Are there particular initiatives in Spanish working to combat disinformation? Yes, for example, let me give you an example of the elections back in 2020. There was a channel in Colombia, someone who was acting as a newscaster, but she was not an official newscaster agent. But the state of Florida, more people, including Latin voters, were watching this person from Colombia talking about the results of that election, and that person was saying that Joe Biden didn't win the presidency, providing misinformation. But a lot of people in the United States were watching this video broadcasted from Colombia, then people in Colombia were watching it. Then YouTube didn't say anything, and this channel is still open in YouTube. So there's a real need to work a lot, because these networks, WhatsApp groups and all, are contributing with the issue of immigration, because they are informing on coyotes taking advantage of immigrants who are trying to enter the United States. Thank you, Stephanie. The U.S. elections will be one of the many held in this world. About half of the world population will go to the polls, voting booth during this year. Next week is in El Salvador, in Mexico, here in Panama as well, in the Dominican Republic, and in Uruguay. I hope I'm not leaving any country behind. The region has a lot of challenges we see related to climate spaces, heat waves in this southern part of the hemisphere linked to forest fires. So I want to leave an open question for all of you. You can answer in any order you want, but this is for the four of you. Which will be the big challenges and the big opportunities in the region during 2024? I'll begin. To come straight to the region, I'd like to briefly connect to the global scene. This is not alien to us. Yesterday, before I traveled to Panama, I was with the administrator of the UNDP with their intervention in front of the board for the organization, which are member states, and he mentioned 3 main challenges that are being forecasted for 2024. Definitely the low growth that we're seeing, what we see in the region, despite Latin America and the Caribbean being the emerging region with a lower growth rate, the world at large is growing more slowly. Inequalities have increased. We're at the same levels like the 1950s, and AI and new technologies at the moment are not being tools for inclusion that will require a deliberate effort at the country level and region level and worldwide. And he was mentioning that all of this turbulence and uncertainty will actually increase. Especially the focus on the uncertainty is the focus of the last Human Development Report from UNDP, and how this undermines trust between people and trust towards institutions, and how this lack of trust is increasing political polarization worldwide, bringing a lot of challenges to multilateralisms and to world peace at this moment. I present the context so that I can come now to the region. We are the fastest growing inflation rate in the region. Like Carlos Felipe mentioned also, the inequality, the poverty, low productivity, and poverty. But there are 3 sensible risks, but 3 in particular that I like to mention out of many, that will affect the region in the next year, and they demand a collective effort beyond the usual. One is the disaffection to democracy. This lack of trust is being translated also in a lack of trust as a democracy, as a system capable of offering solutions and taking advantage of opportunities for the region. And here I coincide with my panelist colleague that democracy without inclusion cannot be understood. Democracy without participation cannot be understood. Then we have this political polarization that Latin American and Caribbean, within the context of polarization, we have seen this increasing during the past 20 years. It used to be the second least polarized region. Now we are the second or third most polarized region in the planet. This is a great challenge, and this super electoral cycle that we're going to go through is ambivalent in both challenges and opportunities. What can we do? Opportunities that I mentioned before that we have to leverage. Definitely the biodiversity, but this diversity and multiculturality, and this has to become an idea of inclusion. We have strengths and capacity unique in the region, and being the 3rd most democratic region in the planet, despite the wounded democracy overall. But we, at this moment, we can still do, and we have to underscore still, can achieve development through democracy. And that's why from UNDP, the priority 1 for this year are 2 processes that are going to mark all our actions and alliances and collective efforts. 1, reivindicate this link between democracy and development. Not only the discussion on the value of democracy in itself, which it has, but how this democracy is linked to development, to expand opportunities and collective possibilities in society, but also in possibilities that would allow to participate actively in the construction of this future vision in common. And the other process is the drafting of the Human Development Report. How do we build up resiliency from the perspective of human development? The Ministry of Education was paying attention by living it in the flesh, Carlos Felipe's presentation, on how education can be lost. Human development can go backwards, and the region has lost almost a decade of progress that was achieved before. How can we improve capacities so that human growth and development can be resilient? And we have to use the tools digitalization. We're working with an ambitious initiative for the Caribbean. We have the representative from UNDP that will accompany us, how to use these tools for inclusion and to accelerate the development process through innovation, financing for development through instruments that anchor in social incentives and environmental incentives to leverage public and private resources, understanding that in a very lean fiscal years, the World Bank, IDB, CAF will play a key role. And finally, I conclude with alliances, partnerships, how to kickstart this engine of collective efforts. And that way we can bring hope and future, like the subdirector said yesterday. Without those, it's difficult to drive forward progress, especially the dreams that the children share with us. We need to move that forward.
No me gustaría quedarme sin.
Thank you, Michelle. We need to close up the session, but I'd like to listen to the others. Be brief, please. What do you think will be the big challenges or the big opportunities? One or two items. A study that we are doing with CAF, how to take advantage of international opportunities when you think about Central America, how to take advantage of nearshoring, Brazil doing power shoring, being a potency in renewables, how to leverage that, and how many nations in South America can benefit when they have abundant minerals needed for the energy transitions, and the region as a whole fostering renewable energy. And in second place, importantly, the region, as mentioned before, we have to move towards having regional agreements, important regional standings, especially in trading integration. If the world is fragmenting, we have to integrate ourselves in order to maximize benefits of productive diversity that we have in Latin America. And secondly, a clear position with the multilateral agencies. If we have to face global and regional phenomena, we need more potent balances from CAF, IDB, and World Bank, and channel these resources to face these challenges. I know this is discordant that the move have moved forward for important expansions to face climate change and the pandemic, etc., and we don't use these vehicles so that emerging markets can actually face this with the potency and intensity needed. Finally, I'd say safety. Latin America, as Carlos Felipe mentioned, and Sergio as well, the region is the most violent place in the world right now, and this plays a role that makes it transboundary challenge, and this, joined with migration, is the most important challenges. So we have to move forward to accelerate consensus that would allow us to navigate in this complex world with a clear voice, with an impactful voice, bringing important benefits for the region. Thank you, Alejandro. Stephanie, please. Demographics is not destination in the United States. You may have as many Latin voters in the United States, but if they're not participating, they will not respect us. So I hope that for this year, 2024, during this election, that Latins would take their voice and the politicians would offer the respect and the agenda reflect Latin priorities and a stronger agenda for the region of Latin America. The challenge, that democracies should work fully, and the opportunity is that democracies should work fully. And let me explain myself. If democracies don't work in full, you don't have dialogues that would be listening. The opposition, those who coincide and those who oppose it, they need to listen. Otherwise, policies will not be impactful. Without democracy, there will be exclusion. If democracy doesn't work, there will be a lack of opportunities impacting security, safety, and the wrongful use of ecosystems. But if democracy works, the opportunities, what does it mean? It's the contrary to what I said. That's why you have the challenge and opportunity in the same. Thank you, Oscar, and thank you all. Talking about fully functioning democracies, there are elections coming up in Venezuela as well. Hopefully they will be held. Thank you to my panel.
Muchísimas gracias. La verdad que
Thank you so much. Incredible panel. Thank you, Lorena, to the panelists for this interesting discussion in which we talked about important topics such as migration, inclusion, the influence of the Latin vote in the United States elections, the polarization, and also safety and security, and unfortunately violence in our region, among other topics. Also, we have good news. This signature of the alliance between CAF and UNDP, allowing agility and efficiency to lead governments to get what we're all looking for, to comply with the SDGs.
queremos que interactúen con
Please interact with our social media at Agenda CAF. We're present on X, on Facebook, different platforms. Those who are with us online, please continue with this streaming. The next panel, and we're going to show a video first. This panel is called Economic Perspectives for 2024.
América Latina está dejando
Latin America is leaving behind the status of the COVID-19 after a solid economic recovery in 2021 and 22. Economic growth slowed down in 2023, but less than previously forecasted. Employment recovered by economic activity, allowing poverty and inequality to go to pre-pandemic levels. In the region, inflation is a downturn because of low prices of food and energy. Logistics, chain and supply, and monetary incentives are being removed. The fiscal incentives during the pandemic and economic growth improved fiscal accounts in the region. However, the fiscal maneuverability is limited. The cost of debt has increased, reducing margin, for example, to invest in infrastructure for development. For 2024, we're expecting a moderate growth, similar to 2023. Inflation should be contained, and the closing of the fiscal incentives for the majority of the countries will continue. Economic results in a challenging area in 2024 could make geopolitical conflict more acute, or fragmenting trade or financing costs be high for a prolonged time. Latin America and the Caribbean will face also the challenge of overcoming low growth, poverty and inequality, informality in the labor market, lack of productivity, violence and crime, and negative effects of climate change. So we have to try to maintain fiscal solidity. Okay, let's call the panel for economic perspectives, and then we will begin with Marcela Melendez, economist for the World Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. She was chief for the United Nations Work for Development, UNDP, and she has a PhD from Yale University. Marcela Melendez, please give her a round of applause. Next, we have Adriana Arreaza, Director of Macroeconomic Studies at CAF. She worked in the research Department and the Venezuela Bank, and she has a PhD in economy from Brown University. Adriana Arriaza, please come up to the panel. Next, we have Simon Cueva Armijos, ex-Minister of Economy and Finance from Ecuador. He was General Director of Studies of Central Bank of Ecuador and representative of the IMF in Bolivia. He has a PhD in Economic Sciences by the University of Paris. Please welcome him to the stage.
Y para moderar
And the moderator will be Yandira Núñez, editorial subdirector for Forbes in Central America. She had the award for Central America Studies, accolade given by the Journalist College of Panama. Please come up. You will be the moderator, Yandira.
We are about to begin, and as we said, economic perspective with three excellent panelists to give context to these problems of economic perspective.
Aquí viene Yandira.
Here we see Yadira. Once again, welcome. It is nice to have the possibility for the CAF to have gathered us here in Panama City, in this auditorium. Panama City, the heart of the region, and also a country where wonderful things do happen. What best scenario than this one to discuss in positive we can generate as allies in one of the wealthiest regions. And what better moment, just a few weeks short of the Davos meeting of the Economic World Forum. One of the most important topics, I think, was the need to place in the table this topic of strategies, and would like to talk to Diana regarding your position in CAF. The topics that we have heard had been quite different. As the Vice President for Latin America for the World Bank said, it's that we have been able to recover from the pandemic crisis, but we still have great challenges. I would like to ask you what perspectives and how is CAF evaluating the perspective for 2024. Thank you very much, Indira. It's difficult to talk about so many great presentations or interventions is that we repeat what was said previously. But I would like to give perspective to some of these topics that were mentioned. Yes, the first is that the region has recovered in a more solid manner than anticipated. If we go back to 2020, during the pandemics, the headlines that we saw is Latin America is a region that suffered the worst of recessions, and perhaps we are not going to be able to recover the levels of income until 2025. The levels of poverty and inequality are going to increase permanently. There is risk of a debt crisis, and when the war in Ukraine began, we had this high in prices, so we're not going to recover from this. But none of that happened. The region has overcome this crisis in a more resilient and orderly manner than we anticipated. And what does that mean? The level of income in most of the countries in the region began to equal the levels prior to the pandemics since 2021 in some cases, and even there is no great difference today in some countries between the income level if the pandemic had not happened. So we are having the same growth that, as before, this economic recovery, what has done is that the world markets have also recovered the rhythm. We have employment levels and participation that are equal or superior to before the pandemic. Informality has decreased, and that has facilitated that the levels of poverty and inequality in the region are now in levels that are similar or even below those prior to the pandemic. So we have been able to overcome that cycle without permanent losses in the activity, or as was said, without permanent scars. Having said that, with regards to macroeconomic imbalance, in most of the economies, we do not have imbalances that could be permanent. We have seen that inflation in many countries it's entering the levels that the central banks had forecasted, and we hope that this year they conclude their convergence. And during the fiscal year, this debt was not materialized, and these extraordinary incentives implemented during the pandemic, and the levels of debt are now on average slightly above before the pandemic. Having said this, we are in the best of scenarios. Well, no, we are talking about levels of poverty, and that was already mentioned by Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, quite high, 30%. We have not been able to overcome or reduce since the end of the super cycle of raw materials. And I talk about this super cycle because between 2004 and 2014, when the region grew at 3.5%, we had a decrease in poverty and inequality, facilitated by the improvement of work markets that has been very difficult to repeat with the growth rates of around 2%, which is what we have right now. So that low growth does not allow us, on one hand, to converge to the income levels of advanced economies, because we would have to grow at accelerated rates. That convergence did happen in 2004 and 2014, but this does not allow of the reduction in poverty that we saw in the previous decade. So therefore, this is a long-term challenge. Yes, we overcame the cycle, but this normality which we came back to is not ideal. What do we expect for this year? A deceleration of the growth, but that decrease in growth was already is associated with the withdrawal of these fiscal incentives, and also with an a weaker external environment. And I think what is valuable about this is that we are not falling back into a recession, but what we are having is, after this crisis, we are having a soft landing. And this is very important for the region. Once again, a relatively low growth, which is not ideal, but the management of the cycle has been a positive aspect in the region. What are the risks that we could face in this scenario? Many of these have already mentioned. We have geopolitical risks that are important in around the world. The Ukraine war has not ended, and now we have conflicts in the Middle East, which could be disruptive with regards to the commercial trade in the Red Sea. It would probably increase the rate of, and it would be a cycle. This cycle of low interest rates is uncertain, because we do not know until what point the inflation of the that underlying will continue to lower, and the rates to continue to lower. So this geopolitical conflict could harm the inflation that has a trajectory that is uncertain. We also talk about commercial fragmentation, and this global fragmentation will hit the international trade, which is one of the motors of growth, and that will debilitate the demand. But in the region, we could have some countries that could benefit from this because of the localization of the value chain, which is something that was mentioned by Alejandro. We also see a risk of the crisis, impact of crisis of climate change, extreme climate change. Last year we had one in the south, the drought, what had a severe impact in the growth of those economies. Today, this year we have El Nino, and we do not know how the upcoming hurricane season could affect the economies exposed in Central America and the Caribbean. And lastly, as if that were not enough, we have idiosyncratic risk. We have a series of elections in the region, and that could always alter the trajectory of growth because they elevate the uncertainty. Also, we see political fragmentation in the region that makes it more difficult to have the necessary reforms to culminate successfully this cycle of destabilization, but also necessary reforms to improve growth. And also, we have seen during the last few years an increase in violence and crime. Each year, it seems like a new country experiences this increase in these problems, and this undoubtedly has an impact on the activity and behavior of the social variables. Therefore, to recap, we have the central scenario of soft landing towards interest rates that are relatively weak, but in a uncertain environment. And if that were not enough, but we also have an heterogeneity, which is very important in the region. Not all countries behave in the same manner. Thank you, Adriana. We have very interesting elements, this acceleration, economic, elections, climate change, violence, crime. But there is an important aspect, and that is this fiscal space. And I would like to ask the Minister, what do we foresee in fiscal matters in for our countries? Good morning, and thank you to CAF for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here to complement what Adriana just mentioned and not to repeat the same. In Latin America, compared to previous crises, did not react that badly during the pandemic and all that. And in part because it was better prepared than previously. Latin America had done a better fiscal job to have better fiscal institutions, of having rules of fiscal prudence, of having mechanisms to react, stabilization mechanisms. And the countries that did this better and tackled this were the ones that were better prepared. So this is a good aspect. The second aspect, as Adriana mentioned, the Latin America has many challenges still, and we are still in the post-COVID, post-pandemic, returning to normality. And we need to recreate those cushions to tackle any shocks or crises in the future and be prepared. And that is a process that would take some time because the challenges that have already been mentioned here, how to generate the support to competitiveness, growth, etc., and how to tackle the inequity and to preserve the most vulnerable sectors. And that implies systems of condition transfers, improvements as to how to do all that efficiently. It also means resources to combat crime, violence, etc., which is growing in our country. We have a serious problem with that. But this is something very ample in the transnational region, and that affects all of us. And all the topics of ecological transition, which are necessary, but they have an important initial cost for that transition. So to be ready and to strengthen opportunely, the region will have a fiscal situation that might not be as good as before. They increase it to around 8% in the region, and they drop in the next 2 years to 3-4%. And this year, the average would be 4.5% in general in the countries. The topic is that region is quite unequal. Not all countries are the same. there are countries with more fiscal prudence, with better institutions, etc., that have been able to overcome all of this, but they have had access to markets. These are countries that have been able to maintain access to and have returned to markets in good conditions, in long terms, in higher rates, because the world is experiencing high rates, but reasonable. But there are other countries as well, including mine, where the availability of the capacity for access to international sovereign trades is inexistent practically. And there are countries in the region that are tackling with this. So we have a growing duality between the countries in the region, and we have a more global complex problem here. And also in Asia and Africa, not only Latin America, the number of countries, emerging countries of middle and low income that have these debt problems and recovery problems and access to financing, this number is increasing. A recent study that we conducted at the Economy Institute in Paris, we are seeing which countries have a risk of default for the upcoming years. It suggested that $80 billion global are at risk of default. It's not a small amount, but half of that amount is debt with the private sector, debt that during the low interest rate period, many countries had access to the international trade, have now lost that access. And that for the multilateral means this is a very complex problem, because that means that if these countries have to renew that debt, are going to have a greater appetite to go to the multilaterals. And many of the regional or global multilaterals are facing that growing appetite for resources and growing competition for resources of these low income or middle income countries, and that limits the lending capacity. And many of the multilaterals have to preserve their risk classification, its capacity of debt, and they have to reach that equilibrium, which is not that simple. So Latin America will now be competing. The most vulnerable countries in Latin America are competing with the rest of the world. And given that the geopolitical crises are now centered in Latin America, that it makes the region to be at the end of being able to access this, and that will not generate enough resources, and the CAF could be a good can see an opportunity to see all the resources that the country needs. I see that there are resources in the world, but there is a lack of an intermediate build to guarantee the investment in these topics and to have an investment that is translated into measurable topics in ecological matters, fight on poverty and inequality. And the CAF could unite all of these transmissions because it could provide credibility to the investor. So we have to channel resources to Latin America, and that would help the region to have more possibilities in the future to be ready to tackle all these challenges and be ready for the next crisis, the next uncertainty in this volatile world. The other complex problem for the region, I believe, is the political impatience, a continent with much polarization, as we have mentioned here, a continent where the voters are more impatient and feel that they elect a president and that there should be some magics for solutions to be carried out in a couple of months. And that impatience makes the fiscal decision makers very difficult. And we have to take advantage of that opportunity. That is something that has been very complex and problematic for the region, how to generate policies that generate more fiscal revenues to reduce the expenses efficiently and to improve the value of each dollar expended in that political policy, and to do it in a socially acceptable manner. We have seen many social problems, complex ones, and to have a more polarized work with impatience, collective impatience. This is a topic that is very complex for the governments, I believe, and I think that this is where the multilateral have an important opportunity to learn from what worked and what didn't work, and how to achieve these topics effectively, to have social cohesion in this continent, which is one of the most unequal in the world, and that we have to protect the poor and the most vulnerable while creating these fiscal cushions to grow in the future. This is how I see it. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And Marcela, part of your role in the World Bank as a chief economist for Latin America has allowed you to see the map of public policies, specifically with regards to social development, unemployment, and poverty. Today, approximately 30% of the population in Latin America is below the poverty level. What teachings on the public policy do you think the last few years has left us with, and what do you foresee for 2024? It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank for the invitation and the possibility to participate in this conversation. I will begin by something that Adriana mentioned, and that is the best social policy is to start the engines of social development and productivity. And that is the good rebound has to do with the economy has to start moving. It's a great challenge. If we want to have less poverty, we have to generate work, and for that we need a demand for work and services. During the pandemics, we saw how we were interconnected. What happened when we started going to restaurants, and we saw quite a few people lose their jobs and families to be in a very precarious situations. This is evidence of that we have to be moving the economy. And on the other hand, if we want to have some serious political, social policy, we have to need capacity, and the fiscal policies also depend on how important is the economy. I think it is evident, but we have to say that social policies is impossible if the rest is not working. Regarding the lessons of social policies from the pandemics and post-pandemic, the countries in the region responded with what they had. In essence, the transfer programs and social registries. Good thing that they existed, because they allow us to have a response during a crisis. They existed with different qualities in the countries in the region. The social registry are the databases that the governments have to focalize the social policy and identify the poor sectors. Some countries have this very well, and others made a great effort to complete these registries. And in others countries, these registries are almost inexistent. The response was not perfect among the different countries. And it was limited because many of the people that lost their work from one day to the next were not included in these registries. They were not necessarily poor, and many of the people that were in the informality became invisible to the state. Even many persons who lost their jobs, and even those in the informality were, even though in the formal economy, they were not included, and they were not included for easy access. So the transfer programs and the social registries are a tool. We learn a political tool that has to be activated and be well armed to respond to crisis. But the other thing that we learned is that is not enough, and we had many other things that were not working well. We did not have unemployment insurance in most of the countries, or some type of protection against unemployment. We do not have systems of social security that work well and that took over the entire population. We do have work markets that function precariously. We have a high percentage of workers in self-employment. 30% in the region is self-employed, and that varies among countries. In Bolivia, 60% of the workers are working. In Peru, the Dominican Republic, half of the workers. And because of this, many people from the day to the next lost their source of income. The problem that we had was magnified because of the problem that we had prior to the pandemics and that we could still have. The other problem is the educational systems that work very differently for the students with regards to distribution of income, and that was the worst problem. It is something that continues because this is I would like to make two notes too. These topics of having so many people in self-employment and the capacity that we have had to have small and medium enterprises not in our countries to absorb all of these people that are working informally, and this is one of the great problems in the region, and where we have to see what is going on. We have the giant enterprises, then nothing, and then all the precariousness of people working in businesses of less than 10 or 5 workers. There is no way to generate more equitable societies and more productive societies with this type of arrangement. People that are working like this, that are working so fragmented, are going to have a very low income. A possible candidate, we think of this. What is behind all of these were the regulatory frameworks, and there is a small we are working in the World Bank in the recollection of an inventory of the regulations that accept the private sector, and something that is quite impressive is that we have the high salaries with regards to other countries in the region. In our countries, we are very disorder. We have quite a bit of disorder. We're working with the same number of employees, but they will have a different. We have very difficult incentives to grow. What we have concluded also, and this is a very concerning topic with regards to inequality and growth, is that it's not only the regulatory frameworks. It's one thing after the other that we are adding up. And we're talking about the human capital. We are not able to generate the capacity, the human capacity to have a more productive system. And the human capital, the educational systems that we have do not remove pre-existing inequalities, but very frequently they are magnified. And we have the challenge to have a giant transformation in order to have persons that could graduate from schools knowing how to read and write, and to obtain a good job in the labor market, which is a measure of an educational system. And we have to link these educational systems to a changing work world. We have a very important actor in the region that could facilitate the necessary reforms, and this is the message which I would like to conclude. We have to work with educational unions in the region. If not, we are not going to achieve that transformation. Thank you, Marcela. We have 3 minutes, which we had more time to analyze these very interesting topics. Adriana, I would like to ask you and talk about learning with regards to macroeconomic policies. Also, the role of the public sector. Is it worth mentioning that the last time, for the first time, in Santiago de Compostela, ministers of economy of the European Union, Latin America, and the CAF was present at this meeting in order to achieve an alliance that allowed to include Latin America? What can we expect with regards to macroeconomic policies for 2024? Thank you, Indira. In 1 minute, and going back to something that Simone mentioned, Why did we do well during this cycle? Well, because we were better prepared. And what does that mean? Why were we better prepared? Because we had fiscal frameworks, monetary frameworks, and financial regulations that were quite solid in many countries of the region. And these allowed us to, before this shock, to have the monetary and fiscal space to have this type of information. And once the economies began to recover, or to withdraw these incentives opportunely in a timely manner. Let's remember that the macro stability is not a sufficient condition for growth. And I think that Marcela mentioned some aspects in the micro aspect and education, etc. But that does not guarantee that we are going to solve this type of problem, but it's a necessary condition to have this stability in order to guarantee a long-term growth. So these learnings that we have had with regards to strengthening the fiscal, educational, and financial institutions, I think it is important for the region, and it's a lesson that we always have to keep in mind to tackle crisis in the future.
Ex-Minister, we have to close the conversation. Two questions in one. First of all, could we expect more access to international markets by part of our countries? And number two, a recurrent reflection in our interviews in Forbes is how do you see this necessity of combining the role of the public and private sectors, so important in our economy, to bring forward all of these projects that Latin America need? Yes. Access to financing, I commented this already. The region has worked on that, but not every country in the same measure. There are some countries that really face dire needs in financing. Others have access to the markets more easily. That's why the role in the transition is important also, because we need to create solid institutions that would allow that every country keeps that access. The role of the private and public sector is important. In the region, we have the tendency of thinking that the public sector must comply with every topic. But there are social topics that are very important to stay away from. And that means that states sometimes must stop doing something in order to tackle that, and that's when they come to the private sector to free up resources to be able to tackle these issues. Migration, short-run credibility, attracting investments are important because Latin America, like Carlos Felipe mentioned or Alejandro, because of its position. And I believe still many countries that long-term vision so that the private sector would intervene fails, and it's an obstacle for more private participation and investment throughout the region. Well, thank you so much. I believe we still have over the table a lot of interesting topics, and the invitation is to please continue with us during the rest of the journey so that you can share with us any of the other reflections that may have been unsaid. The organized crime is still on the table, and I will take a couple of seconds to say that social development conversation is not very close. We can generate a sustainable, dynamic growth, but if we have this big problem, it's very linked to growth. We have this technology of organized crime that up until a point we thought it was limited. Drug trafficking, for example, occupying other spaces, migration routes, human trafficking must be in the middle of the conversation. It cannot be an isolated conversation from economic development. We're working with that, on CAF with that. And one last, the regional VP wrote an opinion article on the newspaper inviting in civil society and in the international community to work jointly in this topic because it's at the center of the conversation. Thank you, Marcela Melendez. adjunct economist chief for World Bank, and Simon Cuevas, ex-minister of Finance from Ecuador, and Marcela Melendez, adjunct chief economist for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Los panelistas y a Yandira también.
Thank you to the panelists and to Yandira to moderate this panel. We're going to move on with the next conference, Biodiversity as a Source of Innovation and Productive Development. Amir Lebdouid will be in charge, and Alicia Montalvo will moderate. A strong round of applause so that she can introduce the speaker.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Now we have a conference and a panel that hopefully will be a source of inspiration.
Las económicas en la región, cuáles son los retos, cuáles son las dificultades, las oportunidades.
The challenges and the opportunities, and we're going to focus on a topic that I believe is inspiring, is how the region, the richest region in biodiversity, can use sustainable and productive development based on its natural wealth and resources. Amir Lebdouid, he's a PhD philosophy from Cambridge and associate professor of economic policies of development from Oxford University, and he is working on industrial green policy and developments of the models of development based on biodiversity. He consults with governments and international institutions on policies of industrial environmental policies. He will inspire us with his presentation.
Buenos días. Gracias, Alicia. Gracias.
Good morning, Alicia. Good morning. Thank you to CAF. It's my pleasure to be here to talk about a topic which is so important and at the same time not that well known, like innovation based on biodiversity, especially biometrics or biogenesis. Can you please by show of hands, those who have heard about biogenesis before? I only see a couple of hands, but very little. The objective is, by the end of this session, I'll be able to make you great defenders of biogenesis in Latin America. But before I begin, I want to apologize beforehand because you're going to hear my Spanish accent for the next 20 minutes. But beyond the way that I pronounce my Spanish, the key message is as follows. Economic development models and green models don't take into consideration the needs of conservation of biodiversity, and at the same time, existing models of conservation of biodiversity are not enough to generate sufficient benefits, socioeconomic benefits, and productive development for the populations that live in these biodiversity areas. The topic of financing of biodiversity is completely disconnected with the topic of development financing. But there is a way to reconcile those two issues, and that way need to have a point of view towards biodiversity which is very different. For example, here the majority of us see a bird, the famous hummingbird from Latin America. But with a different point of view, what you can observe here is really a wonder of engineering. That hummingbird its kinetic structure of its skeleton allows it a movement for flying in 4 directions, a stability with high precision that is way more sophisticated than what we can do with drone technology designed by human beings. And my point is that it's not a concept point, an abstract idea up in the clouds, or something that would just be a theory. This is practical. This is something surrounding us. And to illustrate that bird, the aerodynamic way of its beak was the reason why we have bullet trains in Japan. The Japanese engineers faced a big challenge with the sound barrier when the trains were coming out of tunnels. And the solution was to imitate the aerodynamic form of the hummingbird to be able to resolve that engineering problem. And this is not an anecdote. The actual process of emulating nature is from prehistory. The human being emulates nature for creating solutions to problems. There are many, many examples that I can't provide today, but just to give you a brief illustration. From eolic turbines that imitate the shape of the humpback whale tail fins, the skin of this Peruvian tarantula that has exceptional qualities of capturing oil drops from water, up until the chemical reaction processes that you find within that beetle that allows it to regulate its body temperature in volcanic areas without any external sources of energy. Problems that we face have solutions in nature. And this way of bringing solutions from nature to resolve the challenges of industry is key to reconcile those two agendas of productive development and biodiversity conservation. This becomes even more important in Latin America, the most biodiverse region in the world. And reconciling these two agendas is not easy. There are existing models, but the point is, like the ecotourism model, or when you pay for ecological services, keeping trees, have some benefits, but it's not enough. Ecotourism, for example, too much ecotourism ends up kill the part of the economy on the ecotourism, and depending on ecotourism only brings an overexposure, external perturbations and ecological risks that we have seen lately in countries such as Costa Rica and also in the Galapagos Islands. The existing models also have a limited scope for operating to generate enough qualified employment. And that's very important because sometimes the conservation models don't take into consideration, it seems, people that live in biodiverse areas. In Amazonia, over 30 million people live in that area. It's just not only the challenge for conservation, but how to ensure that those people have qualified employments that will allow them to make a living. We also know that this motivation is important for the economic catch-up and to escape the middle-income job trap. That's the difference between simple economic growth and economic structural change. So the question is, how can Latin American countries take advantage of their biodiversity as the gateway to innovation? Biodiversity is an important source of information that feeds innovation and industrial processes. That is next to the ecological value that we all know. And that value, there are two ways to see it. One is the extraction of genetic material. That has been going on for decades, especially in the pharmaceutical and agricultural industries. But there is another way, which is to emulate the forms, the processes, the ecosystems that already exist in nature. And you refine them by 3.8 billion years of nature and bring us solutions for the human design, especially to build up a more healthier planet. That process is what is called biomimesis. But I have two other messages here. One problem is that this process that already exists, it's not necessary that the innovation value is created in the same places where that biodiversity is created. And that sends us to an unequal distribution of value. And sometimes, in cases of biopiracy, in which the value of nature is being extracted, or the knowledge, oftentimes from the indigenous communities of nature, is extracted for innovation without recognition, credit, or compensation to those populations. And the second point here is that both processes of extraction of genetic material and innovation of nature are different. And it's better to emulate than to simply extract, because extraction of genetic material is limited by availability of raw materials of the genetic material per se. For example, solutions to eliminate carbon based on nature. The majority is based on volcanic stones, but the problem is that you need the volcanic stones with the greater absorption properties. But where do we find this availability? But with biomimesis, understanding the process and recreating it in the context of human design solves that problem. So biomimesis is really different to harvest organisms to comply with a desired function, and marks a divergence with respect to the industrial era, an era that was defined by what you could extract from nature. In other words, that's the difference between using fireflies to produce light and comprehension and application of the complex chemistry implied in bioluminescence. Innovation related to biomimesis is in the uptick now. This has been multiplied 12-fold since year 2000. That's of the fields of innovation which is most important and growing faster at a faster velocity worldwide. And this has important effects in terms of employment. Estimates suggest that biomimesis will contribute in $1.6 billion in worldwide GDP by 2030. by productivity increase in many different sectors, especially in construction, transportation, electronics, chemicals, trade, and the production of plastics. And of course, that is a big opportunity for Latin America, which has access to a big part of the endemic biodiversity worldwide. The most biodiverse countries in the world are in Latin America. Moreover, the transportation of genetic resources is restricted by legal frameworks anchored in the Nagoya Protocol. And besides, the region has research capacities which are pre-existing in related camps, fields like biology, mapping, and what's lacking is the use of that knowledge to face the challenges of the market. Besides that great potential, value of biomimesis is exploited in very few industrialized countries, but not in Latin America, where we still need to capitalize the value of emulation based of nature. The projected expense is among the lowest worldwide. The first study of biomimesis in Latin America was in 2022 and identified less than 20 startups and less than 25 programs for university research related to biomimesis, and concentrated in Brazil, Mexico, and Costa Rica. In my work, I have encountered and identified some obstacles to develop this topic. And that is, besides some initiatives that had imagined success, but the main challenges are as follows. Number one, limited bioprospection and mapping of the richness of the material in different countries. In Ecuador, less than 20% of biodiversity of the country was inventoried. They don't even know what they have in order to begin innovation processes. The second, and one of the most important perhaps, a lack of critical mass of human capital specialized because of the limited interdisciplinary curriculum in colleges. We need a strategic mix of different disciplines at the same time, such as chemistry, engineering, design, I'm missing one, and biology. In some countries, they have started creating courses that bring those different disciplines, and the innovators that I was lucky enough to know in the region study courses that are not existing in Latin America, and they had to come back, or they created different, or they study under different programs at their own cost of time and financial resources, studying first engineering and then biology, for example. There are incredible cases in the academic world and industry. That researcher that you see at the bottom of that slide, her name is Yandri. She's from Costa Rica, and she has found that type of worm in the Costa Rican jungle that, when excited, secretes a hydrogel type of substance that is a stronger bonding properties than superglue. Applications for industry are enormous. And that could replace, for example, I don't know how to say this in Spanish, stitches, surgical stitches. It is toxin free, so you could use it as surgical glue. And minds as brilliant as hers are not exposed to industry that much to scale these type of solutions. There are also obstacles to obtain permits to get research going to obtain genetic material in some areas, and something most important for immediate application like CAF is the financial support, which is not adequate. A lot of innovation had to depend from external aid or grants that were not big enough, and a lot of researchers had to close their operations because of lack of financial resources. At the same time, in countries where they take advantage more the topic of biomimesis, which are not as diverse as the countries in Latin America, but they have a proactive political support and public financing in countries such as France, Germany, South Korea, England, and the United States. The financier, the most important one for biomimesis in the world, is the US Army, with billions of dollars each year. And as I have said, nature has an aspect of sustainability which is superior to humans, but it also kills. So there are programs for research, public research, to emulate the hummingbirds in the creation of drones that can move in 4 different directions, or to study how bees communicate between themselves, to develop software strategies or computational strategies. So in the end, the financing is an important action block, and that should be the focus of the end of my presentation. But how to close the financing deficit for biomimesis in Latin America? What better than a development bank to capitalize an idea bank that you have here with biodiversity in Latin America? Well, first, in the types of financing, is very important to have a patient capital in the long term for the innovators in the region, within a context of risk aversion from the local banks. Some of the companies that really did not get loans that unfortunately had higher interest rates than consumer loans. Number 2, you must invest in goods with a spillover effect. For example, like eco-labs in biodiverse areas where the natural system is preserved, and you also have the physical and digital infrastructure adequate for that type of work. And that has a demonstrative effect. It offers examples, illustration, to attract more investment in the topic. Number 2, provide new direction to the financing with a purpose of sustainability for biomimesis. There's an opportunity for Latin America to really change that current domination of the military focus. And that's aligned with the market demands to really develop local solutions for global needs. So it's really important to support innovation that goes beyond the mapping of genetic material, which is the first step, of course, but it's not enough. And we see this with cases of the Institute of Biodiversity in Costa Rica. It was a pioneering initiative during the 1980s, but did not achieve a financial feasibility until it finally closed some years back. And that's because the focus was the mapping of genetic material instead of gathering and collecting royalties for the innovations of foreign companies that were using that genetic material first harvested in the institute. But that's where you don't have the benefit margins. And that's because they didn't support local innovators to develop solutions with the genetic material collected in Costa Rica. And the last point is to respond to the market needs with strategic innovation. When we know the problem, but we seek the solution in nature, but also to allow the creation of new markets with this random innovation. Sometimes we don't know we have a problem until we found the solution, something that can be better when you combine that with nature. And finally, it's really important to support the government's capacities to develop innovation ecosystems based on biodiversity, educational programs, and development of skills. We need more hands, more maps, and more awareness. And that's a topic in which CAF can play an important leadership role. Going into economic development ecosystem based on biodiversity, many different actors, investment, government, and also universities, and of course the communities, the local communities, engage in the protection of the biodiversity. My next work in this topic will be focusing on Amazonia by creating an ecosystem that is innovation based on biodiversity through many different countries that share that area. For more information, I invite you to please consult some of the works done on that subject matter. And to finish, I want to leave with the Friends of CAF a takeaway message. This is an old message from Leonardo da Vinci, and he said, "Learn from nature. That's where our future lies." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amir, for this presentation and to raise awareness with regards to biodiversity and everything that it could represent for our region. We would like to remind you that we are transmitting live on YouTube and the CAF account, and we invite you all to join us. And also, we would like to greet all of you who are watching us from the different areas of the region. I would now like to invite Alicia Montalvo, once again, Manager of Climate Action and Positive Biodiversity of CAF, who would be the moderator in the Great Challenges of Biodiversity conversation. For this panel, we invite Aurelio Ramos, Senior Vice President of the International Alliances Program at Ottawa, and also Marcela Fernandez, founder of Cumbres Blancas. But before, to give context to the topic, we would like for you to watch the following video. 2024 will be a key year for the protection of biodiversity globally, and the Conference on Biodiversity, the most important one in the world, the COP 2016, will take effect this year in one of the countries with more biodiversity in the region, in Colombia. The average temperature achieved global very high averages. The region is particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, affecting our societies, our economies, and especially the most vulnerable sector. Latin America and the Caribbean can be a region of solution for the challenges of the present and the future, thanks to its unique characteristics and vast resources. It possesses the highest rate of renewable energy in the world, reserves of fresh water, reserves of the materials necessary for energy transition, and it also has ecosystems important for the world, and all with ecosystems for human life and ecological equilibrium. CAF will become the green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, is engaged to fostering the economic and social growth of its member countries with programs involving use of biodiversity and adaptation to climate change. In order to achieve the commitment of 40% of green financing in 2026. It is necessary to continue working, intensifying efforts to ensure green projects for our countries and a more sustainable growth, inclusive and resilient to the effects of climate change. CAF, Latin America and the Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you very much. I believe that listening to Amir has very inspiring, and we would like to continue in this inspirational mode with two wonderful speakers, Marcela Fernandez and Aurelio Ramos. They are directly involved in foundations, in working with nature, with the birds, in the case of Aurelio from the Audubon Society, with which we are working, the initiative of migrating birds, and Marcela Fernandez, founder of Cumbres Blancas, who will tell us what is the work to protect these areas in Colombia and to make the glaciers a temple. I would like to, for this panel, to continue with this inspirational moment and moment of conviction of how biodiversity is a key aspect for the development of the countries, and how from CAF we can work with you, with your organizations, with the direct contact with nature, are promoting different projects. And for this to become a reality, I would like to begin with Marcela Fernandez. I love to introduce you, but I think the best thing is to introduce you because you are full of energy and passion. So tell us about your foundation. Thank you very much, Alicia and CAF, for being here. Before I begin, I would like to thank all of those who have been fighting the fires in Colombia for the last 10 days, over 7,000 hectares. And there have been people that have been protecting the biodiversity. So I ask you to give them a round of applause so that they can hear us from here, not only in Colombia, but also to all the people that with their work are fighting the fires all throughout the world. And from there, I would like to tell you my story. Some 5 years ago, I read a newspaper article, and I didn't know that in Colombia we had these tropical glaciers. I didn't know what a glaciologist was, and the article said how Colombia, in less than 25 years, is at risk of losing its snow areas. I entered into shock. This was unknown news to me, and from there on, the glaciers knocked the door of my heart and invited me to revolutionize my life, to work to protect them. We created Cumbres Blancas in Colombia, and from there, now it is in 7 countries. And after reading that article, the glaciers, it told me what they wanted me to do for them, and I wrote a book in homage and tribute to the Colombian glaciers. And we do this in all countries where we have snow or Cumbres Blancas. And in researching for this book, after researching the high mountains in Colombia, for those of you who have not heard of this type of dress, for example, only 3 countries in the world have this type of work: Colombia, Venezuela, and Ecuador. And in Panama, we have the privilege of being in a country that has this type of lands. Only 6 countries in the world have these badlands, and we didn't know any of these. This is what has happened in my life in order to be here. Thank you so much. This is very nice, and I'm sure you will reach your goals. Aurelio, you have a very long trajectory related to nature in different areas, and specifically in the world of birds. Tell us about the work that you're doing. Thank you, Alicia, and thank you to the CAF for the joint work with the National Audubon Society. And I will talk to you about this wonderful association. I'm going to tell you a short story. that tells you about the power of the birds. I am an economist, and I always work how to reveal the value of the biodiversity and conservation for the decision makers. Internalize the costs and benefits of biodiversity in their decisions. I joined Audubon 4 years ago, but 6 years ago, when I was working with another conservation agency, we were working. I was talking to a CEO of one of the larger agri-industry of the Latin America, and we were trying to explain to him the business or the business case as to why his company should leave 30% of the territory for biodiversity and become a champion in his region to preserve the watersheds, because the water is critical for the productivity of the African palm. In that process, we were in his office in Cali with maps and all the hydrological models, and after 45 minutes of conversation, he said, "Aurelio, you convinced me. I am a rational person. Let's do this conservation program, but I would like to show you something." So he turned on his computer and showed me a photograph of 2 jaguars, and the passion that he demonstrated for these couple of jaguars, and concluded his meeting by saying, "Everything that you're doing, please, let's do it for those 2 jaguars to be preserved." On my way back in the taxi to the airport, I realized that it is important to have the business case, but also equally important, and if we want persons to be leaders in their communities and in their processes, they have to have that passion for conservation. And I am going to talk to you about the power of birds very quickly. 4 months later, I was recruited for Audubon, and I started looking what was the meaning of Audubon. It's one I consider the Expedia of birds, and what we do is the conservation of hotels and restaurants that the birds need in their migration from north to south. This is it has 22 million members and 20 million people that work directly with it, and over 450 chapters in the United States, and we work with hundreds of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean. And birds have impressive power, and I will give you some numbers. The first is that 96 million of U.S. citizens in a study of the U.S. Wildlife Service are considered bird watchers. That means that someone visits place for more than 10 kilometers for bird watching. That is a great potential for ecotourism, and the other one is the authority on birds. The tourism sector is a $60 billion business, and 600 million with regards to ecotourism, nature ecotourism. Birds are important for the system of the ecosystems, and we see this in the parks. And the problem is that now we are losing, as we have shown you, this biodiversity, and we have lost nearly 3 million birds in the north of the United States, and also in the Latin America, that we have 60 species that are globally threatened. This is a process that I did, learning the power of the birds, and to do that equilibrium balance between a business case and how to mobilize people or get them interested in these topics. Thank you very much. I see that both of you have a personal passion for a project. In the case of Marcela, her foundation, and you with the Audubon Society. It is curious that in spite of the wealth of biodiversity of Latin America, we were talking this morning about the poverty and inequalities. I would like to listen to your opinions as to why development banks do not pay attention to this topic. It's a pending topic. Now some steps are being made, but I think that CAF, with its green bank, wants to have this as a priority topic. But Marcela, from your experience, since you are trying to capture resources for this project, what is the reason for all of this? Without looking for a guilty party, there is a lot of ignorance and lack of knowledge on the topic, in spite that these wastelands are the patrimony of Colombia. Is over 50% of the drinking water of Colombia comes from this area, and the water comes from that. I think that is a lack of knowledge. The glaciers and the wastelands are remote areas, over 305,000 meters high, and science as such. I'm sure that there are theses and we have known them, but it is not a topic that, let's say, the Japanese and the Dutch have studied about this more than we in Colombia. So it's so we have to look based from nature to look at the business models, and we have found this with Frailejón. We started a campaign 3 years ago with Adopt a Frailejón, and anyone in Colombia or anywhere in the world less than $10 can adopt a Frailejón. It can have a certificate, put a name on it, make a geo-reference, and we send them the photographs. There were not greenhouses with this type of trees. And our concern was that we didn't have this type of trees because there were no nurseries. But we went to 20 different greenhouses around the country, farmers, miners. And the people that changed the reaction with regard to this, in the war in Colombia, the frailejones, this type of trees, were used as trenches where the army used for protection and competence as well. So the government started restoration with this, with the nurseries, but the problem is that people didn't know how to collect the seeds, and it takes 2 years for the seeds to be ready to be planted. And also they are very stressed, these plants are very stressed with the change of temperatures. So we knew that there was no model of propagation for the seeds. There is no standardization. We discovered the best practices. We discovered the cases of Robinson, Mireya, and Luis, and we started talking about this strategy, and we created the national network of greenhouses of frailejones. Now with the private sector and organization as yours, we are creating articulated greenhouses of frailejones. We created jobs, and for those people that live in the areas could be guardians of these areas. This has been a path to create not only the foundation but also an business to provide income for families. If we do not extract from the frailejón, and of course that does not provide an income, and that is part of the conversation that we would like to change. And there is no guilt, like I said before, but the influencers have not talked about this, and it is a national catastrophe. That's what it has taken for people to raise awareness and start planting this type of trees. The life of people is closely related to these spaces and these wastelands. We are not conscious of the importance, and we have to raise awareness. And Aurelio, I would like for you to tell us from Audubon the hemispheric and the bird watching importance, and how this could be translated to Latin America. I would like to talk about the approximation that we are having for scale projects. And I will divide this into areas. First, the skeleton of conservation, which are the protected areas. And the second is what I call the management areas. Protected areas that are the skeleton of conservation. What is important about them is that this provides a representation of the ecosystems in the systems of protected areas. That means that all that biodiversity that we have has to be somehow protected forever in the long term. And one of the problems that we have in the region is that even though we are trying to have 30% of the forest and 30% of the oceans and species are preserved, there are regions such as the dry tropical forest here in Panama. We have some of those. We only have 1% of them. And we need to support the creation of more protected areas. And here we have a very interesting initiative. There has to be scale projects. We had a proposal for a project that we called Conserva Aves, which is BirdLife, and Audubon, and American Bird Conservancy, and REDLAC, which is the Latin American Environmental Funds, a very important entity. And what we did was to say 40% of migratory birds are not well represented in the protected areas. Let's focus in local protected areas, those that are handled by local communities, and how can we support them if they are interested in creating these protected areas. So what we did was to map these areas, these hotels and restaurants. We look for important resources. We receive resources from different foundations that gave us enough funds to start the project. And if we talk to these areas and told them that if they wanted to protect the territory, it has to be done in a comprehensive manner. We have 100 areas, 2 million hectares in 9 countries, and with these initial resources, we have resources for 40 or 50 of these protected areas, and very soon we have a bilateral that is going to give us a similar sum in order to reach the goal of 100 hectares. This is support to the local communities directly for them to do their protection. And with regards to management areas, 30% of the solutions based on nature could be up until 30% of solutions for adaptation to climate change. And in these cases, the message that I would like to convey is that these business cases are already documented. What we now need is to create more projects for these business cases, to create these business spaces. And I'll give you a clear example for those who worked in the CAF water and sanitation areas. It is documented, and there are studies that show that 1 of 6 large cities is most cost-effective to do watershed conservations than to build treatment plants. 5 or 6 cities can have improvement in their water quality instead of building more infrastructure or cleaning the water. And there are cases such as New York or Quito, Bogota, where that specific data is there. The question is, how can we take advantage and integrate that into the portfolio of the CAF in a more decisive way in order to achieve the goal of 40%. And if the CAF wants to be the green bank, and the birds can play a fundamental role. I was just visiting the Mayor Alejandro Chavez in Barranquilla, where the IDB and CAF have been supporting a project in the Laguna Mallorquí in Barranquilla. And this is a project of coastal resilience, of coastal erosion, which is a critical problem in Colombia. And the project is a spectacular infrastructure. And what we see here is, and he told me that he saw a gentleman with tourists, and they were bird watching. He called this gentleman, Mr. Bravo, who had been trained by Audubon. Of the 400 persons that we train for bird watching, and from a taxi driver, he now became a tour operator. One of the cases, but there are many like this. This encompasses education, and we want to be part. And the birds can play an important role of these solutions based on nature. Thank you very much. You made a reference to the role that the CAF should have or could have to achieve the 40%. We are working in that direction with regards to fragile ecosystems. And I would like Marcela, based on what Aurelio has said, that Audubon is an incredible organization. How to take that leap from an organization like yours that is so young and that you are promoting? How can you take that leap and become something with a truly regional impact? How can these solutions based on nature that Aurelio mentioned can be repeated in other regional initiatives like the one you're leading? Well, I heard you talk and I said, wow, with all that money. And not only me, but it is necessary for the guardians of the territory to generate income. And it's important to have a tractor. It generates more input to put a tractor to for example, harvest potatoes, but there is no economic sense, especially when we talk about conservation. The highlands are the ecosystem that, together with the wetlands, have the ability to absorb the most carbon. And we are in an economy that wants to be carbon neutral. We have the solution in Colombia. Over 50% of the highlands are in Colombia. So we math do not agree here. And the conventional method of propagation of frailejón seeds, like I mentioned, 2 years since we gathered the seeds, and then it has different stages in its propagation, but it takes 2 years. There is a method that we are now developing with some people in our team, and that is the in vitro method, and that is a cloning of the frailejón seeds. If we can implement this in the universities in the country with the adequate equipment, that germination could take 6 months. And we have done that in the Belmira Highlands, which is where I drink water all the time. We have done an experiment there near Medellin. It has been done, and we can do it. Yes, the resources are necessary, but we have worked very difficult, just with creativity and innovation, and with volunteers and collective work, with love for this cause. It is a multidisciplinary work, science, mountain climbing, the policies, politics. And we mentioned before, this job cannot be voluntary in a voluntary way, because the preservation of the fragile ecosystem should be a full-time job, and it should be well paid. So as long as we can be sustainable as an organization to work on sustainability, we could then be more efficient and strategic. Thank you very much. I don't think we have much time, but I would like to share with you the fact that CAF is working on a focus, the ecosystemic focus, with that vision to work for strategic ecosystems, and to complement the country-to-country vision that go beyond borders. And we think that your experiences are very interesting, and with that vision. Given that this conference is addressed to many people that are watching us, we thank all the CAF personnel who have gathered these days in Panama to discuss the challenges, and one of the challenges is what Aurelio mentioned, the 40%. I would like to take advantage for you to say, well, for us it is fundamental to have this conversation between the banks, scientific organizations, ONGs, etc. But you have this message of inspiration, Aurelio, and then you'll conclude, Marcela. CAF is a strategic entity for the systemic and structural change that we need. in financial innovation, in transformation and political support to eliminate barriers, negative barriers with regards to exclusion, biodiversity, etc. I worked with CAF some 20 years ago in the biodiversity office, and I think that the proposal that CAF is doing with the America's Flyway Initiatives proposal, this alliance of the migratory routes, which is an alliance between Audubon, Life International, and the CAF. And I will take 2 minutes to explain what this is all about, because we need your help. What this alliance is doing is to identify and is engaged in supporting those hotels and restaurants that I mentioned that have been mapped. We are going to generate 30 projects in a 10-year period to help transform the development of the local communities, but also they have to be very important to preserve these hotels and restaurants that have a livelihood depending on birds. We are doing all of this work, and Audubon and Life and the CAF have been supporting. Everything has been mapped with all the science and all the necessary information, and we began with 2 pilot projects. I see Julian, who has been a leader during this entire process in Chile, in the wetland together with governments, where we are going to restore 4,000 hectares regarding for floods and for recreational areas. And this is where the ecotourism comes into effect. And this is critical. These wetlands are critical for the migration of birds. We are designing this project, and we hope that with the support of the CAF, for the government to take credit for this project and to be benefited from this. And the second, and this has to do with the projects, protected areas, etc.
This is a topic of best practices. We're generating a project with the shrimping industry in Salvador, changing the type of energy from diesel to renewables, using the hydroelectrics to use the power grid, but we don't want that to electrocute birds. So the idea is how to work together so that project is beneficial for all. So we are doing that. It's a big project, and the big challenge here, our main concern, 30 projects in 10 years is a lot. There's a lot of opportunities out there, but we need all the representatives of country from CAF, all staff from CAF to help us identify them. The one from Chile, we identified. The second one comes from CAF portfolio, but together we can support that. And my big objective is that CAF is the Latin American Development Bank and focusing on birds. So I'm going to give you my thoughts here. I haven't talked with Alicia or her team about this, but we're going to invite you to birdwatch, all of you in your countries, to do bird watching and fall in love with birds. I'm sure that in next conference, I'm sure we're going to do some bird watching. I mean, it's a shame we haven't done an excursion in the mangrove region watching birds. And secondly, tonight you're going to go to the Biomuseum. There's an exhibit. We work with our colleagues in Panama with the Biomuseum. They're talking about the bird migration. Please go, snap pictures, put it in your social media, and that's a way to collaborate. Perfect. Thank you, Marcela. My invitation goes hand in hand that sometimes it's very common to see that when you dedicate yourself to topics of nature and conservation, you don't realize that you have a disconnect from nature even though you talk about it every day. So it is just that to remind you, the nature is always inviting you to contemplate, to observe, and sometimes you get disconnected. And also to think in an ecosystem kind of way. This wasn't planned, but in my cell I have this Zambollidor andino. It's an endemic species that got extinct in Colombia, and I got it through Birds Colombia, which is an organization that you think has nothing to do with what we do, but in this scope of coming together, articulate ourselves in the protection of nature, everything has to do, and any links that you can create to make bridges, it will benefit all, and in the end is to take care of our own home, Mother Nature. So thank you for the labor you do, and we're always appreciative because what you do is always worthwhile. And if you forget about it, just go into nature and she'll remind you. Okay, we'll continue these initiatives of the birds and those who were in the COP pavilion this year. We'll work with a lot of exciting people, inspiring people such as you. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Ali.
Thank you, Alicia, Aurelio, and Marcela, for this interesting conversational piece, inviting us to observe nature. Next, we'll ask Ana Bayardi to come up to the stage. She's the manager of Gender and Inclusion from CAF towards a greater gender equality in the region. We'll invite the panelists, Julieta Martinez, founder of the Tremendas platform, Andra de la Piedra, CEO and co-founder of X Equal, Luz Aro, Executive Secretary of the Red LAC. We welcome all of you, and to have context, let's watch the following video.
La igualdad de género constituye un derecho humano.
Gender equality is a human right to promote and guarantee and to shelter. Regionally and internationally, women in the last decades have advanced in legal rights and rights equality, but it's not enough to get a real substantial equality. There are still gender gaps that limit autonomy of women. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 27% of adult women don't have their own income. On average, each day, women dedicate triple the time to domestic work and non-remunerated care compared to the time dedicated by men. At least 4,050 women were victims of women murder in the region in 2022. In Latin America and the Caribbean, only 15% of local governments have a woman in front of it. The region has the second teen pregnancy rate worldwide. All of these gaps are even worse for rural women. At the current rate, we'll need 300 years to reach balance and equality between men and women. We have to make this reality visible and drive and incentivize inclusive egalitarian policies. We have to generate cultural change and strengthen skills, capacities, competencies for feminine leadership and foster participation of women in decision making. CAF is fully committed to sustainable growth of Latin America and the Caribbean, which must come with equality of opportunities and favorable opportunities for the empowering and development of girls and women in the region.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Quiero antes que nada.
Good morning. First of all, I have to say that I feel honored to be moderating this space. We have a panel in which we have represented the generation scope of women. We're not going to be presenting a lot of statistics or numbers from the moderator side because we just know them. But to me, to CAF, the transcendental issue of this panel is to listen what do the actual protagonists of this topic must say from their own scope of competency. Let me introduce them. Luz Aro, she is the General Secretary of RED, International Network of Latin America and the Caribbean of Rural Women. And she is the dreamer and driver of rural women since 2006, as she describes herself. She's a leader and founder of many social companies, the women of the parochial board of Ecuador, Women's School for Women Leadership in 2017 through 2018. She's also a counselor of the National Electoral Council of Ecuador, leading Latin American women of musicians. She has received many accolades for her prominent role in social strife in favor of women. Welcome, Luz. Now, Julieta Martinez. Julieta Martinez, she is the founder of the Tremendas platform. As a young woman and activist from Chile, she is fighting for the environment. When she was 15, she founded Tremendas as an action platform to bring up voices of girls and adolescents. In 2020, it was transformed into the Foundation Tremenda, with presence in 17 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and her purpose is to support institutionally to initiatives of young women who are activists in environmental issues. Among other recognitions, in 2019, she was named ambassador to the Youth Task Force Beijing Plus 25 Pro Women. She is the writer of I Am Not Juliet, center about activism, laws, centering in new generations in a changing world, which is polarized, and basically is going from the picket line signs into action. Andrea de la Piedra, CEO and co-founder of Actualis, a feminist, specialist in gender, a journalist by trade, with titles from the Catholic University of Peru. She is member of CAF Women in Tech and part of the board of UNICEF in Peru. She has been selected as one of the 101 people who are changing the way according to BBC, how they changed the ways of work, and the most creative people in 2020, recognized by one of the 500 most influential people in Latin America in 2021, and by Forbes, one of the 50 most powerful women. As you can see, this is a luxury panel, and listening from their own voices what they have to say, we are really privileged to be in their presence. Let's begin with Luz. Luz, in many occasions, you mentioned that rural women, through all their diversity, are the keepers of life, nature, and social and family nourishment in Latin America. That transcendental role, they are still victimized, excluded, and silenced by multiple structural inequalities. From the point of view of your network, REDLAC, what would be the three main challenges that women has to reach full autonomy? Thank you. Good morning. Hello to everyone, and thank you to make us part of this event, and to which we're not accustomed. On behalf of rural women that I'm working for in Latin America and the Caribbean, REDLAC, the three big challenges, there are many, but out of all of those, I'm going to mention the most relevant ones. We talked this morning about Latin America. There is a big index of inequalities in education. That's why we believe one of the main challenges to us as REDLAC is precisely to continue the work of other founder members to provide voice to those who didn't have it, but give it to the humblest colleagues in the field. We have to bet to human talent, and it can be strengthened through training that can help the increase of self-esteem, and they can reclaim economic autonomy. So one of the challenges is this, and to that effect, we hope to continue working in the future. with this human talent, with women who have already trained, even though this is not academic or scholarly, and that elevates her activism and participation, you can do a downwards, upwards incidence from our communities and countries so that we can be seen and heard. We are valued and respected because they don't want to see. Some say, what can we do for you? But if they don't see us, they don't listen to us, they can do things well, or they will do it from an office desk away from the reality in the field. So to create a leadership team, to have public policies, to reach the effective right to land ownership. And with that, we can bring more food to the world, that we can have access to credit in public or private banking, preferably in the public banking. And CAF can play a protagonic role to support so that those public financing policies can be differentiated for small women producers with soft credit that would not choke the small-scale production. I believe those 2 points are important. And another issue is, how do we, from our own realities, we need to have greater access to the use of technology. We hear a lot about technology nowadays, but how can we get to come out with our own product so that the world knows what we're producing if we don't have, first of all, we don't even have a scholarly knowledge or school knowledge, and we don't have the equipment, or the country in Ecuador, we don't have 17% of cell use impacted in the rural area. So that's timing the humble women from the field to have access to say, hey, I'm producing potatoes, or I'm producing bananas, or I'm producing whatever, green vegetables, so that we can be seen and valued in the market. Like you mentioned, we are the guardians of life. We are the guardians of life, of natural resources. Our grandmothers, our mothers, they were illiterate, but they have been taking care of all healthy food from nature and water, everything having to do with life and coexistence in human nature. So from this stage, hopefully we will be heard by you, who are the decision makers from the top, so that hopefully in the near future we can really see that our women, girls and adolescents can have a different world and continue living in dignified conditions right there in our rural communities, and we don't have to migrate because of lack of opportunities. Thank you, Luz. Julieta, globally and according to UN Women, at the current rhythm, equality of women will be achieved within 130 years. That is, if we don't have any setbacks and keep at the same growth rate. This data show that there is a great inequality in terms of use and participation of women in politics. So how can we be more active for our demands and our vision? I'd like to hear from the point of view of younger women, girls and adolescents, how do you see this very relevant protagonism and this leadership capacity and negotiation and incidents that young women can have could be heard? And what do they have to tell us in a development agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation and this space. I'll ask a favor. Can you raise your hands, please? Now move your fingers. Perfect. Because sometimes they say, hey, you're all day in the phone, using the phone, so you have to exercise your fingers. Independently of the world where you work or the people that you get involved with, you have to invest in young women, girls and adolescents, improves the economy of the country, improves the future. And beyond the 3,500 girls that I work with around the region, I know that they are listening and they are present in the decision-making processes. I have also a lot of points here. Well, now you don't need to raise your hands. Is there people here who are working maybe in architecture or private sector or risk management, in which constantly they're always talking about new strategies, new tools, who can be effective? And sometimes in general, I see a lot of bureaucrats in conferences, and what do I have to say so that those people can understand that we have to tackle these issues? And the answer that I received back is, I understand that women have to participate. I understand, but that's not a priority. Maybe inviting people that beyond gender, they're professionals in what they do. They have to be valued in academia or other fields. If they make efforts, it's important to have academia at hand when we are developing new mechanisms of action. But when you have a gap of 130 years, and after the pandemic, I heard even figures 150 years, when you have so many invisible women and young women and adolescents, because they don't have the tools, they don't have the space, nor the resources, then we have a lack of balance. Let me give you concrete examples how we can approach these issues in the region from a gender perspective. And some projects that we work with CAF in different spaces. Number one, climatic resiliency. Everyone has heard all of that, a structure submitted to a perturbance, especially if it's climatic, that they can continue with their operations. That's resiliency. Engineers or risk managers could say, yes, resiliency, rethinking structures, regaining cities, thinking of different climatic events. But what happens if you think that resiliency is teaching a woman or a girl how to swim so that they can survive a flood? 1 of 3 women worldwide say they can swim. I'm talking about the Dominican Republic, Libya, New York. The main groups that takes care of the family and the society are women. Historically, we have been in the caretaking role, and they are constantly thinking, how do I keep and maintain my community? Resiliency for climate change could be, defend the defender. Let her defend herself so she can defend others. Teach her to swim. Let me say something. We're talking about renewable energies, the new economy, green employment, ecologic transition, and we're talking about electrical resources. Thinking how we transport ourselves. Thinking of the metro or bus, which are EV, electrical vehicles. It's important to generate this transition and stop selling fossil fuels. But hopefully, and I hope this is not crazy, what happens if I cannot use it, not because I don't have a sustainable use, but because I am afraid? I'm only 20 now, but when I was in school age, I was afraid of riding the metro because I thought someone was going to pass me the phone to look under my skirts. People that don't attend school because they are being bullied or harassed. Yes, we can talk about sustainable networks, sustainable energy, but don't forget that part of the population that for so long has been invisible. Because when societies crumble, when there are areas of conflict, natural disasters, the children are the first victims, are the first affected by these problems. And these are limitations. This is the key. How to approach all of these problems, how to get effective solutions, think of those who have lived through that throughout their whole life. Thank you. Effectively, when we're talking about projects, planning, management, we need this perspective from the rural perspective of women or the young women and teenagers when we're talking about city development and urban transportation. And from that point of view, Andrea, inequalities in gender in the labor market are also present. And it's important to highlight for all of us that in the last years, in the last decade, women made great advances. That's a reality. And clearly, it's not enough. And clearly, we have big challenges. From the point of view, from your experience in the labor area, which are the first causes as to why these gender gaps are still existent? Yes, I want to thank CAF again, also it's an honor to be in this panel with my colleagues here. And I believe the main cause of what we've been discussing of our society and how we live in such a machista society. I'd like to ask the public, raise your hands. Who do you consider that we live in a macho-oriented society? The majority raise their hands. Okay. Now, who considers themselves being a machista? Less show of hands, but there are some. And I believe, I always ask this where there's a lot of people, because the first step is to recognize that by default we are machista, because we were raised this way. This is imbued in our society. Sometimes, unconsciously, we make even machista commentaries. If we begin with this idea, there's a more active role. And a word that I love is to unlearn. We have to unlearn many things that we have seen maybe in our households. How do you ask the girls to take care of their brothers, or what sort of chores we do in home? So if we begin accepting that we have a role in this, in the macho society that we live in, you ask about the causes. You see this in the labor force in many different places. Maternity studies show that when women have children, the unemployment rate increases, or an employment loss of 18% for women, or 2% increase for men. They think that the income we get is in support of, but that's a stereotype. Again, since we are people that create processes and we have bias, it has to do with this selection process. There is an experiment done in Peru. It could be replicated in many countries. In the Pacific University, they created a curriculum in the same profile, academic and professional. They changed the pictures and the names and last names, but it was the exact same resume, and they handed out to real employers. And what they measured was that the group that had the higher rate of calls were men with mixed last names and blonde looking. I believe beauty is subjective as well, but it has to do with the image that publicity sells of what is Western beauty. So this is not only machismo, this is racism and classism. The least called group from this experiment were women showing an Andean style last name. And this is a very particular challenge for Latin America. Where do we come from? Will show us where we can get. And this is uncomfortable, but it stems from some sort of privilege. A lot of us here went to college, to private college. That brings us into the world with more opportunities. Now we have the role of the private sector and other scopes. how, having awareness of these gaps, I have to see again these proposals, and you need to become an agent of change. Women face more situations of in the job sexual harassment. If I go to work as a woman, especially if I'm younger, I may face situations of sexual harassment. So from organizations, we have an important role in mitigating these gaps. And I'm closing with this. This is not a problem of women. This is a problem of a system that wasn't built up for women. So we need to change the system. Thank you, Andrea.
Efectivamente.
Effectively, it is like that. The challenge that women face, people with disabilities, Afro-descendant and indigenous populations, we must have all autonomies present, economic, physical, free of violence, and also free will to make decisions. If one of these autonomies is lacking, you are not fully autonomous. And that's why this panel is relevant. We have to make visible that this lack of autonomy, these challenges come throughout the lifetime. Young women who are beginning to work, people like Liz or I who are older. These are challenges that may seem different, but no, it's the same. It's the same challenge throughout our life cycles. And the best support that we can provide is to make it visible and talk about this issue. So the second question, I'm going to begin with Julieta. When we're talking about some challenges to get this substantive equality of women, especially in the region. This question?
This question is for the three panelists. What is the role of Development Bank? What would be the incidents that this CAF could have in this agenda of development to give identity to the voices of the girls and teenagers in the development of the region? I think that if we are talking about role and strategy, CAF is a development bank for the promotion of sustainable development and the full development of communities, etc. And it is a bank that it was born in what we call the era of abundance. I am studying anthropology and archaeology, so it's impossible for me not to travel to the past in order to analyze where we are and where are we standing so that we can then look at the future. When I say abundance, it's because a few years ago, if we see 2024, 2023, 2022, and 2021, the difference, gigantic situation in the development of new technologies, of science, of artificial intelligence is impressive. In the 1600 of a farmer in Italy, for example, if he would see what is going on today, he would die of stroke or pneumonia or any other disease. If I take a person from the 1700s and place him in the present, harassment at work, but there is an ample group that unfortunately has the idea, well, I know better than anyone what women need. I know better than anyone what the children need. And this happens during political campaigns. Children are first. And my question is, have you asked the children and the teenagers or the women, what do they need? So what did I do? Exactly that, to ask. I wrote to girls, like you mentioned, we are in different countries of the Latin America, the Caribbean. So I asked, for example, in Argentina, what do you need to have a full development in your life? And Anna said, for that, we need to transform the space to be safe and to have a voice, investing in ourselves to ensure inclusive education for every child and girl. And in Colombia, you say, what do we need here in Colombia? We need a peace, stable and permanent peace. We need to have a safe classroom because in the periphery, women have always been part of the internal conflict. So then I went to Peru, and they said the average age of a child that is, the average age of a girl that is has been abused at school is 11 years old. We need to stop this situation. And of these 3 examples, I could continue. And the only thing that I did was to ask, to go directly and ask before assuming. So I think this is where we have a role to get closer to the girls, to the communities, and see how to connect academia with the opportunity, because oftentimes they say the same but with different words. And this is where a change begins to be noticed. Thank you so much, Julieta. Andrea, the same question. As a development bank, how do you see that this the CAF could have an impact and in these gaps that we have in the region? I think that you have a gigantic influence role. On the one hand, the work with the private sectors and the companies that you work with. What type of demands could we ask for these companies with having policies and practices linked to sexual harassment at work, and have practices that have an impact not only at the company internally and the culture of the company, but also the value chain. These companies that you work with, how many providers, how many women are working there, how many products and services, how many do you think of the specific needs of women? How many of these companies in their organizational cultures ask women what are the challenges that they face? And how many of these companies look for men to become allies? It is not to exclude men. If we do not include men, we're not going to generate change. And to live in a machista society has an effect on men. When you educate men, they say the men don't cry, men don't feel. This has a terrible effect on them. So how can we include men as well? In the companies can be agents of change. Also, gender bonds to finance projects that have this gender focus and to reduce access gaps. Another important point are the internal actions that are to promote those. How to foster a culture that includes this topic, where the performance relation does not have these biases. I was looking at these studies that show that women are given feedback that are less actionable than men. So we have to identify these biases. Who has a mentor? How can we mentor women? How can we have a reference? And how important this is. And I am going to give you a personal story. I was at the beach with my family, and every morning we saw a group of lifeguards running at the beach. In the beach, lifeguards, I think it's called the same in all countries. And my niece told her mother, "Mom, I want to be a man." And her mother asked, "Why?" "Because I want to be a lifeguard." There were only men lifeguards. So we need to have reference. We need to have models. If we see more leader women, we will begin to have models. And most importantly, each of the persons here has a role. The development bank does not exist. There is no development if we do not have a gender focus, and that is to understand these gaps, understanding that it brings benefits for the organizations, for the cultures, and also benefits for the society. Thank you very much, Andrea. The Declaration of the for the Rights of Men and Women in the rural areas of 2024 that was approved last year in June by the United Organization of American States has been a key for the rural women. How do you think that the Development Bank can support so that this declaration can be translated into public policy? Thank you for this opportunity to speak here. That probably have, for these people that probably have significant roles for the social and political world in Latin America. As Latin America, as Red Lac, that was founded in San Bernardo, Argentina in 1990 by women that realized that there were no campesinas or women in these meetings, and Afro women from Brazil, from Pernambuco, led for 19 years the Red Flag. I proposed in 2006, while we were writing the book of Nice History, we asked the United Nations to declare the rural women. And with a great smile, she said, I lose. That is very difficult. But I didn't contradict her. But I kept that dream for at some time do it public, as it happened on 5 March 2012 in the third Latin American and the Caribbean encounter of rural women that was left in Santo Domingo, in a new province, where we saw an opportunity and not an expenditure. And hopefully that will be the view of every politician. And here is where I exposed to the 270 rural women of Latin America and the Caribbean this dream that I had, and to analyze it and to have a joint proposal, if possible. And this is something that we have been working on. We have taken this to New York in 2012. We have been doing hard work. And in 2021, we decided to launch the beginning of the decade for ourselves. And for that, we named ambassadors, godmothers and godparents of rural women, some economic personalities or political personality, and international cooperation. And we request also the Panamanian state to lead this request, because I or none of my rural colleagues could have achieved this unless we did it through this channel. So thank you to the Panamanian state and the support of the ONG and many other authorities. On 23rd June of last year, the OAS. So what can CAF do? With everything that I have heard this morning, and this is the first time that I attend such a wonderful CAF event, and thank you for the invitation. I think the CAF has a golden instrument, because they not only have to respond to this decade that we have achieved, but they have to respond also to that imperious necessity of to transform what they see today with pity into a space of dignity, where our women, girls, and teenagers have the opportunity to have a formal education or be a part of these schools. This is something that I have been doing since 1996 and 1987 in the Amazons and in Ecuador, and at the level of Latin America and the Caribbean. These training schools allow us to unite ourselves and to elevate knowledge. And with the UNDP, we began a research on the situation of the rural women with our technical co-workers from certain countries. But all of this has to allow our leaders to have their voice to act in any scenario, such as this one that I have been invited to, so that they are more channels for rural women in spaces, and to have a voice saying what is a priority and not what it is supposed to be from a desk, and it's not a reality. The other thing is, I think that the CAF should support us to be able to have a school in Latin America, the training school for our colleagues to have goals that sometimes are not complied with, 1, that's 5, 8, and all of this 60 or 17 GDS. But also, through these training schools, they can go from the self-esteem to the economic rights and economic rights of the women, economic autonomy. It is important, but it is also important to be invited to have open spaces. And I thank you for this opportunity. And hopefully it will not be the first and last, that we say. But to allow the opportunity to more colleagues can come and be heard. to have the opportunity to say what they feel, because it is not the same to read than to have live. I only went to 4th grade as a 12-year-old girl. And then I had to leave my home because I didn't want to be told what I had to do, to marry a 50-year-old when I was 13 years of age. And I had to leave my home. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here with you. And this is something that continues to happen. Thank you. And that continues to happen even today. 9-year-old, 10-year-olds are victims, mothers. They are abused in rural communities because there's such poverty that they don't even know how to read and write. And that is why we want you to continue supporting the human talent and also open spaces to participate in events such as this, and also generating fairs where our colleagues that have their micro businesses from the products that they use and from their animals that they raise, or from the artisans that they are embroidering, or like the ones here in Panama that are working with the waste from the ocean to do their works, or those in the Mapuche people using a maritime algae to take to the markets. All high officials of here and of the international cooperation, please be happy by supporting these people. No one chooses to be poor or rich. The public policies are the ones that have made us poor, because unfortunately, and if the politicians are listening, they want to fight for cement work, but they do not support the rural areas. And they say the poor rurals, but they do remember them when they want their vote. And when we give them our vote, they turn their backs. And I would like to give you a phrase from one of the training schools. I think it's time, my friends and distinguished authorities, men and women, Anna, to have this urban reciprocity. And what is the urban-rural reciprocity? For me, as an Ecuadorian farmer of 75 years of age, and from the 35 years, I finished my elementary school, and then I went to university in order to have my income, because I was hunger for knowledge. No one sent me to school. I had to do that by myself. So what we do want is for my colleagues in the rural areas, regardless of the color of our skin, on our creed, live with dignity in our rural communities. And I believe that we have given them access, the means for access with technology and communications, with social media. Today we have a pilot program for 2 organizations in Chile, 2 in Ecuador, and 2 in Panama. And we cannot be connected to have virtual classes. We have to go to a different places, kilometers away, in order to do this. There is much to be done. There's much to be done. And everything that you can do, I tell you, you will have the great satisfaction. And we were talking that everything the social doesn't provide fortune. My fortune is to be here with you and be able to talk to improve the quality and condition of millions of women who live in communities working without a salary or a schedule, without any advantages, taking our products to the markets at a disadvantage, because not even in the markets we have dignified markets to sell our goods. And that is why we want you to provide us with that bridge. For during this decade, we could improve the quality of our lives with public policies, but also to move forward to the globalization of the Declaration of the Rural Decade of Women, because we have rural women in the entire planet, and we want Latin America producing from the communities to guarantee the food or sovereignty. This is one of the desires that we have, and thank you very much to the ambassadors here and to the godparents here and all of you who have supported you, and Barbara from the CAF, whom I met in Santa Coloma, Spain. Thank you very much. Cristina Martí is also here, and anything that you can do, I swear to you that God will compensate you, and from the citizenship they will give you inner peace.
Muchísimas gracias, Luz.
Thank you very much, Luz, Julieta, Andrea. I have nothing to add. And once again, my thanks and recognition. And here, all of us have their strategies, different agendas. And I can talk for all of us. And I know that this commitment that you have asked us is something that we will work on. And I thank you once again. This will be the first of the several times that we will meet in a panel such as this. Thank you for that wonderful applause. Thank you to the young women who are our hope. They have to continue our work. And if I see my rural women obtaining credits through soft credits from the CAF, that will allow us to live with dignity, starting from year 2024. I thank you for the generosity of listening to me, and thank you for those applause that speak from yourself and from human, technical and political sensibility that you are showing. For me and for all of those who are here with me, and Ayanse, who is here, I don't know where you are. She's my partner from Red Light. Please stand up. We have been working since 1995. We're working together. We are being followed by everyone in Latin America. This is the applause that the voices that you have brought here have been listened, and we will continue talking to each of you and the colleagues that you represent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Ana, and of course to our panelists. We have the last presentation before lunch. This will be in English, and we remind you that those who need a translator, you can get your microphones in the back of the room.
Historically, ecologically, and culturally, we are more than neighbors in a geographic space. We have a shared history, shared ambitions for our societies, and a common destiny. In keeping with CAF's current corporate strategy, CAF has been expanding its reach and development assistance to the Caribbean community, CARICOM region. However, serving as the Green Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and advancing sustainable and inclusive growth in the vulnerable islands and small states of the Caribbean require a nuanced approach to development operations, as well as agile and innovative financing instruments. From the establishment of our Regional Management Office for the Caribbean in 2022 to the updating of our trademark logo. To include the Caribbean, many important initiatives have and will continue to be implemented to strengthen the bank's presence as a leading development partner in the Caribbean region, which shows our full embrace of the Caribbean as an integral part of CAF's DNA. The Caribbean's response to CAF's deliberate and tailored outreach has been enthusiastic and reassuring. 8 additional CARICOM member states have already formally expressed interest in becoming stakeholders in CAF. 2024 promises to be an exciting year as we prepare for the inclusion of new shareholder countries. This will allow CAF to have the widest membership, operations portfolio, and coverage across Latin America and the Caribbean, and to firmly assert its role as an indigenous development bank committed to serving all countries across the region. Each of us has a part to play in fulfilling the dream of regional integration that began with our founders. We will deliver. We are CAF.
Buenas tardes, bon après-midi, boa tarde, good afternoon to all. We are extremely honored to have with us for this session one of the Caribbean's most outstanding luminaries. In many circles, both regionally and internationally, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles needs no introduction. As a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations Committee official, and global public activist in the field of social justice and minority empowerment, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles is the Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, the regional public university support and development. He is a past Vice President of the International Task Force for the UNESCO Slave Route Project and a past consultant for the UNESCO Cities for Peace Global Program. In recognition of his major contribution to academic research on transatlantic slavery, popular culture, and sport, Sir Hilary has received numerous awards, including honorary doctorate degrees from the University of Johannesburg, Brock University, University of Glasgow, University of Hull, his alma mater, University of the Virgin Islands, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology from Ghana. He also sits on the Council of the United Nations University and the Association of Commonwealth Universities. Sir Hilary even has a day named after him. In 2017, the town of Hartford in the state of Connecticut in the United States declared March 2nd Sir Hilary Beckles Day in recognition of his global contribution to social justice and human equality. In 2021, Sir Hilary received the prestigious Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Award for Global Advocacy, Academic Scholarship, and Intellectual Leadership in support of social justice, institutional equity, and economic development for marginalized and oppressed ethnicities and nations. He has lectured extensively in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and more than 20 academic books. In addition to being a prolific author, scholar, and university administrator, he is an acclaimed playwright, as well as a passionate cricket researcher and a cricketer himself. In November last year, a cross-departmental CAF delegation was warmly received by Sir Hilary at the regional headquarters of the University of the West Indies for our CAF UWI Caribbean Knowledge Forum in Kingston. Today, we have the honor of reciprocating and having Sir Hilary with us in Nuestra Casa in Panama to meet all of CAF, an institution with over 850 staff members from 21 countries, an institution with an unwavering commitment to regional integration, an institution that understands that there is strength in diversity and in regional solidarity, an institution that understands that all countries, regardless of size of their per capita GDP and size of their landmass, require development assistance. An institution that recognizes that economics is not the only language of development banking. There is the language of human rights, inclusion, and social justice. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Professor Sir Hilary Beckles.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, allow me to recognize officials of the government of Panama and the people of Panama, and all of the leaders and officials of CAF. I'm very aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, and I will do my best to accommodate that circumstance. In the Caribbean, we are always asking the question, has the integration project between Latin America and the Caribbean, has it stalled? Does it need to be energized? And if so, how? There is a general feeling, of course, that the process has not been as aggressive as we would wish. We subscribe to the integrity of the concept, Latin America and the Caribbean. We've been speaking about it all day. It's a work in progress for us. In the Caribbean, we are deeply committed to it. But I do believe that there is a perception that the process could be advanced at a faster rate, but there are fundamental misunderstandings that should be addressed. When we think of the Caribbean, the greater Caribbean, we think of a community of over 200 million people. When we think of the island Caribbean, we think of a community of 50 million people. Either way, it's a substantial community that needs to be integrated along the trajectory in the Caribbean. But here we are 500 years later, and the Caribbean remains a deeply colonized community. Of course, we are aware that France has its colonies in the Caribbean, Martinique and Guadeloupe. The British have colonies in the Caribbean. The Dutch have colonies in the Caribbean. And we are not happy about that. We're not satisfied that the decolonizing process seemed to have come to an untimely end. The consequences of that colonial reality have been very significant in terms of its impact upon Latin America and Caribbean relations. I would like to imagine that all of our Latin American brothers and sisters feel that sense of indignity of having European colonies in our space. It serves as an obstacle to our integration, because what we do know, for example, that in the island Caribbean, if you look at trade relationships, investment relationships, they continue to move along the traditional imperial lines. We know that in many of these smaller islands, while the philosophy of freedom and independence is very strong, there remains a sense within these smaller communities of being dominated by their former colonial and imperial oppressors. This is why in the Caribbean today, the reparations movement has become the principal dialogue in the public space. The reparation movements that say these societies would have been much further along in their economic development had not for the persistence of these colonial relationships. And this is why the Caribbean has welcomed CAF with open arms. It has welcomed CAF with open arms because there is a belief that indigenous financial institutions in the region do not have the capacity to aggressively sponsor development. And we all know that certainly in the English-speaking Caribbean, the financial services sector is dominated by the Canadian financial system. Almost all of the effective, large-scale financial institutions in the CARICOM area are Canadian-based, which would tell you, therefore, that for these institutions to make significant investments in the region, they would first of all have to secure a positive decision from headquarters in Toronto. Toronto, therefore, is the financial center of the Caribbean from the point of view of banking and commercial services. So it is a region that has long looked to Latin America for deep economic, financial, and cultural integration. There has long been a sense that the future development of the Caribbean islands are intricately linked to the transformation and the development of the Latin American mainland. This should not be surprising. This is a continuation of our history. Long before the Bolivar independence revolution that transformed this continent, the Caribbean islands were already declaring themselves republics. We know of that relationship between the Haitian revolutionaries and Simon Bolivar. They made financial resources, they made shipping and military resources available to Simon Bolivar so he could liberate Latin America. And this is the beginning of that relationship between the islands and their mainland. So yes, the islands were once in the vanguard of liberation and development, but today the process is significantly reversed. And there is a view in the Caribbean that the transformation of Latin America in the 19th and 20th centuries had a great deal to do with the contribution of the Caribbean. And now there is this understanding that the future of this Caribbean region is linked directly, positively to the economic transformation of Latin America. And so we pay very close attention to these relationships. We invest heavily in these relationships. The University of the West Indies, which I have the honor to be the chief executive, which is the most highly ranked university in the entire Caribbean, we were very proud to declare a few years ago that no student will graduate from our university unless they are proficient in Spanish. Because we are preparing generations of young people, the human resource, the social capital, to be able to carry the mantle for Caribbean, Latin America integration. And so it's an honor to have this opportunity, and I wish to thank CAF for this invitation. By profession, I am an economic historian, and therefore I feel the powerful significance of CAF's entry into the development discourse of the Caribbean. We hope that it will lead to the Latin America invasion. We hope that now the door is open, that all of you who are leaders of institutions, whether financial, social, or cultural, will see the Caribbean as a logical extension of your own existential presence. So allow me from this position in Panama to welcome you all to the Caribbean. I wish to say hello to all of the Panamanians who are here, because, you know, my great-great-grandfather, 100 years ago, was one of those 120,000 island peoples who came here to make this canal a reality. So, I feel my own personal and domestic connection, not only to the canal, but to the people of Panama, where I continue to have a strong family lineage. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for also talking about your roots and the connection that you have here in Panama and with our canal. Bueno, ha llegado el momento de un receso para...
Okay, the moment for a break has come. We're going to break for lunch. We thank you for being here with us. And please be sharp here at 2:30 p.m. to continue with the conference's agenda. Enjoy your lunch.
Ok, probando 1, 2, 3. Ok. Yo estoy hablando ahorita en el canal de inglés. Ok. ¿Tú me estás escuchando? Ok, entonces en ese momento ya aquí mismo no hay interferencia, ¿verdad? Yo estoy en el... Yo ahora estoy en el inglés. Yo estoy hablando... Dame un momento, voy a cambiar de unidad, ¿oyeron? Voy a cambiar de unidad. Ok, ahora estoy en el de inglés. ¿Alguien me escucha en el canal de inglés? ¿Alguien me escucha en el canal de inglés? ¿Alguien me escucha en el canal de inglés? Hola, hola, hola. Canal de inglés, canal de inglés. Canal de inglés. Hola, ¿cómo están? Yo estoy escuchándolos, pero desde mi micrófono acá. Yo estoy en inglés. Obviamente yo ya no me he puesto mis audífonos de acá de la cabina, pero estoy hablando en el canal de inglés. Presionen algún botón para ver si me bloquean a mí. ¿No? Ok, ahorita mismo dice auto relay. ¿Qué botón presionaron? Ok, dame un segundo, que algo pasó aquí. Algo pasa cuando tocan para oír. Pasa algo como auto relay. Dice, se prende el botón de auto relay. Pero ya. Sí, correctamente. Dale, pues.
rutas conducen a Panamá. Aquí hay una atracción inmesurable, una fuerza mundial, una convergencia de personas, pasiones, rutas y culturas. Es donde los corazones y las mentes se fusionan y los continentes y los océanos se encuentran. Panamá es el lugar donde todas las rutas conducen a Panamá. Aquí hay una atracción inmesurable, una fuerza mundial, una convergencia de personas, pasiones, rutas y culturas. Es donde los corazones y las mentes se fusionan y los continentes y los océanos se encuentran. Panamá es el lugar donde los mundos se unen, donde la rica biodiversidad y el comercio florecen, donde coexisten muchas culturas, donde los agudos contrastes del Caribe y el Pacífico, lo tradicional y moderno, lo cosmopolita y rural conviven en armonía. En Panamá hay una electricidad en el viento que conecta todo lo que toca, como el tambor que mantiene el ritmo del orgulloso espíritu panameño. Aquí encontrarás tu alma bailando antes de haber escuchado la música, como el canal de Panamá que mueve el comercio entre mundos. Panamá te mueve a ti. Este abundante istmo te desafía a ver más, saborear más, escuchar más, conectar más, recargar más y sentir más. Porque Panamá es el lugar donde los mundos convergen. Panamá vive por más. Las rutas conducen a Panamá. Todas las rutas conducen a Panamá. Aquí hay una atracción inmesurable, una Todas las rutas conducen a Panamá.
2-2. ¿Se quitó algo? No. ¿Se quitó algo? ¿Se quitó algo? ¿Se quitó algo? No. Ok. Ahora prende el otro micrófono. Nada, ¿verdad? Ok, vamos a hacer esto. Dale. No lo interrumpe, ¿verdad? No lo interrumpe, ¿verdad? Ok. ¿No lo interrumpe? No lo interrumpe, ¿verdad? No. Ok. En inglés y prueba tú los canales. Cambia al otro. No, prende el otro micrófono. Prende el otro micrófono para ver si se interrumpe aquí. Ok. Prende otro. Regresa regresa al otro. Ok, no me interrumpió. Glenn, ¿estás por ahí? Ok, prende uno. Sí, bueno, no importa, yo estoy en la de inglés, no quiero ver que no me cree conflicto. No. Ok. Dale con el otro, perdón, con los otros dos micrófonos. Ok. Ok. ¿Ya? Ok, aquí no hubo conflicto.
Sí, correcto, estás en español tú, en español tú ahorita. Sí, español lo veo. Ok. Cambie. Sí. Ok, no se va y no se va a caer el mundo. Aquí estamos perfectos, aquí no me he cortado. ¿Listo? Uno, dos, tres, inglés. 1, 2, 3, probando. ¿Se ve en el canal de inglés? 1, 2, 3, probando. ¿Canal de inglés? Sí, voy al canal de español. Probando inglés. 1, 2, 3.
Inglés, inglés. Ah, ok, ok.
Probando 1, 2, 3. Probando 1, 2, 3. ¿Bien? Ok, voy a la otra consola. Inglés, sí, 1, 2. Ok, bien.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We're about to continue with the conference's agenda. Please kindly return to your seats so that we can continue with the next presentation. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Moving on with today's agenda with the CAF Conference Latin America and the Caribbean, a region for global solutions. We welcome those who are online through streaming and the YouTube platform from CAF. Thank you for continuing with us from Panama. I'm going to ask to come up to the podium Oscar Rueda Garcia. He is the Director of Sustainable Tourism from CAF, who will present Denise Guillén Zúñiga, the Minister of Tourism for Panama. Welcome.
Después de las...
After conscientious conferences this morning, now we have a refreshing pause. Tourism is peace and joy, relaxation, vacation. All of this is tourism, but behind these qualifiers, there's a lot of employment of women, employment of young people. There's a great contribution to the GDP of each country, and there's a contribution to the external sector of the economies. I was surprised when I realized that in Panama, tourism and travel industry in general was the first income generator, double than what the canal produces. And CAF has contributed to those results. Without any doubt, the first contribution is all of us. We are CAF. The fact that we're here, over 800 people from 21 different nationalities, it comes to ratify the prosperity of the tourism industry here in Panama. And we have contributed with financing with over $1.6 billion in the latest years. A symbol, without any doubt, from Panama is the Panama Canal, and we were there during phase 2 in a project. Believe me, more so than engineering, is a green project. We have been through the financing of the metro that goes all the way from downtown to Panama's airport, the most important hub. We're meeting here, but how many times, independently of how many times we come to Panama to work, we just come through Panama, but there's something wonderful here that can be imitated elsewhere that we were able to see in that airport, inviting us to stay during transit, inviting us to enjoy all that Panama has to offer. But at the canal or at the metro, I'm talking specifically of tourism, we have touched on the basis, education, training of professionals in gastronomy, hotel, service industries. And recently we've been along that road that goes to the St. Lorenzo Fort, which is World Heritage, which joins the Portobello fortification system. And we have been there as well with a technical cooperation, beautiful one, is the inventory of pathways. These trails or pathways begin in Portobello with the Royal Way of Cruises. Many years back, when we didn't have the Interoceanic Canal, that was the canal. It was a dry road, a path joining Panama and Portobello. The galleons came from the south, loaded with gold and silver, disembarked and then gone through donkeys along the pathways and then reloaded at the port and then shipped to Europe. That made Portobello become sieged by pirates. And Sir Francis Drake, a famous pirate, he died and he was placed in a leaden coffin and dumped into the bay. So people died trying to find that coffin. And Portobello also has an Afro-colonial culture, and they have the Black Christ of Portobello, and they have the Congo parties, and that's where the tourism in Panama begins. in the Panamanian Caribbean, in Saint Isabel, when we're doing the territory ordering plan. And beyond Portobelo, there's another population called Nombre de Dios. Nombre de Dios was the very first city founded by the Spanish in the continental American continent, and which is still inhabited. And when you know all of these things, you say, hey, I thought Panama was just a canal. Yes, of course, it is one of the 7 wonders of the modern world, the canal, but what is Panama? It's much more than a canal. To that effect, we have invited the Minister of Tourism of Panama, Denise Guillen, and she, as we have said before, in truth, she's basically the first commercial trade minister of Panama, because she represents the ownership of this hall, because it's the authority, Panama Canal Authority. This is a triumph of a public-private partnership, and that's a motive of pride for all of us. So I invite her to come up and reveal all of these wonders so that you can say, I want to stay, or even better, I want to come back. That work done in Panama, we have a lot to learn, of which we are very proud for providing our 10 cents, because there are things to do and more things to do, because we want to be part of the financing of a project that is exciting, and that's the Museum of the Pollera. Why? Because the pollera is another symbol of cultural identity. It's a symbol that represents Panama when we're talking about creative economies, when we're talking about the cultural industry. Recently, we were supporting the Hay Festival, and that's a manifestation that brings tourism, and we're going to be in the Central American area of encounter, and that makes us feel an important part, and we want to be more so of that development. And you saw a singular, beautiful building. Next to this is the Bio Museum, so that we're all feeling proud. We also had contributions to that building. So, Madam Minister, please come up, talk to us, tell us about Panama. But first, to kick it off, a brief introductory video to the wonderful world of Panama. There's a convergence of people, passions, routes, and cultures. It's where the hearts and the minds fuse together and the continents and the oceans meet. Panama is the place where worlds meet. Biodiversity and trade flourish. Many cultures coexist. Drastic contrast between Pacific and Caribbean, rural and urban live here. There's an electricity that you feel in the air, like the drums showing the spirit of Panama. Here you'll find your soul dancing even before you hear the music, like the Panama Canal that moves the trade through worlds. Panama moves you. It challenges you to see more, taste more, listen more, to connect more, to recharge more, and to feel more, because Panama is the place where worlds converge. Panama, live for more.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes.
Thank you and good afternoon. After this brief introduction that Oscar gave us, we get inspired for this very hard work. The Panamanian Tourism Authority are always looking for our sustainable master tourism plan. This concluded after 34 workshops all around the country that allowed us, one more time, to retake jointly with all our priority tourism destinations, a work that validated our vision a vision that was established 25 years ago. It's still ongoing, and this is a world-class tourist destination because of its historic and cultural heritage and the biodiversity. But the challenge was also to have a preference because of the quality of services offered here. Our tourism master plan and the priority plan brought as consequences making the decision as to which traveler was going to be focused on. There were over 20,000 hotel rooms built at the time and 12,000 in the interior of the country, meaning 80% of our hotel offer is in the city, allowing for meetings and events and shopping tourism. And it allows us to make this analysis in two ways. One, to reinforce our tourism offer in the interior, where we have 80% of the most important tourism attractions. And these are the places that we invite you to get to know after work so hard in the reinforcement of tourism infrastructure, our positioning in the abroad, in the exterior markets, and the logo Panama, Live for More. This is the identity of a Panamanian who searches for more, energetic, vibrant, and wanting to convince over 500 million people, which are part of an unstoppable world trend, the tourist that wants to go to a place that will allow not only memorable experiences, but also to change the environment in a positive way from the places where they visit. This was based on scientific model, tourism business model, developing the most important axis.
It's a natural patrimony, which is the most basic, because our canal depends on water that comes from our rivers. Is not a sea level canal, so the protection of the natural resources, and because of that, we have a city with 20,000, and we have national parks whose function is the conservation of the water resources that we have. The development, tourism, and scientific conservation project was led by Dr. Hannah Ayala, and one of her reference projects was our biodiversity museum. This museum that we have called place as evidence the great wealth that we have as natural resources and our patrimonial path. The cultural patrimony to promoting our life, the natives, the Gunayala Reserve, the Nove, the Veraz, and together with this group of races that we have here in Panama, where your rural neighbor could be a descendant from a Chinese or a Spaniard or a Greek, because we are a country that has many, many races. Our green patrimony talks about the neotropic. It's a national park, the Volcan Baru Park, where we have 11 of the 14 ecosystems of the tropics. So therefore, to visit Panama is a true theme park of proof of the neotropics and its importance in biodiversity. In addition, the blue patrimony, recently Panama became a leader in the protection of the oceans by completing 54% of the ocean under environmental protection and adding the volcan framework in the Caribbean Ocean. We know that we wanted to reach a 30%. And most importantly, our world heritage. That means all those areas that have been designed a UNESCO World Heritage, and those becoming the economy of knowledge. The research then plays an important role because, for example, a biomuseum speaks of the importance of when the Isthmus of Panama emerges some 3 million years ago. separating or joining, I should say, both continents and dividing the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans and changing the climate and the currents as presented by evolution, according to the NASA, as one of the most important biological events that have occurred. If we go a little bit closer, Panama la Vieja, Old Panama, was founded some 500 years ago, as Oscar mentioned it. And in this UNESCO World Heritage Site, you can see all the history of the conquest of Peru, the gold from Peru that transits through Panama, and then to the Las Cruces Road, and all this rich history of pirates, not only in the Caribbean, but also in the Pacific, because our city was destroyed by Morgan the pirate. And we always say, and you can see here in the image, the first skyscraper of Panama City. Some say that the Panama City, the skyline is similar to Hong Kong, Miami, and New York. We rather say that this is the city of sky rises in the neotropics. This location of Old Panama and the modern Panama is complemented by our old town, which is one of the privileged areas for those who visit. It has a gastronomic offer that is incomparable, and UNESCO has declared a gastronomic heritage site in 2017. From the historical point of view, this is where Panama City was transferred to after it was ransacked by Henry Morgan. 3 styles of architecture: colonial, Spanish, and the American French. It speaks of our Spanish conquest, our history with the construction of the Panama Canal, and also the American with the construction of the canal. Other important area recognized by UNESCO is the Portobello area, where those that would like skydiving and other water sports, it's a mandatory stop. And here in Portobello is the old customs house and of course of the Portobello Black Christ. And those who love nature could go to the National Park in Portobello and enjoy a path and also of the water areas that are adequate for snorkeling, especially in Velas Azules. It is highly recommended. These 2 points, Panama City and the Colón area, are connected by a railroad. A railroad is in operation, and its history goes back to the gold rush in San Francisco. The first interoceanic railway of the world is here in Panama. It operates still. It has a beautiful crystal coach and that shows you how to transit parallel to the canal with beautiful views. And you can see the jungle, and in less than an hour you can go from the capital city of Panama to Colón or vice versa. One of the preferred tours by those who visit us is this journey. The Panama Canal, our icon, next to the capital city located in the Pacific, allows our Miraflores Visitor Center. There you can understand how the canal operates, and its visitor center also has a museum that gives you, that shows you from the construction. We have an IMAX there that tells us a very interesting story, and it is also one of the preferred tours by those who come to Panama. It allows you to have a partial or full transit. We also have the Interoceanic Canal Museum located in the old town of Panama, which it's a very well curated museum. And Bill Gates says that according to the most interesting things in the world, the Panama Canal is among its top 10. Again, the history of the construction that began when the Lesseps found this route, and how it concluded during the presidency of Roosevelt, and it ended with the signature of the Torrijos-Carter treaties. Generation was a spectator of the transfer of this country thanks to that treaty and the vision of both Torrijos and Carter to return this asset to Panama. We also went to a referendum and voted for the expansion of the Panama Canal, which is operated very proudly by Panamanians. It's a national pride. This small but diverse country allows us to have a great diversity of our indigenous Panama. 7 Indian groups live with their religious practices, their gastronomy, etc. All of this cosmovision and these are the experiences that people come here to see. That community tourism that allows you to see these people. One thing is to see this in a book or a museum. We have live reserves that allow you a contact with this ancestral knowledge, their colors and traditions. I was very pleased today when I was told that for your Panamanian artisans were selected for your and we ask you to visit these areas. How many days do you have to be in Panama in order to have this experience? And I said, well, you can come to Panama and from one day to the other, even if you do not understand, the Chagres has 5 Embera communities. It is just 30 minutes from the city or from the port where you can take your cruise ship. You can spend a day with them, and then you can go back also to sleep at your hotel. And this is part of a very nice project, since these communities and reservations are reforesting the Panama Canal watershed. Panama, 2 tourist destinations, and we provide a very special proof of the joy, the Congo, the Calypso. Here you can see the Congo polleras. The Congo culture also have a denomination of UNESCO World Heritage, and in the customs at Hawana at Portobello we have a wonderful museum where you can appreciate this folkloric dress. And the folklore in the central provinces of the country are just 135 kilometers from the city is the Azuero Peninsula, which is divided into provinces, Chitre and Los Santos. This is the birthplace of folklore. You can see the pollera on the slide, which is a symbol of our national identity. We have a festival that that is held on the second week in January, and it's called the Festival of the Thousand Polleras. These 22,000 polleras, 7,000 luxury polleras also were shown. It began in the 4 o'clock in the afternoon and ended at 1 a.m. Is tradition, is music, and is joy, and we celebrate the prettiest folkloric dress in the world. Our green patrimony, I said 14 ecosystems of the neotropic, and 11 of these are here in our national parks, and that is why we have the 1,000 kilometers of pathways that allows those who like bird watching, appreciation of nature, etc. They can have these as a plus. And why do I say as a plus? Because it is located in Bocas del Toro, where we have a wonderful area to enjoy the Caribbean, and also in the area of the Panama Canal, very close to Panama City, the National Park Camino de Cruces and the Chagres National Park, those providing a great opportunity for the nature lovers so that they could have unique experiences. Panama has more birds than the territories of Canada and United States together. And that is why in our tourism plan we celebrate our hub, which is of the great biotic exchange, which is produced when the Isus Panama emerged 3 million years ago. And today, even though the country was developed and grows, our Ramsar site continued to have record numbers with regards to bird migration. And that is why we think, very humbly say that and is assured by our tourist guide. You can see quetzals in our La Amistad National Park and the Volcán Barú Park. When we talk about the harpy eagle, which is our national bird, which we can see at the National Park of Darien. The Barro Colorado Island is one of the intensely studied areas. The presence of the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute has guaranteed, and we say jokingly at times, that this is where the real papers of Panama are, thousands and thousands of pages of scientific research of different types of living beings. So this is a privileged area for scientific research, tourism. And that is why we have one of the bird routes in this area, since this watershed area is one of the preferred areas for bird watching, together with the Darien National Park and the Coiba, located in the province of Veraguas. Our coffee circuit, as many as you know, in Panama we are producing the geisha coffee, a specialty coffee that has broken records with regards to the prices paid, paying $10,000 per kilograms. This circuit, which is located in 4 districts in the border with Costa Rica, allows us to learn how to cultivate it, how it is harvested by the Nove Indians, and also to have the experience of visiting these 2 great national parks. Our Blue Patrimony is one of the letters of presentations, one of the best kept secrets, more than 3,000 kilometers in both areas, with pristine and solitary beaches, with active tourism where you can go surfing, using kayaks and all other water sports. We had the first race here in Panama, in the Panama Bay this year. Last year, with regards to the observation of marine species, to have a vacation during July and October will allow you to see the beauty of the observation of whales in the Pacific, as well as the turtle hatching in the Pacific and Caribbean, especially in the coast of Santa Catalina and Pedacé, which are ideal for surf as well. And recreative boating has given more than 3,000 transit through the canal in yachts and super yachts. Some of international celebrities from entertainment industry and some of the richest men in the world, they transit from they come to Coiba and Chiriquí year after year as a tradition. Recreational navigation is also important when we talk about cruise ship. This week has been very intense. From the 25th of January up until now, 17,800 passengers have been in Panama, both in our Caribbean port, Panama 2000, as well as in Amador. And the most interesting, as I was telling Oscar, is that the cruise ships that are taken in Panama include the transit through the Panama Canal. And therefore, your adventure will begin in the Panamanian Pacific. You transit the Panama Canal, you go to the Caribbean, return to the Colon City. You can stay there before returning to your homes. In Bocas del Toro, we have a well-known place. Some say that Boca is more popular to be found in the internet than any other countries, areas in Panama. And this is because this is a highly researched territory, which is also famous for the happiness that you can find in this area. Panama, according to investigations or research in Bocas del Toro, has been able to identify this as a research laboratory and a mega reserve. Our connectivity is very important. To decide where to go for a vacation, busy people like you, time is important, and the stopover, the Copa will allow you to connect to get a connection to more than 99 countries in the world. Panama Convention Center, it's a source of pride to us and has been identified in the top 5 of America for this celebration of events and conference. And I hope that your experience here is very satisfactory, as we are so pleased of having you here in Panama. Thank you so much.
Invito a sentarnos.
Te voy a cambiar una pregunta. Tenemos unos minutos para 2 preguntas para la señora ministra, que son de una imagen de su presentación y de una reflexión. La reflexión es, ministra, toda la maravilla del turismo tiene un solo sentido, que al final es mejorar la calidad de vida de los habitantes. Y eso se refleja en algo que denominamos turismo comunitario, que es de alguna manera que la comunidad se apropie, gestione y reciba los beneficios del turismo. Nadie puede cuidar mejor lo suyo que obviamente esa comunidad. ¿Cómo se manifiesta el turismo comunitario en Panamá? ¿Cómo hace, ministra, para que todo ese atractivo turístico revierta en beneficio de la comunidad?
Lo principal es la descentralización del turismo. El turismo como en esa capacidad de un dínamo transversal que toca todos los sectores, no puede dejar a nadie atrás. Y las comunidades son al final los que guardan esos atractivos naturales que tiene. Adicionalmente, el turismo comunitario para Panamá representa una oportunidad de oro para el combate de la pobreza y que nadie se quede atrás. 63 corregimientos de los 363 que están incluidos en nuestros destinos turísticos están en zonas de pobreza multidimensional. Es por eso que estas comunidades, simplemente mostrando su cotidianidad, cómo ellos viven, cómo cocinan, qué plantan, cómo lo plantan, ejemplo de los Emberá y los Nove, con sus rutas de su cacao, su producción de cacao, haciendo lo que ellos saben hacer todos los días. Tienen ingresos por el turismo porque la gente llega a tener esa experiencia, cosechar el cacao.
Live that experience, to cook the cacao, and in that way, they show this because it's something different to what these tourists see on a day-to-day basis. We all know that the best coffee in the world is produced by Colombia. But in your presentation, you mentioned the record of $10,000 per kilo in an auction. If we transfer that to cups of coffee, that means that we would have to sell each cup at $70. Each cup of coffee at $70 to recover the investment. How do you take advantage of this curiosity and the manifestation of the quality of coffee as a tourist attraction? We worked in a very interesting project. The coffee circuit has been in operation for 4 years. We are now in the 3rd phase. And I think it was very simple because, like other countries, Colombia and Costa Rica, agritourism allows us to place value to what is going on at that farm by bringing people to see how they work at that farm. And what we did was curate the experiences. We were able to have a great portfolio with sign information, and we joined these farmers to establish trails because that is also good for bird watching during the migration times. And these are farms that are close to the Amistad National Park and the Barú National Park, where the quetzal is one of the birds that people would like to watch. And then by having complementary activities to their specialty, which is agriculture of coffee, the best coffee in the world. Thank you so much. We thank the Minister of Tourism not only for coming here today, but also for offering her hospitality. For us, it's very pleasing. We are very pleased to be here. We still have a few more days to enjoy Panama. And this is a place where we always return. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Oscar and Madam Minister, for selling the wonders that Panama has. And we hope that at some point you can stay and have the opportunity to visit some of these places. Also, you can try the geisha coffee or taste the geisha coffee. I'm not going to tell you which is the best coffee in the world, but there are several coffee shops in the old town where you can taste this coffee. Let's now continue with our program with the following panel: the private sector and ally for the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. We invite for this panel Samaya Paiva, Corporate Risk Manager at CAF, and she will be the moderator of the panel. Also, we invite the panelists, Sergio Londoño, Senior Vice President of Public Affairs, Communications and Sustainability for Latin America at Coca-Cola. Gabriela Bertol, Head of Sustainability at Banco Santander, Brazil. And Gonzalo Uriarte, President of the Food and Beverage Association of Chile. And Edwin Escobar, CEO of the Aristo Group in El Salvador. We welcome you for this panel, this following panel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome to the private sector and ally for the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. In the first place, I would like to thank President Diaz Granados and the Vice Presidents of CAF for this incredible opportunity of being here in an event that provides spaces for conversation, dialogue, innovation, and creativity. Let's watch the video so that we can give context to this conversation. Thank you. Every day, there are more enterprises that contribute positively with their communities and do it in a responsible manner, not only from the legal and economic point of view, but also from the ethical, social, and environmental point of view. Social responsibility, or ERS, is a concept through which a company gives value to the relationships with the communities and other stakeholders, and make them a fundamental aspect of their business, with sustainability in the long term and creation of shared value for all interested parties. Today, social responsibility makes emphasis on the environmental standards, social standards, and governance standards, where the companies are responsible of their impact and that of its operation in these three areas, both internally and externally. And these have to be measured and reported in order to improve transparency and accountability. There are multiple factors that stop where all the companies could reach this. For example, resistance to culture change in the companies, especially those with a history that is rooted in traditional practices. Lack of information of the benefit of the RSC and how to implement it. Financial limitations to increase it, or a vision of the RSC as a cost instead of an investment in the long term. Difficult to establish metrics that show their tangible results, absence of regulation and clear standards for its implementation. RSC has to be understood as an opportunity to strengthen the links with the community and to strengthen the reputation of the companies, centering on long-term sustainability and the creation of value for all interested parties. Very well. We can now begin. In our panel today, we have the distinguished participation of 4 or 5 panelists from the private sector who will share with us their valuable experiences. It is a pleasure to have you here with us today, and welcome. Let's begin by introducing Mr. Edwin Escobar, who is the Executive Director of the Real Estate Area and Energy of the Aristos Group for the last 20 years, and who, under whose leadership and innovative leadership has become the most important developer of parks and areas in El Salvador. In addition to that, he's a member of the board of directors of the Salvadoran Foundation for the Health and Human Development, and also Aristos Foundation. Welcome. And Gabriela Bertol is the head of sustainability of Banco Santander Brazil. She has a PhD in economics, and her background has been addressing quantitative economies through innovation and sustainability. Among her achievements, we can say, give her the Finance for the Future Award. Welcome and thank you. Obrigado. Thank you. We also have the presence of Gonzalo Uriarte, the current president of the Food and Beverage Association AB of Chile since 2021, and also president of the Latin American Association of Food and Beverages. He's also deputy and senator in Chile. Gonzalo is an attorney. Welcome, Gonzalo.
And also we have Sergio Londoño, current Vice VP of Public Affairs for Latin America and Coca-Cola. Sergio is a political science major, has developed a career in the public sector as well as the private one. His experiences, we can point out, he was the mayor of Cartagena and a consultant to the presidency to Colombia. Welcome. A brief introduction. The most diverse panelists have been talking about the great challenges we have in Latin America and the Caribbean and the need for better integration, collaboration among the different actors, both public and private, that could address their efforts and actions in integration projects with greater impact. The private sector plays a crucial role in these dynamics, being an innovation engine and social corporate responsibility is an essential tool so that corporations can manage their impact in the society and the environment, not only the economic side of it. Now more than ever, we see some leading corporations, some of which are well represented here, committed to the social corporation and being agents of change through social and environmental initiatives, not only generating good benefits for society and mitigating climatic change impacts, strengthen cooperation and competitiveness of corporations in a fully aware world in which their integrity plays an important role in their customers' decisions. Connections to private sector and our sector is a pillar of this equation. Development banks play an important role in the financing for projects that are economically viable and sustainable, that are seeking a positive impact in the environment and are sustainable. This not only expands the scope of the initiatives, but also fosters the creation of innovative and sustainable solutions to face the challenges to which we are subjected. Without further ado, let's begin this dialogue between the intersection of the corporate, social corporate relationships between the public and private sectors. We'll begin in Portuguese. I'll speak slowly.
Mais verde, mais inclusivo. Mais uma vez, obrigada por estar aqui conosco.
one more time, thank you for being here with us. I'll begin with the first question. The Banco Santander in Brazil is known for being a reference in sustainable practices, and they have just won the Global Prize for Finance in the Future in the category Moving Financial Markets. Congratulations. Could you please share with us how the bank fosters the collaboration in the private sector between suppliers, partners, and the government, so that you can foster the corporate responsibility? I'll respond in Portuguese. Thank you. I'll speak slowly as well. The first thing, and was shown in the video, and you said it, in order to have scalability, and reach the challenge that we have, that'll take the whole day. We have gigantic challenges, and Brazil is no different to the rest of the region. We also have problems which are each time larger and larger. Social problems that we have. Now we have the climate challenge. We have many emergencies, and the only way to resolve this is with a lot of collaboration from the private sector, from the public sector, working in an ordered manner. We spoke this morning a lot about scarcity of resources, and the only way to try to do things is to use our criteria and be efficient. How do we scale? How do we work together to scale up our knowledge, our resources, and be able to reach where we want to go? As we saw in the video, Santander, for the whole time, have been pioneers in corporate responsibility, social corporate responsibility. And this was accelerated lately, because we know otherwise we will not get the results that we want if we are applying SAG as a strategy to have a social impact or the climate agenda. If this is not a business strategy, we cannot attain it. So at Santander Bank, for a year now, my experience has been brief. I have been in this area only for 3 or 4 years, and I came especially because of that. How do we get out of ASG and go into a business line? This is a program we have for microcredit, private microcredit in Brazil. This is a program we have. We have over 1 million customers. Beyond Brazil, we have other programs like that, but in Brazil we have 1 million active customers. 66% are women. In the north and northeast is the less privileged area of Brazil. We give 500 reales, $100 credit, and people have 7 months to use it. And if people don't use the credit, they will fall prey to loan sharks. That's the only access they have to financing. But the difference with our program is that in 3 or 4 years we changed that program, and instead of being a social program, it's now a self-funding program, and it provides a return. 65 million customers total, 1 million with microcredit. How do you create a return on that? I need a return on that to scale it up. I cannot scale up my program. I cannot invest in technology. I cannot train my credit agents, because people simply go to all customers' homes. They tell them how to make the accounts, how much they're spending, how much they're selling. You have to train them digitally. You train your customers digitally. Oftentimes, they don't even know how to use the bank's apps in their own cells. So what's the big difference here? It is finally, we have the ASG component, social corporate responsibility here. It used to be stock, now we see it. Besides that, I wouldn't be able to have the scale and the impact. So we need to work on the leadership. I must have good projects. I must have good criteria to allocate my resources. When there's a business plan, you must scrutinize this correctly so that the resources would flow. And I want that scrutiny because we need results. I cannot work with projects that are too dispersed. I must work in a concentrated fashion as well. I must be able to measure it. I need to accompany, to monitor this in time. And we also work in other places. We work in projects that are mainly in the private sector. We have over 20 years now, and we have scaled up that program that it's supported by fiscal benefits. In Brazil, education for young people and adolescents has nothing to do with our core, but it's a successful program where within the communities it is extremely relevant in the sense that if I see the numbers of that program currently, out of all resources and incentives that are being supported by the fiscal benefit law, 1/3 of those people that get advantage of that come to Santander. We move 1/3 of the people benefiting from the fiscal incentives, and 20% of companies using the same incentive come to Santander. We mobilize an excellent program that is supported, and the bank uses resources well, and we mobilize our staff because if I want to be in the community, if I want to be a transforming agent, I have to take advantage of my own strengths and accelerate what I already have. And currently, when I talk to my customers, that we want to scale up 20% of companies, because each time more and more my bankers who are in the line in front of the customers, they see that program not as a social investment by the bank that they just go there, but part of the value proposal. So Banco Santander not only brings a financial solution, of course I do that for my customers, but I talk to them about the social impact for their own companies or their own staff and their own customers. They can be part of that program, and that's how we scale it up. We have a great impact. So that you have a notion, right now only 8% of resources that could be destined are getting that fiscal benefit. Only 8% is used. The country lives over 11,000 million reales without being utilized. So the mobilization of scaling up is fundamental. And then I'll talk about the environment side of it, because that's huge, but I don't want to take time from my colleagues. And if I cannot scale or align it, I will have very little impact. So we have to align ourselves in order to be able to move forward quickly. Thank you. I believe that after that, we'll be able to talk as to how to collaborate in that clear point, how to scale up solutions. That's a great asset. The climate risk or climate change presents a lot of challenges to everyone, but where you have risks, of course, you find opportunities. I'd like to ask Sergio if he can tell us one experience how with innovation and technology Coca-Cola is promoting sustainable practices in their value chain in the region, taking into climate change as an opportunity. Thank you, first of all, to CAF and to Sergio and Christian and the full team for the invitation to us and the company in Coca-Cola and the Coca-Cola system. It's a great pleasure to be here in Panama. Beyond the question itself, the opportunity, we find it in the collaboration. Something that Gabriela mentioned, wrapping sustainability as an integral part of the business is important. Coca-Cola Company, some years ago, set itself to refresh the world and make the difference. And that makes the difference means reaching to communities, generating a positive impact in them. And in order for you to be able to talk about sustainable development, the first thing that you have to do is saying, we are going to step on collaboration as the instrument that makes possible sustainability. Why? Because when we're talking about Latin America, when we're talking about opportunities of the transforming force that we have in Latin America, it's very clear that we're not going to be able to overcome obstacles that we have by ourselves, that we won't be able to take advantage of opportunities in an isolated way. So in the Coca-Cola system by itself is a fruit of the collaboration between the company and the bottlers and the customers and the very last small mom and pop store or grocery store. That's where we are. And Coca-Cola, we have three main axes to make the difference. The first one is action with water. Our purpose is to return into nature and to communities the equivalent of 100% of the water that we use to make our products. We are in projects of access at schools for capturing rainwater, for example, in Mexico or Colombia, in many different countries. Secondly, we propose the target of recovering and recycling 100% of the packaging that we put in the market. We create a circular economy by valuing waste. And in the countries in the region, this is an important advance for those who are working in Latin America. And third, economic empowerment. Santander mentioned, Gabriela said, how Santander achieves to scale up the microcredit programs through Brazil. We at Coca-Cola, we sit down with mom and pop grocery stores to do the same, to have a sustainability in their own businesses and be able to be doing more for them. 60% approximately surrounding the stores in our region are operated and owned by women, and so we have a very important footprint there. So once we incorporate sustainability as part of the business itself, as one of the fundamental axes of it to refresh the world, that's when we can create sustainable development and leverage sustainable development. We have to do it together. Finance, foods and beverages, multilateral banks, because if we don't do it together, and evidently governments, subnational, national governments, if we don't do it together, it's very likely then that we won't have a provision to go further. That's very good. Thank you for sharing. Continuing with the same topic of collaboration, I'll ask Gonzalo Uriarte, from your own experience, which are the greatest challenges that the food and beverage sector have in Latin America that plays in the guilds trying to bring initiatives for ASG and how to promote collaboration between companies that in the end would be competitors in the sector, but to face common problems and advance sectorially in sustainable development. Well, first of all, I want to thank this invitation and this opportunity to meet here facing great global challenges. And as a guild, as an industry, what we're trying to do is to assume and face global challenges, which are the same that we have seen presented here today earlier during this meeting. And of course, anything that I say related to climate change, hydric crisis, global warming, is a big topic in itself in which all of us, in as much as we are competitors or not, we will always be willing to contribute. But also challenges that are really connected to the SDGs from the United Nations. The second one is zero hunger. To the industry, that's a great objective because the numbers are dramatic. Worldwide, there are 690 million people that are hungry. 400,000 die every day because of some contagious or infectious disease coming from food pollution. And this comes in countries where you don't have drinking water or in places where you don't respect the cold storage chain. And this generates vectors and diseases that in the end up in death. 400,000 people per year. But there are also very loud figures. 3 billion people cannot nourish themselves with healthy diets. According to FAO, are 5 times more expensive than conventional diet. And in the region, 40.2% of the population suffers from food insecurity. So this is a big topic in itself for the industry as a whole, but there are other big challenges. One of them is, and I want to take advantage that Sergio is here with us, is the improvement and reformulation of the critical nutrients in food: sugar, salt, sodium, fats, and of course, all the nutrients that are indicated already as negative for health. Talking about sugar, I have to say that Coca-Cola has decreased by 40% the sugar that they use in their products. There you have a concrete contribution to people's health. We can also say that in the item of pasta, you have diminished notably the glycemic index to decrease the presence of sugar in blood. In snacks, sodium has been decreased a lot. In this segment of cold cuts and burgers, hams, not only sodium but fat as well. So there are concrete facts that you have to have present when you're talking about ASG. But there are other challenges as well, varied. One of them is sedentarism. A lot of people talk about obesity, but when you are sedentary in your lifestyle, it's brutal, and it's the main cause of many chronic diseases. Let me begin with Chile. In Chile, we have around 87% of the population which is sedentary. And why? Why that happens in Chile is because we have very few hours of physical education in the schools. Only 2 hours of physical education in the schools. At the OECD countries, it is 8 hours. And WHO regulation is 60 hours per week. Wait a minute. 60 minutes per day. 60 minutes, 1 hour per day. France has 13 hours per week. Germany 11, Finland 10, Spain 9. We are far away. The average of Latin America and the Caribbean is way low. Sedentarism, we need to fight. Also, we need to feed ourselves properly. We were talking about a Santander program on financial education. In Chile, we're trying to do nutritional education. Nobody talks about that. It's not part of the curriculum of high schools or colleges, but that's important because people are what they eat, and physical inactivity is a problem. Countries are what they eat. The best example is the Mediterranean diet. It graphs very well the situation of health in the countries around the Mediterranean. But there are many challenges. We lose or waste food. The percentage of wasted food is a lot. We're working on food banks as well as promotion of foods that are about to expire. There are many global challenges in which we're working constantly, very rigorously, and also hand in hand with the public sector, governments, NGOs, civil society. Have a lot to contribute for the attainment of these SDGs. Thank you. Gabriela and Sergio mentioned, and I wanted to hear from Luis, that the success of everything that we are talking, ASG, have to do with the capacity of implementing a successful culture in the company where decisions are made taking into consideration ASG, not only business. I'd like to ask you, Edwin, how Group Aristos have implemented ASG culture, the main philosophy that guides your group of companies, and how this philosophy translates into concrete actions in ASG and sustainable development. Thank you, CAF, thank you, and greetings to my fellow panelists. I was after a motorcycle accident in a gurney a week ago, and I was talking about sustainability, and the doctor said, I only have green fiber. So this was an omen to be here with you today. As a context, we are in El Salvador, a real estate developer of industrial parks and logistics parks. These employ 14,000 people. How do we impregnate through philosophy so that this permeates downward? Grupo Aristos, the mission is just not to build industrial parks, but we want to attract direct foreign investments, add jobs, diversify industries, and helping El Salvador to develop and move ahead forward. When that mission is clear to you, then you can use a finer screen. First of all, projects have to be economically viable, otherwise why business? Number two, must be socially responsible, and three, must be environmentally sustainable. When you filter all through that, when you screen it, and everybody is clear in the corporation to look out for opportunities, when all of that is clear, and we start asking ourselves and assess each project where we can commit a little bit of different elements and we make important things happen. Out of this analysis, out of this screening in 2018, we set the goal for ourselves that the energy that our customers are consuming in the industrial park, we were going to be generated as a group. And that's how the vision of Aristos Energy came. Basically, photovoltaic, this is solar. We did it in 5 years. Even though we went through the pandemic with great satisfaction, by 2022, end of 2022, all energy that our customers demand are self-generated by us. We have 56 megawatts peak. It's the equivalent of getting off the roads 13,000 vehicles, saving a lot of hectares of forest. It's business, it's profitable, and you help your customers save cost and help them hit the target because of environmental target because their own customers demand it. And that's a perfect element of how everything joins together. Let me give you an additional example. So we tell you about my main points. We're about to finish the first Tier 3 data center. After having none in El Salvador, now we're going to have the second biggest in Central America, because it's something essential so that El Salvador can insert itself in the new technology trends. The data centers are big energy consumer, and we are building a 44 peak megawatts to have a neutral impact and be able to diversify the energy grid and minimize the carbon footprint. So concrete examples as to something that can be profitable, but it's good at the same time at different levels. Excellent. These are the type of examples that we need to hear so that we can influence successfully, because one thing that we saw in the video, one of the topics that companies talk about is that ESG is not profitable. But you all talk effectively projects that are sustainable in themselves. So being part of the culture, part of the company strategy and culture, without a doubt, this comes back as a profit sometimes. You have many examples. You live the day-to-day of the private sector, without a doubt. You can recommend concrete ideas. I'd like to hear during this panel have concrete ideas that you can share with us. How can we from the multilateral banking, especially CAF, to be able to work with you more in this mission that we have to better the world? Let me begin in the same order with Sergio, and I would like to hear from each and one of you so that from CAF we have concrete ideas to do business.
I believe that the last one is precisely with CAF. We signed a Coca-Cola Latin American CAF Memorandum of Understanding in September, October last year, precisely because of corporate social responsibility. And with the prior experience in my last life in the Colombia agency, we spoke to Sergio and asked why can we do, if we want to rehabilitate the watersheds also and look for more people in Latin America to have access to water, why don't we, from the multilateral bank, why don't we talk to the subnational governments and the local governments? There's where the key is to achieve the SDGs. If we talk to the local governments and we place resources to finance technical assistance, that first seed of cooperation, non-reimbursable cooperation, the multilateral bank then gives the mechanism or the credit, and then the government, the local government, is engaged in this in the long term. And this could be as simple as a repair of leaks in very old infrastructure in urban water pipelines, for example. There is a loss of drinking water only because the pipelines in most of our countries have leaks, and this is with the mechanism of blended finance, which are very simple, where we put together sustainability and corporate social responsibility plus multilateral bank in a world that I have to say needs more multilateralism, and that is how we can make a difference while we refresh the world. Hopefully we'll see many other projects like that. Gabriela?
A gente, no final, a gente precisa ser eficaz no uso dos recursos, mas a gente precisa de recursos. Quando a gente olha para o desafio ambiental, a gente, inclusive, tem uma linha de crédito com vocês para eletrificação que foi um sucesso. A gente tem uma financeira, né, que financia veículos que tem um share grande no país e muito por conta do recurso que vocês...
And this is because of the resources that were facilitated last year. Because of that, we have been growing in the market in hybrid and electric vehicles. There are solutions that are already existing that we have to escalate. There are existing solutions also that have not been yet paid, but we have to increase that account and to see how we combine different capitals and we do a blend finding and escalate. If not, we will not be able to do it at the speed that we need. And there are solutions and that we're still testing, and we have to finance all the research and development. We are looking for new ways to classify the risk, how we see our appetite, how we see the products. These are small, not relevant, but if we believe and we want to promote this, we have to look at it in a different manner. There are artisanal solutions that we're testing also at home, in-house, and we have to do that test because we have to advance, and the alliance with you is essential. That is a small example, but we can do many more things, and we could also do sanitation, and how we do this in the rural areas. How do we amplify this? We have to be creative. We need the capital at an economical price, because if not, we will not be able to escalate at the speed that we need. And also, we need to know how to select the project. It is fundamental to work with all these criteria so that the resources can arrive where needed. If we do not work on these three resources, which are price and directing these resources, would be very difficult, and it will therefore be very difficult to advance at the speed that we want or achieve our goals. What we have done has not been sufficient. We need to do things in a different manner. Also, we need to work in everything that you have said in order to move more resources for partners such as you that are doing a spectacular job. I would also say that Gonzalo and Edwin, we can leave this room with concrete actions. Agreement? One, countries as El Salvador has a very low rating. However, we have very good projects. And I think the challenge for CAF is to think out of the box and see how we can look at corporations with good projects in countries that have a low rating. And number two, we need to really promote a project finance guru, because a traditional bank says, well, okay, your project is very nice, but what is your collateral? Instead of looking at the project itself. And I think that CAF can work fully in this way. And my final message for CAF would be, banks typically mitigate risk. We take risks, but we need at this moment to be brave and join us, because the moment is now. Thank you very much, Edwin. You have allied the area of risk, and that is important. Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalo, you have a spectacular role as president of the Chilean Association. What do you think would be a mission that we can take from here? I'm going to ask three things as well, for the price of one. The first, I think it is extremely important, even if it's obvious, I think we have to say it, to reaffirm the importance of the role of the the public-private partnerships. It is extremely important for all to feel that they can contribute to an important and large objective, an objective of sustainable development, or a goal of sustainable development. The story has shown that since the Roman times, when the aqueducts were built, up until the construction of the Panama Canal, in Chile, we have a former Ministry of Public Works, to the construction of infrastructure that changed the face of the country. In airports, ports, highways, tunnels, hospitals, jails. It is truly important to understand that the public-private partnership is virtuous. And the first thing that I ask the bank is to never forget how important it is to support these public-private partnerships. Secondly, to be always the history of this bank. Just as IDB, the World Bank, were born in a very clear and particular context. The World Bank, after the world, to reconstruct the economy of the world. The CAF, that was already mentioned by the president, is born from a historic context, highly marked context, but above all, in an area in Latin America. Today, Latin America and the Caribbean, looking toward Spain and Portugal. That gives the CAF a location that is very important to be near and to be close. That is very important to become involved and commit with all the countries of which we are part. And the third, to understand also that new topics emerge. The challenges are not static. They are dynamic by definition. And one of the topics that I have studied and developed is the importance of creating sustainable food systems that our population is well fed. And this is highly linked to health, to public health of the countries, and also with the education. We must say that too. I think that this is a great challenge that we have to tackle as a continent, Latin America and the Caribbean as well. I think that they deserve to be joined in a very important public work, which is to improve the quality of the food of the inhabitants of this region. Thank you. Well, we are over the time, but I would like to leave two messages. We have the private sector. We have gathered ideas from here. We have been inspired by these experiences. So once again, thank you very much to all of you, and may you all have a very good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much to all our panelists for showing once again the importance of the private sector as a great partner for the sustainable development, with very specific examples, and also with all the examples that have been given. We thank you all. We continue by inviting Manuel Fernandez, editor of El Mercurio from Chile, that will be the moderator of the discussion panel. Are Latin America and the Caribbean prepared for the rise of artificial intelligence? We are also going to invite two panelists to talk about this topic. Alexandra Laguna, Senator of the Republic of Mexico, and Alberto Arciniega, President of Microsoft Latin America. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. And we are also going to see a video to give you a context for this topic. Artificial intelligence has experienced unprecedented advances, transforming radically our economy, our society, and our governance. Promoted by great data, advanced algorithm, and amazing capacity of processing, AI is redefining the possible, from the economic reactivation to the industrial transformation and the creation of new economic sectors. The IA is a model of innovation and efficiency in the world. This revolution is also transforming the public sector, where the adequate design and implementation of AI is fundamental to support the green agenda and climate change. The economic reactivation and competitiveness for development. In light of this opportunity, CAF has an ambitious AI agenda. With our partners, we have created the regional concepts for the governance of Latin America and the Caribbean together with UNESCO, and we have supported different governments in the design of public policies and institutional frameworks for AI, labs, sandboxes, and best practices. In CAF, we embrace this era change, and we position ourselves in the front of this, and we are committed to regional integration, promoting AI with ethics and responsible and for the benefit of the common good. We would like to welcome you to this panel. Yes, where we would like to discuss a topic that has we have heard in the last 12 months, how Latin America and the Caribbean are prepared and have a vision on this matter. We have with us here two voices, Alejandra Lagunes Soto. She's a communicator from the Institute of Monterrey. She's responsible for the creation and the dissemination of the strategy of the Mexican presidency. She has an experience of more than 13 years at the private sector, in Yahoo, Microsoft, Google, and also Televisa. She is currently a senator of the Republic for the Green Ecologist Party in Mexico. And she has much to say with regard to the situation in that country regarding AI. And also with us, to your right, is Alberto Arciniega, President of Microsoft Latin America. He's an industrial engineer. He was born in Peru, graduated from the University of Lima, a passionate of people and market. He worked in IBM, and in 2012 started with Microsoft, where he has been working for over 20 years. He has held position as the Global Vice President of Industry of the Commercial Sector at Microsoft, and he has been a Vice President of Enterprise Safe for Microsoft Latin America. And today, he is the President of Microsoft Latin America. Let's give them a round of applause to our panelists. Before we go into the questions, I was asked to talk about an event. I am an editor of the innovation sector in the Mercurio of Chile, where it's a hub of support on these topics. And recently, CAF supported an initiative, the Future Congress. And I understand that the bank is trying to replicate in other countries, for example, in Bolivia. This year, the AI was, that was less than 10 years ago. We had dozens of guests. I would like to summarize this as to what were the most important points of this scientific meeting. Not only scientific, but also political and ethical. We can say that there's an important group of people that look at this with hope. And in that sense, the two main hopes has to do with health and industrial applications in the public sector. There's much expectations as to how AI can be an ally for research, for health diseases that is a burden to the health sector. Also, the times of research and the cost of these processes. And therefore, there is hope for those who have certain diseases which are not of interest for the pharmaceutical industry. There are companies that are self-administered or managed, for example, to detect certain cancer diseases. And this is where the applications are many, especially for the predictive capacity of these systems. But with this hope, there is another feeling that and we could define with this the concept of suspicion, a sensation that we are perhaps going too fast with a technology that we still do not understand. And some say that their impact is not visible. A person that has speaking much of this is Crawford, who was in the Future Congress, and he said that he even suspects of the letters that great persons have signed in order to stop the development of artificial intelligence, and thinks that that could be a way of setting the agenda to talk of a topics such as the existential impact on human beings, and not to place our view in the environment, the consumption of energy, precarious work, concentration of power, or things that could be behind the platforms of artificial intelligence. When we asked the Chilean authorities what was left from the future Congress, the response was the same, left and right, that there is a need for regulations for artificial intelligence. In fact, there is a group of parliamentarians that say that Chile will be the first country to have a framework of this. This will. How do we balance the hope and suspicions balance? There are dangers, and if we go to suspicions, perhaps you're going to stop innovation, and we're going to lose an opportunity to generate an opportunity to take advantage of this technology that is not quite clear. How do we place limits? How to establish rules to allow us to be participants in this revolution? And this is a great debate for the 2024 event. And the future Congress is an initiative such as this forum. And I have 20 seconds to tell you that, for example, we have at the journal, together with Microsoft Chile, a project, XD, which is a platform that we launched last year with an example of adding artificial intelligence with human intelligence. You can visit it in the internet. We take news from technology, and we invite this, and it's translated into artificial intelligence to the language of the young, to give them information that could be inspiring for their careers or professions and lead them to science. It is an example that we will give you so that you can learn it. And this is what we discuss in the future Congress, and this is what we would like to introduce in this conversation. And for that, I would like to start by asking Senator Lagunes. Mexico was the first country in Latin America that developed and launched an artificial intelligence initiative from the executive power. But in the present administration, this changed. This is a National Alliance for AI. What is the main inspiration of this proposal, and what are the objectives and goals in the mid and long term? Thank you, Manuel, and thank you very much to CAF for the invitation to share with you here today what we're doing in Mexico. The main inspiration is that AI is inevitable. AI is here. It's not new. It arrived many years ago, and the first time that this was mentioned was more than 70 years ago. And after the summers and winters, we reached this inflection point where the convergence of technologies makes a reality what Alan Turing said 70 years ago. Then artificial intelligence was going to arrive. In these 70 years is the evolution of the algorithms, the technology, the power of the computation makes these technologies convergence to take several years before becoming artificial intelligence. However, with the emergence and the socialization of ChatGPT in November of 2022, it was amazing. It was like the moment in which socialists said, what is this? This is a new technology. Artificial intelligence has been in our telephones, in our homes for many years. This topic that they recommend friends, that they recommend things, and certain profiling in the social networks. We're talking, and the telephone listens to us and recommends a certain product. All of that is artificial intelligence. And that artificial intelligence, however, with the right, ChatGPT was like a great, it was amazing, because we could see in a very simple manner the capacity and the beginning of AI. However, I am convinced that the future is what we build today. And that is why in the previous administration in 2018, almost concluding the administration, we launched the National Strategy for Cybersecurity. 6 years ago in Mexico, this strategy was not implemented. It was not followed up. And the Senate of the Republic a year ago created the National Alliance of Artificial Intelligence. This National Alliance is a governance model that is very innovative because it's a multi-sectorial model where we comprise by academia, the industry, civil society, governments, legislators, autonomous organizations, international organizations, and we discuss and debate for some month in work sessions together with UNESCO, and we discuss what the diagnosis of AI in Mexico and two proposal of public policies and models of governance, and why the importance of this alliance and why it has generated or had such an exponential growth, because it came to lead and dynamize the AI space, and there are concrete actions that came about from this partnership. In the first place, from this alliance or partnership in a collaboratory way, there was a draft bill, a constitutional reform for Article 73, for the Congress to have the authority to legislate with regards to AI, and also work groups were established in topics that we think are urgently needed, such as cybersecurity, data, sandbox, regulatory, and other action is that we are creating a policy paper or a document of public policy of proposals to give to the candidates to the presidency of the Republic, which are to begin a campaign this upcoming month. These are actions that are very specific and concrete, and this partnership has not only been discussing the topic, but also they are detonating actions. And I think that the great incentive for me as legislator is to be able to legislate responsibly, because to legislate wrongly could also be an obstacle for innovation. It could be very dangerous. And so when we are at the table listening to experts on artificial intelligence, academia, civil society, and the governments, we are reaching agreements. We are discussing topics with which we can begin, perhaps not a law on artificial intelligence, but to adequate or adjust laws that we already have. Alberto, are you at the forefront of this topic at Microsoft? And what is the impact of these AI developments in the community markets in Latin America, and especially how can they take advantage of this? Firstly, thank you very much and good afternoon to all, and thank you for the invitation. It is an honor for me to be here and to share this panel with you, Madam Senator. And it is always welcome to have people from the government looking as to how to do this responsibly and to regulate it. So this is very good. And in answer to your question, and as the Senator just said, AI has been around for many years. But what I would like to focus on right now is that generator AI, which has created quite a boom and has made it more public and inclusive, the concept of ChatGPT. But before talking about that, I think it would be good to define what generative AI is. Many people have used it and they use the ChatGPT, but what they do is basically the AI models that existed until ChatGPT were models that had to be trained with data from each company or organization. This is machine learning, as we know it. These are very specific matter of risk management, credit administration. We can do all that with our data. This is a model, the generative AI. It's a model that it knows how to do, and I'm going to simplify it. Two things. It can read and write. That's it, period. Nothing else. What was announced in 2022 in November, and what you saw is a model that was trained, and that what it was given to read was the entire internet, except the sites that were not good. And that is why the responses, that was the understanding. And that language model understood. And why do I say that it only knows how to read and write? And that is the important part, and that it is trained, is because when you place an instance, and that is a revolution of an instance of that model in the cloud, in the Microsoft cloud, that model knows how to read and write, but it doesn't have a content. It hasn't read anything. So we can ask questions, but he can answer anything because he doesn't know anything. Now imagine the level of revolution when I begin to provide political resources from a company, and I can ask, and then he begins to answer with regard to the documents that we have only given them to read, and the laws, the regulations. These are documents that are totally curated, that it can read, and I have questions on that efficiency to work. We have companies such as Bimbo, Petronas, that have generated these digital agents to allow them to have a level of productivity, because I don't know, for me to look for a document or to find a policy and to navigate in the web could be extremely complicated. This simplifies it in natural language, and it gives me exactly what I need and saves me a lot of time. And with this, there is something that I think is important. This is the first time that we have a technology that is available throughout the world at the same time. All governments, all countries, all companies. And this is interesting because we all started with zero. No one had a competitive advantage. So it is fundamental. And this is something that we are seeing, that all industries already have opportunities and begin to see how to use this. The government to have access to information as to how do I receive my vaccinations. And this is, for example, a person that doesn't know how to navigate on the website, they can ask a question in a natural language and to receive an answer. So that gives a level of inclusion at the government and level that we do not have right now. In health, we have a number of very few doctors, and we have first-hand care that with this technology they could probably save lives. In education, the number of teacher students is larger, so there are ways to continue helping with personal tutors. The number of users are continuing to increase. So this is more of a revolution than an evolution. For the first time, I think that the human being has the capacity to speak in a natural language and to receive the understanding and to take advantage of all the information that exists within companies and governments. Today, I was lucky enough to sign an MOU with the CAF, of which we are very proud. And following our joint vision as to how we can help to develop the region in a sustainable manner, we signed a document that is based on how to provide connectivity to people, which is important, especially in remote areas. And we have technologies for that. How can we focus on developing digital skills, skilling of persons for them to have more work? And how can we make sure that AI is used and adopted responsibly and with ethical principles? Because there are many positive things this can generate. And lastly, is how can we do all this creating a sustainable future in the region? And I think this is the importance of being in all industries, in all regions, in all countries. And I think that there is no way of stopping this. The evolution is here, and as in Latin America and as governments, we are at the same place like everybody else. And the question is, are we going to surf that wave, and or are we going to wait for the world to pass us?
Great question. And with regards to the memorandum that you were mentioning, an experience that you can take from our country is something that we have launched recently, the digital sustainable development criteria. How can we adjust this? This can be a good reference point for this framework that you're working on. Senator, what is the focus or the approach that you have regarding regulation of artificial intelligence? Yes, I would actually like to retake something that Dito said. Currently, the world is very much concentrated in terms of artificial intelligence in the global north. That is, we have the great developers, the US and China, the European Union also as another bloc, but more so towards the regulatory aspect. I think that a great opportunity that we have is what are we going to do as a region, not just as a country, but as a region. And in Mexico, this group of experts, hundreds of experts, we are convinced that Latin America can be a fourth bloc for artificial intelligence development. Now, we do have to take into account that we have important challenges which are in the process towards innovation. And these challenges that all of the countries in the global south have, or almost all, have to do with issues of inclusion, high speed, universal connectivity, which is an infrastructure aspect, also digital capacities, financial inclusion, and digital trust and reliance. And that is why we have issues on cybersecurity. In these work tables, the conclusions have to do with the need to regulate and observe three aspects. First, ethics. Second, human rights. And third, innovation. With regards to ethics, there is talk about the regulation of the use of artificial intelligence and not the technology per se, to establish what are the acceptable uses depending on the risks. And if there are risks, but it has great benefits, then we need to know how to mitigate the risks. And that is why regulation is necessary. Also, we have to have the definition of the responsible parties, the responsibilities, and the consequences of the actions. We have to ensure integrity of data and technological infrastructure. The importance of the quality and the integrity of databases is key for the development of ethical artificial intelligence. We also have to have algorithmic transparency, that is, with equality, non-discriminatory as well. We need transparency and to promote collaboration worldwide and regionally. With regards to human rights, to promote diversity, equality, inclusion in development. 85% of the development today of artificial intelligence is done by white people, white men of the global north. We have to protect dignity, privacy aspects, and we have to create regulatory frameworks on cybersecurity to avoid bias and discrimination, education. We have to reduce the gaps of women in STEM careers, train professors, and to change the educational models in all of our countries with public-private partnerships and to implement specific regulations for the inclusion of indigenous cultures and different tongues. We need to include neuro data and neuro rights in the current laws of personal data, and the development has to be sustainable over time. And finally, with regards to innovation, there was great talk about having regional large language models, LLMs, that are regional, which are representative of our countries, that promote development and use of IA in the public sector with open code, and to invest in research and development, to create innovation ecosystems, and to have policies of government open data, and to have regulatory sandboxes that will allow us to have a flexible regulation, to be testing technology and public policies continuously. So basically, those are the great challenges, and the challenge of all of the countries has to do with governance. That is, who will define and how will things be defined? Who is going to have governance? What are the standards going to be? And with regards to governance, locally, the talk was about having a regulatory entity that was autonomous, and for it to be a specialized organization that was multidisciplinary, similar to what the alliance or partnership is, with multi-sectorial participation, with regular audits, and for it to have adherence, budget, and to have access to industry. to demand transparency, access to information, to work together with the current regulators. In Mexico, the regulators are the Transparency Institute, Competitivity Institute, and Infrastructure. We have to strengthen this. And regionally speaking, there was a lot of talk about this regional bloc that has a partnership for IA to have technical competence, knowledge transfer, and to have a lab or sandbox that would facilitate the access to computational empowerment. In Mexico, simply we have 6 supercomputers, which is where IA is developed. So we need to have a policy lab to design guidelines, case studies, and regional documentation. An entrepreneurship and innovation program articulate the access to mitigate risks, to develop regional capacities, and to have joint events and conferences. So we're seeing how by having a local regulation that is connected to the global regulation through a local autonomous multidisciplinary organization. And in this respect, just briefly, the big question is how is the workforce adapted to this and the industries that will be affected? In short, or in summary, what is being considered in this respect in Mexico? Well, the impact today is large. 99% of the companies in Mexico are small and medium enterprises that generate 75% of employment in Mexico. Out of these enterprises, 60% may be affected by artificial intelligence. We need to create upscaling or rescaling activities. That is, how can we transform the labor force's capacities? And we need training for this. Half of the labor force in Mexico will not have access today with the current conditions. They will not have access to these trainings. That is why it is so important to have the public-private partnership collaboration, that collaboration between the academia, the industry, the governments, and the labor unions to be able to train in an accelerated way the different labor groups. Thank you very much. Alberto, can you share some examples of projects or initiatives that the company may be engaging with public-private partnerships, with solutions based on AI? Yes, there are many examples. You can't see this, but I have a timer up here. We're going to ask for 3 extra minutes. So I think there are many things happening nowadays. At the retail level, for instance, if you can imagine the purchase experience, and this example can sound funny, but it is real. Imagine that I have to plan a party for my daughter, but the motive or the theme has to be on unicorns. Complicated, because if it was about horses, it'd be easier. But can you imagine I have to start looking into plates and knickknacks? So it's complicated. So what retailers are doing is for me to simply use artificial intelligence and write, I need to plan a party for my daughter with the unicorn theme. And all of a sudden, I get a whole bunch of results, and my experience is different. The interaction that I have with the retailer is completely different. In the same way, when we speak about education, we're looking at cases in secretariats in certain countries where there are 3.5 million students in some of the states. And the teachers, it is complicated for them to review all of the homeworks and to see if they are using the information well. And they're using AI to help them go through all of this so they have more time to actually teach for the curriculum development and to be able to help each student develop themselves. So that is another example that is happening. Now, in the legal power or judicial system, we have more cases and less judges. And it is a huge problem of equality in terms of justice. If it takes me years in closing a case, then it generates complications. How can I read all of the files and help the judges so that they're a lot more effective? How can I go about doing filters and carrying cases that have been going on for years, and for the judge that analyzes them to have access to all of the documents and recommendations. We thought of this as a co-pilot because the decision at the end will be of the human, but honestly speaking, I can make humans much more efficient if I'm able to help them digest all of that data and information and to present it in a form where we can ask questions. For example, having a person in front that has read everything, and then I can just go to that person and ask questions. So it's similar in terms of experience. Just like this, there are many other examples. Call centers. Maybe you have experience as you talk to a person and this person transfers you to another person and so on and so forth. How can I take all of that information and interactions to be better focused on the solution and for us to help the person that is working, for them to know, okay, I can solve this, I can scale this up, I can make this in an automated approach. So there are a lot of experiences taking place in absolutely all of the countries and industries, from the agricultural sector, mining, all the way to legal, government, education, retail, banking, in absolutely all of the sectors. I know I went over time. I'm sorry. All right, just one last question. You have 9 seconds. You've talked about opportunity avenues. In terms of regulations, what are the use and the responsible use and development aspects in the company, or from the company's perspective? In 2017, we published ethical principles. How should this be employed? So we have principles on equity, and everything that we promote honors this. We have, for instance, white papers that we give to the governments and to the competitors. We share it with everyone because we believe that it's important to focus on what is important: equity, transparency, reliability, inclusion, privacy, security. Those are the principles. And once again, we need regulations. We will need to have regulations. But I believe that the opportunity, especially in our region, to help more people to be more productive, to do a leapfrog approach of what is happening and where we're coming from, is huge. And I believe that we have to act today. All right, that is a very hopeful message from this panel with respect to artificial intelligence, and its different approaches can be both an evolution as a revolution that can help the region use it to solve important problems like the ones you've mentioned: health, education, productivity, growth, always respecting the ethical aspects on human rights and innovation. Thank you very much. Let's thank them with a round of applause. And we would like to invite you to continue with the conference.
Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Realmente
Thank you very much. Everything that has been mentioned is extremely interesting in such a current topic like artificial intelligence. On the one hand, we saw all of the benefits for the region in terms of health, education, and then we also saw the progress in Mexico and advances where, beyond partnerships and conversations, there are concrete actions with draft bill initiatives so that Congress can rule in this respect, and in addition, public policy documents for candidates. So we believe that it is worth rescuing some of the initiatives that are being undertaken. And of course, once again, we have the issue arising on the importance of PPPs in the development in the region. Of the region. So continue with the agenda. We're going to invite Antonio Silvera, Digital Transformation Manager of CAF. He's going to moderate the presentation called Integration Routes. We're also going to welcome the panelists who are going to be with us today. We have Vanessa Carvalho dos Santos, Deputy Secretary of International Affairs and Development of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and Pedro Silva Barros, researcher of the Institute of Applied Economic Research. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear us well. Welcome, Vanessa and Pedro. An excellent opportunity for a discussion. Because we have 3 Brazilians in the panel, we're going to be speaking in Portuñol. So what is the purpose of this session? You know that in the beginning of last year, President Lula, as all of the presidents in Latin America, actually South America, were summoned to have a discussion on integration issues, especially considering infrastructure and how to promote the execution of projects in a region that poses a great importance. We are more integrated than sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, when we look at the different integration indexes. From there, what derived was what today is called the Consensus of Brazil. It was an agreement of promoting the investment of infrastructure and integration to be able to, based on this, leverage commerce and trade relationships. In the General Assembly of the UN this year, the ambassadors met, and we finished the year in Rio de Janeiro with 4 banks, the BNDES, CAF, IDB, Fomplata, publishing the Rio Declaration. What does the Declaration of Rio talk about? Well, it'll be 3 years after investing $10 billion to finance integration infrastructure in South America. This is the background for today's discussion. And here I would like to begin with Pedro. In the strategy that Brazil has followed in the 5 routes of integration and development towards 2023, and with the foreign trade dynamics of the country. Thank you. It is a pleasure to participate in this panel and to speak a little bit about the integration routes proposed by Brazil. The question is if something has changed, and the answer is that a lot has changed. And the changes in Brazil are fundamental. To think about the physical integration today, if we compare with the year 2000, when we had the development of the proposal for the South American Integration Initiative that CAF and IDB have participated in, today the dynamics in Brazil have changed a lot. Production progresses towards the west, and population does so too, but especially foreign trade. The states that are border states in Brazil grow a lot more than the Atlantic states. This is an extraordinary shape. Mato Grosso, for instance, a border state with Bolivia, 20 years ago, 23, 24 years ago, exported $1 billion. There are many cities of the state Mato Grosso that export by themselves more than $1 billion. The state exports $33 billion. So it is incredible speed. Exporting in per capita terms, the state has 3.5 million inhabitants. So in terms of per capita, the export was less than China. But today they export twice as much as China. China has grown a lot in terms of foreign trade in the last 30 years, last 25 years. But the speed of the Mato Grosso growth is more than twice that of China in terms of exports. And prior to 2000, Brazil exported, and the trade was especially with the Atlantic. from our independence, from the colony, the Atlantic North side especially. And in the year 2000, Brazil exported more to Martinique, the island close by, than to Atina. But now, Brazil is exporting more to Vietnam than to France. Brazil is exporting more to Korea than the UK. It exports more, 3 times more to China than to the US. So it is a tremendous shift. It exports more to Indonesia than to Italy and so on. And many of the products of this central part of Brazil, which is bordering with Paraguay, Bolivia, and Peru, currently are a lot closer to the Pacific side ports in terms of kilometers than to the ports on the Atlantic side. And many lines that Brazil was exporting, or many goods, less than 1%, like cotton, for instance, to Asia. Today, we have 80% going to Asia. Meat that Brazil was exporting, say, 1% to Asia. Today, in frozen meat, there's it represents 30% of the world exports. That is a lot more than half going to Asia. So to think about the physical integration aspects currently is to take these differences into account. But it is not only a difference regarding foreign and regional trade in terms of production. It also has to do with the new governance, social and environmental systems, citizen participation of other ministries, in fact, besides the 5 that have to do with infrastructure, which are planning, transportation, ports, energy. Before, they were the only ones, but now governance is demanding more ministerial level participation and a lot more participation of other actors and stakeholders. This is an issue that has to do with a demand for democracy and participation in Brazil, and it is articulated with other public policies. To rethink integration today in Brazil has made the planning ministry and the government of Brazil as a whole to think about the new dynamics in the country, the shifts in international trade, and the potential of regional integration. Regional commerce and trade is very important for Brazil. Every dollar that we export to China, actually every dollar that we stop to export to Argentina, which is the country that we have tense relationships with, is not compensated with an extra dollar to China. We generate much more employment and quality in the intra-regional trade. Trade in the region is more accessible for SMEs, and it is a first step for internationalization of companies. So, as a short, that is what it's about, to think about integration under the new governance criteria and dynamics. It's not a matter of reproducing what happened in the year 2000. It is engaging in further participation with the government to ensure integration over time. We have learned that now there are 6 years without meetings among the ministers of infrastructure. A meeting of ministers took place in November of the 12 countries in our foreign affairs ministry. It took too long to do that. For it to be more frequent and to go more in depth and to go beyond the government in office, we need to have a broad participation of the public sector, private sector, NGOs, and of the society as a whole, both in South and Central America. Thank you very much, Pedro. Now moving on to Vanessa. First of all, I would like to commend the initiative of the Ministry for the leadership, not only with the Brazilian perspective, but also for promoting dialogue. Now, taking this into account, how do you consider the most relevant challenges to progress in this aspect? We have a portfolio of projects that need to be revisited. But is this enough? What do you think? Thank you, Tony, Pedro, and also thank you, CAF, for inviting me to this conference. It is a pleasure being here. I apologize ahead of time for my portuñol, combination of Portuguese and Spanish. First of all, it is necessary to speak about the fiscal aspects for financing of projects. It's important for prioritization in the countries, considering the demands and the resources that we have in our countries. The resources, the needs in the banks also to face together the situations. Also, the regulatory infrastructure goes in hand with this. We need to have an alignment between the technical sectors and the political sectors. In the past, the impression was that there was an initial political push that then transformed into an excessively technical proposal with a portfolio of projects that was too broad, that did not necessarily meet all of the needs for integration in the countries. Now there are international agreements in the region, and this is key to improve regulatory infrastructure. Also, there are topics that are stagnated or limited by political bureaucracy. When there isn't political will, things that are relatively simple are left to the side and they become obstacles. For example, the Technical Committee 2 of Mercosur of customs issues can easily share examples of this sort. Uruguay and Brazil have 6 border access points. They all have improvement needs that could be implemented with a greater internal coordination of the different institutions of the countries. The issue is that each one of the institutions respond to different ministries. That is why in Brazil we are creating an interministerial commission, as Pedro has mentioned, led by the Ministry of Planning, a ministry with a mainstreaming approach or cross-cutting approach to address bottlenecks and the cross-border interactions among neighboring countries. Also, addressing topics that we know do not progress because of political sensitivities or issues in the countries. And on the economic side, between Brazil and Peru, for instance, there are account systems that establishes a limit of 60,000 tons per country to go along the road. With the opening of the port of Shanghai in Peru, it will be necessary to address the limits that impede bilateral commerce. One of the biggest problems identified by the Ministry of Budget in managing the budgets in Brazil, there is inefficiency in the transport network in the import of Peruvian olives. That is the second product that the state in Brazil imports the most from Peru. Now, instead of the olives arriving directly by road or by land because it's only 2,000 kilometers away, they go out through the seabound through the Panama Canal and goes more than 3,000 kilometers to get to that town in Brazil. Can you imagine how much more we could import from Peru without these logistical barriers? It is natural that along the integration process, there will be sectors that oppose greater integration. Therefore, it is necessary to understand the concerns of the actors, the stakeholders, with an active listening approach so that there can be agreement among countries to find ways to identify a win-win relationship for the sectors. On the other hand, it is important, like Pedro mentioned, to establish governance through integration routes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Taking into account the Latin American integration discussion, we're going to take, we already had initiatives, discussions, and some examples of success, such as CAF. Others, important initiatives like Mercosur, the Pacific Alliance. Besides those examples, which are very useful examples, we continue to be with an important delay to with progress on this subject to integrate more. Then what? Taking this into account, so I will ask you a question. What recommendations could you bring for construction long-term that I will call an ecosystem that could favor Latin American innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you, Tony. We think that integration process and the policy plan, which has a lot of lessons learned of what to do and not to do. It is necessary to strengthen the links of confidence between our countries so that we will not be dependent of policies or politics that change all the time in each one of our countries. A very important way that it's possible for these links of confidence is to unite with common objectives. The Capricornio Bio Road is something that we have talked a lot about in Brazil, and that we will continue to talk. Each one of the countries, our neighboring countries, tries to connect Alberto de Santos with the port of Antofagasta and Iquique in Chile. It is a good example of initiatives. Therefore, conscious of the importance of having a common objective beside political differences, the governors of each of the states and provinces that are part of that route began to meet periodically. As a consequence, this route has been able to make important progress beside the great political changes left by these countries, especially Brazil. And this provides us with an indication that it is important that we have coordination with these 12 countries, but only it is basic that there will be other governability focus on integration with more participation in the local governments, productive sector, academia, and civil society together. So when we have this common objective, a mission is easier to go over obstacles that we might have and avoid conflict. Thank you. Pedro, what do you think? I think it is very important to involve all countries. And then in the case of these routes, which are in South America, then we have to have a space for these 12 countries. It seemed impossible 1 year ago when Lula won the elections. I participated in the technical group in foreign affairs with the transition, and it seemed impossible that these 12 presidents sat on the same table. And it was, and 6 months later, or 5 months later, it was possible. The president of Colombia does not recognize the governor of Peru. The one from Uruguay and Paraguay had never spoken personally with the president of Venezuela. The Argentinian president had not spoken with the president of Ecuador, and they were all present. And this is to reestablish this link of confidence with concrete agendas. And this was May 30th. Lula proposed 10 points for discussion. One was specific for infrastructure, directly on COSI plan. There was another one to discuss a South American energy market, which is very important. There was one to put regional savings for integration, making CAF and money. And then there was also someone on COSI plan, and it said, less projects, but with higher impact. Physical infrastructure and virtual, especially on the bordering lines, especially the subnational countries will be nearer. Brazil has, I don't know if you know, the 16,900 kilometers of borders. Brazil and Bolivia only is bigger than between Mexico and the United States. And the most important one, if the French Guiana, is where Brazil has more than Germany and other countries. So we only have 15 bridges. That is not enough. 8 of them built on this century. They are not enough. So we have to put twice as much if we have to construct these bridges. And it is basically to have social society, nearby society, local society. And I remember in 2015, we had this success group, the corridor between Mato Grosso South with the sea linking Argentina, Brazil. And this group continued to work, especially with the governments in Brazil, Chile, Paraguay, and Argentina, change of governments. The corridor continued to work because subnational governments and the actors continue to move this forth despite the political changes and friendship between presidents. And this is a success story. And last year, in 2022, on the previous government of Brazil, we signed a contract for a working group with Guyana and Peru that are part of these routes. So each one of these routes having their own governability with the local actors involved, but maintaining the space that is possible, inviting countries, of course, this is not an obligation, that they participate in their regional governability and thinking in projects with more impact, and especially in frontier countries. This portfolio is the main one is in Sao Paulo, that is very far away from any type of border. And so this is a path that I think we take the mistakes of the past, but we do have to take the commitment and potential. And in the case of Brazil, it's legal, constitutional even, to look for joint integration between our countries in the region. So we have expanded to the west, first with the ships and then with diplomatic relations in our borders. But the following step, considering all these productive stages in Brazil and the architectonical change in the Asia-Pacific markets, is going to be because of infrastructure. This for us is very clear. And this is what we're going to do together. If we have development, if there are more interdependence, there is the necessary stability for our development. We are living times of tension. And with this reflection, and I end, the South American space that has geopolitical tension is just a space that has less infrastructure. Brazil does not have roads with Guyana, and this is an important problem. And the president next month, in a few weeks, he will visit and talk about this problem. Integration, interdependency, it helps a lot, and the necessary stability for our development. Thank you very much, Pedro. So we're running out of time, but I have taken the message. Create confidence, having a clear view, and listen to people. These are the necessary conditions, but not enough to promote this ecosystem. Thank you so much for this participation.
Muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We have an agenda that is quite tight, but we are coming into the final block, and we are going to invite here Mr. Ángel Cárdenas, Development of Economics from CAF, who is going to moderate the panel of the discussion, the role of public role in sustainable development. So we are also going to invite the panelists. We will continue. Now we're still waiting for some panelists. So before inviting the panelists, we are going to work with show a video so that we can those that are under the state, they develop a key role and strategic role in the economy of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. At this time, several state companies that are from the banking, petroleum, minery, they are among the most important in the world. The EPS, they are strategic parts of the priority important parts of the state with important social activity. We are on electricity, transportation, water, residue recollection, telecommunications, petroleum and gas, mining, finances, development banks, research and innovation. In the region, the ETS are proportionally important in relation to the economy of each country, which shows its importance. The relation between the assets of the state and PIDE are about 16% of the internal product, with important in the subnational environment. The ETS also play a central role in providing public services as energy, gas, transportation, water, residues, and public transportation, among others. Some of the main challenges faced by the public enterprises are related with the corporate government, related to independence in the making decision, technifying its organization, and efficiency, where we are looking for similar levels of the private enterprise, and sustainable financing. There's many times depending on transfer of government subsidies. CAF will continue to accompany the ETS of the region to be strategic allies to move their objective forth in their sustainability, economic recuperation, recovery. We are now going to begin with this panel. We are taking some time, so at this point, I'm going to thank, while we wait, Alice, Coca-Cola, CAF, SFU, Samsung, and the Panama National Bank, as well as our 11 media partners of the region, the country, Centro América, La Estrella de Panamá, El Tiempo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, El Economista, Diario El Salvador, Listín Diario, and Nacional, the newspapers that are covering through all the region. And we are also live with the YouTube platform with CAF. And with this conference, we can see all the different subjects that we are dealing with in this conference of Latin America and in the Caribbean. We need global solutions for this region. So now we are going to begin with the role of public corporations and sustainable development. We have just seen the video that puts the context of this subject. Please remain with us.
Bien, ahora sí, vamos a llamar.
Okay, we're going to call now Ángel Cárdenas, Honest Water of Urban Development, Water and Creative Economies Manager, the role of public enterprises in the sustainable development. We also invite the panelists, Elia Espino de Marota, Sub-Administrator of the Panama Canal, Julio Castiglioni, President of the Metro of São Paulo, Josefina Montenegro, Director of the National Corporation of Copper of Chile. Please join our hands to welcome them. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the panelists that are with us today. Very clearly, technology makes things a little bit difficult. I'm going to speak as important is to listen to you, so I will not speak very long. Just 3 messages to introduce the panel. First, the importance of public enterprises from the state, not only in Latin America, but of the world. And in Latin America, about 16 or 20 points of the PIB is represented by by the state, and the value in assets is about $45 trillion. Of the 500 most important and Forbes companies, 102 are from private and the public corporations, and all are developed by the state. And I think it is very clear the importance that they have. And for us also in CAF, it is very clearly a client and an actor and associate that is very important in our different programs of investment that we have. However, there are still some challenges that are important and we have to cater to. And when we talk about the state corporations, we always speak about corporate governments. And here it is the success of a public state corporation. It depends on the level of independence that they have in their decisions, both the technical parts and also that they have that we have to have transparency. And there also this operation, how to compete and somehow position with the private enterprise, always keeping efficiency in operations. And the other one is sustainable financing. Many of the public state corporations in Latin America, part of their income comes from subsidies. And I think these three subjects are going to be, if I can think about it, Julio, if you permit it, and Josefina, I'm going to start with Elia at home. Elia, the question, and it is a little bit about the challenge that the Panama Canal has to guarantee those multiple connections with ports since 1920 and have resources and hydric in a sustainable way. What challenge do we have with this objective and to continue to be in a profitable corporation established by law? The Panama Canal, we have had challenges. It has been transferred from the United States to Panama. In these 23 years, we have been able to demonstrate the capacity of our commitment of the canal to be able to have this a successful operation. And with the financial resource, we have seen that it has been a good administration. We were able to have a new project, like was the enlarging of the Panama Canal, with the billions of dollars, with just 15 years after it has been handed back. And just in these 23 years, what the protection of our basin, hydro basin, and this in this year has taken more importance than it had before because of the droughts we have had this year. So for us, it's very important sustainability from the point of view of our hydrographic basin and also our workings, the personnel that works at the canal that have always shown a lot of pride and commitment. And of course, the challenge that we have before us is water. And this year, for the first time in the history, we have been able to reduce transit. We have taken several measures, slow ones, but we have some identified long, middle, and short term, so that this event that we have received in 2023 will not happen again. And this is based in that protection to the hydrographic basin and enlarging those limits and continuing to engaging the people that protect the basin with us. So for us, it is very important also this engagement of our clients. We have an operation that's very transparent with all the information that we have taken so that we can minimize the impact on our clients in this year that we had to decrease transits, to continue to listen to them, improving our operation so that it will impact the industry less possible. The Nino, and also in Europe, in South America, everywhere, there's some understanding by the industry, but it is very important to us to send the message that we are doing everything that's possible so that this will not happen again. So that is why we are doing we have a new policy of neutral carbon. 2050, so 2050, they're much more aggressive than we had for 2030. So we are replanning everything that has all this philosophy and the new planning so that we can continue forth. Thank you very much. Maybe the sustainability is very important, but there is a vision of winning again, win-win situation with your clients or with. So we cannot be isolated in these decisions, and we have to build this challenge with your allies and your clients. And thank you very much. Chile, Julio. And I will ask Josefina. Collect has more than 50 years. It's a corporation that has important challenges, especially in defining a policy, the adoption with the corporate government, especially for sustainability alignment, and is framed in the best practices of it that Chile has taken. From your vision, why is it important for a public corporation to have corporate alignment and sustainability, and especially what challenge for your organization? For instance, have you had some type of restructuring for training, indicators, social management? Many questions in one. I don't know if you can hear me well. First of all, thank you for this invitation. I am really grateful with CAF. And in this time, I am as a panelist, as I am director of the National Corporation of Copper Corporation. We have also had another hub as president of CAF Araucana. We have been able to be near CAF, and I would like to take the advantage of this moment to thank for everything they have done for Araucana and for being one of the main investors today in Chile since they opened their office in 2023. And they have already agreed many financial commitments, very important. And therefore, I would like to thank for Chile because they have had a penetration that has been very much quicker than we had expected. And as a new member country, because I will, again, from March 2023, we would like to congratulate CAF for this event. Having stated this, and we would like to also thank Chile. We have always said that. Thank you, Chief. And then in relation, Codeco is the main producer of copper in the world. And in that, as such, we have a responsibility and much more than any other corporation. And that is how we take it, as a challenge and a responsibility that is very important. We have a corporate government law that from 2010, it was implemented in 2010. It was enacted in 2009. And this government, we have had many good new things for Codeco. Many things, for instance, we have auto-regulation, and we have also depolitization. What does that mean? That even though some of the people that are part of the board, they might change according to the governmental changes. The idea is that this give continuity to this corporation, and it is put outside. Politics are taken out, and also the transfer, the priority, the independence, and autonomy. These, I think, are the main characteristics of this corporate government law, and then also these 13 years that it has been enacted and alive, and we have had certain regulations that I will give you some examples. For instance, we have been transparent on the clear difference between the board and administration, and we have very clarified which are the roles of each one. We have regulated any type of any people that are politically exposed, and many Codeco as ex-workers, for instance, and we have regulated lobbying. And also we have obviously implemented and certified our models, etc. Many actions that are aligned with this corporate government law. And as I stated, it is all about good things for the corporation, and it has been shown. Thank you very much, Josefina. Julio? The Metro also has more than 50 years and has different roles. It don't also take care of the operation, but coordinates with the Transportation Secretariat many of the organization and also the expansion, and these are important challenges with the policies of corporate governments. What point could you underscore that you think had allowed the company to keep its principles with the organization and the answers to all the importance to improve every day, to improve service every day? But so there's a good service, transportation service, but especially in the context of these resources, technological. And thank you for the invitation. I would like very much to speak in Spanish, but my accent is not very good. So therefore, I would not want to torture you with my accent, so I will speak in Portuguese. So I would like to understand the role of the metropolitan company in Sao Paulo. It is very important to understand the context of Brazil, the expectations that the Brazilian society has in relation to these state enterprises. And after receiving the invitation to be here with you, I started naturally to do some reflections, and I went back to 2013 in Brazil. A very difficult year we had popular manifestations in streets that could be summarized and can be as an important manifestation of intolerance to the bad practices of public services. Also 2013, 2014, Brazilian governments in all have been invited to reflect on the role of the state in the Brazilian society. Since then, we have been able to perceive a development of the corporation, of Brazilian corporations, such as what happened with the port, the Rotterdam port or Antwerp. And this has been a movement that is just starting in Brazil, but is really promising because we can see the professionalization of corporate state corporations, and at this level we can perceive at least one conclusion. The Brazilian society, and I believe that in the rest of Latin America, they cannot tolerate any more bad services. So when we talk about social responsibility, I think that it has to be really compulsory that this corporation provide service of quality. And I think this is a discussion that I think abstract to speak, for instance, of governability if you do not provide a service for which you have been dedicated. So in the case of the metro, I think it is true. We have a commitment with the passenger, and the passenger is the most important, and therefore we have done many investments. And the intensive use of capital, just as an example, we have an expansion of Line 2 that is in this where the community, the most vulnerable community lives. And only here we have an investment that has the support of CAF in relation to $1 billion. And this line 17 is going to connect the central area with the airport that has the most important movement in Brazil, the Congonha Airport. And we have invested we have put air conditioning in the trains, connection to internet in the train, camera facial identification to increase the perception of security for passengers. And at this point, what is most important, I would say, is that it is not enough to provide a quality service. It is not enough to provide a good experience or allow a good experience to the passenger if this is done only for some and not for all. And that is why we have to talk about social responsibility, talk also about the vocation they have to promote the sustainable development. This means also to talk about social inclusion. That is why the metro today and has 63 stations that transport 3 million passengers per day. And it has its concern to take this metro system, the daily transportation, to the extreme faraway parts of the metropolitan city. And I think this is important not only because of the comfort of the passenger, but also because we cannot understand the dignity of a person that live in important urban conglomerates without thinking and guaranteeing them the right to transportation. And I could demonstrate this, for instance, in the metropolitan region that has 20 million inhabitants and that has about 6-7 million cars every day on the streets. Many people take about from 3 to 4 hours to reach their jobs. And this is a quality time that we take away from each one of these persons to be able to live with their families, to study, to have access to quality, and have access to the pleasure also. So I summarize in this to do an expansion of the network, provide a good quality service to the passenger. These services be for all and not only for some.
No solamente basta prestar un buen servicio.
So it's not enough to just provide a quality service. There needs to be inclusion, and for that, the enterprise definitely has to have a large leap, not only in terms of technology, but also training their personnel. Ida, you mentioned the case of El Nino and the effects on the watershed management and the water challenges regarding the canal. And as we know, the canal manages close to 50% of the water that is provided to the country's population. How is the company organized to address these goals associated to the mission, maintaining transit, but on the other hand, the protection of the water basin? How is that balance done? The operation does not work without water, so we do have a very important partnership. We constantly are in communication between the Panama Canal operation and the water resource. That is a symbiotic relationship. We have 2 water sheds that we manage, the one of El Chagres and the Alajuela Lake. Alajuela produces potable drinking water for a great part of the population, and Gatun also for the west side. We are responsible not only about the quantity but also the quality of water. So it's important to have that balance, and we regulate the lakes. We are in communication with the potabilizing company of the state, which is called IDAN. It is a completely separate enterprise. The constitutional aspects of the Panama Canal and the regulations are those that allow us to have the independence between the water distribution agency and our operation. So what we do is that we provide raw water to potabilize, and we guarantee the amount and the quality. And this year that we have had a dry year, drinking water has had a priority, and that is why we have gone down from 36 to 24 transits per day. And we maintain that balance between the operations and water. We do joint strategies, not one on the cost of the other, but rather we take decisions jointly to minimize the impact of potable water and the operational aspects. We have become very creative with water saving mechanisms. The water management staff says this is the water that we have to use, and we manage it with efficiency, and we're in constant communication. Our constitutional responsibility is to provide an efficient canal that is reliable, competitive, and at the same time to ensure the water basin resources. And up to now, we have been successful. So like you said, partnerships once again. That is correct. Josefina, I have a multiple question with you. It's many questions in one. And it goes along the same lines of something that we have just talked about with Ilia. Let's think about 2030. The commitments that Codelco has on carbon footprint, water footprint, circular economy, and especially the commitments towards 2030, how have they been incorporated in the value chain? And I connect it with what we've just talked about. Have there been any accompaniments, partnerships, and what have been the main intervention areas? Well, I'd like to begin by saying that our purpose as a corporation is to be a pillar of sustainable development of Chile and the world. So with that purpose, strategically, you permeate the entire corporation and obviously all of the world's copper production. How do we incorporate the challenges on sustainability in this sector throughout the corporation? Well, I think that precisely through strategy from the top down, and obviously together with our partners, which is the state of Chile. As a strategy, we have as a purpose to be the pillar of sustainable development of Chile and the world. So if we have that at hand, then everything that comes after that will be a consequence of the first. So based on this, we have a sustainability committee that ensures the strategy and also the progress and the attainment of the sustainability goals in the short and long term. And with regards to the administrative aspects, we have a corporate affairs vice presidency and focuses on sustainability. Every year they have more responsibilities. This year we have the management of climate action and social management. And this is also a byproduct of the strategy. And who have we partnered with or have been advised by? Well, partnerships that have been very productive and that we consider has provided very good assessments have to do with us being certified in all of our divisions in the 32 criteria of the Copper Mark certification. This makes us be one of the most responsible copper producers in the world. So we don't just have to look like it, we have to walk the talk. So addressing your question, we don't only have challenges regarding carbon footprint, challenges or circular economy or water footprint. In addition to the challenges, we certify ourselves so that we can meet the commitments in the least amount possible. So it's not a matter of only having commitment, but also being efficient in its compliance. Very good news. All right, Julio, you mentioned earlier, or we summarized the issues of technology and providing a good service in addressing the immediate social needs. Let's go a little bit deeper within the company. What are the key points for the development of a strategy that allows you to attain the objective goals and the technological and financial goals of the company as well? This has been a concern that we have to maintain the metro train system in Sao Paulo with the quality that we aim for. To do this, we have to have massive technology investment. We have invested, for instance, in the self-production of energy. Today, the Metro of Sao Paulo invests per year about $50 million in energy. This is energy from hydro sources, and in comparison, it is energy that we can consider clean, but we are not satisfied. The project is that until 2030, for us to be able to self-generate or generate our own energy from solar sources, and that is a great challenge for us. Of course, with the financial goals of the company, we are speaking about savings and environmental commitments with society. So to have an optimal expenditure of energy sources, we also are very proud of the work that we do. This is work that did not start now. It started in the 80s. It is called Culture Lines, which allows us to approach society promoting cultural events all throughout the metro train system. We currently have 30 cultural spaces from the first edition, the first year, circa 1986. More than 10 100,000 cultural expressions have gone through there. Music shows, literature, theater, arts and crafts, folk crafts. And these types of interactions have allowed us to be close to the community in a permanent way so that there is sustainability. Because at the end of the day, the citizen in Brazil, the passenger in the state of Sao Paulo that uses the metro system, end up identifying in the metro, or better said, they identify themselves with the metro. So over time, metro is considered an intangible property of the Brazilian. The person from Sao Paulo sees themselves reflected in the development of a metro, and that is something that cannot be materialized. It is intangible. Maybe we are not able to have a financial payroll, but it is of great value because it stays in people's hearts, and we have invested in that, and there are observations, and there's a feeling and intuition aspect, but mainly firmness on purpose and commitment that investing on the metro with the community truly generates value. So an intangible financial value. All right, we're almost done. We have 4 minutes to go. I'm going to ask a question, and then you will have a minute each because it's almost like a conclusion. Ilya, clearly, the canal is a very successful case. And from the corporate governance aspect, what can you highlight? If you had most of the public companies in Latin America here, what recommendations would you say in this respect? What would you say for it to be a case of success as well? Obviously, you need to have strategic goals disseminated all throughout the enterprise with clearly established measurable targets: sustainability, transparency, and values. On the ethical side, we have a very strong program of corporate values and ethics. We also have accountability, not only internally, but we also have external audits, and we have a general overseeing office that is internal but works as a third party, independent audits. So you need to have clearly stated targets, and that way you get the workforce being highly engaged and committed, and that is how you're able to push forward. So you would say transparency, values, and what you don't measure does not exist. That is correct. Josefina, everything that you shared about the commitments and the great challenges that you faced and the water footprint and all of the value chain challenges, how does this go hand in hand with the mining and energy policy in the country? Our national mining and energy policy has the goal that by 2030, 90% of the energy contracts, electricity coming from renewable sources, and by 2050 for it to be 100%. We as Acodelco have ensured that by 2026, 70% will be providing from renewable sources. So by 2030, the idea is 100%. So we're going to meet this policy 20 years earlier. Why? Because we have to preach by example. And our role as the main copper producer of the world, and now of lithium, also opens a great opportunity as well as a challenge for us to contribute in a basic and relevant way on the energy transition. So we always have to be at the level of the circumstances to be a leader and an example for all of the other corporations in the mining sector, as well as in corporate governance aspects. All right, to become an example, I say with that. Thank you. Julio, we have 1 minute and 9 seconds. What recommendations do you have as a success case in the metro sector for all of the Latin American metros? There was a launch of a project of a consultancy to cooperate with the Latin community in urban transportation infrastructure. For me, the pandemic, to a certain degree, impeded us from seeing the results that we wanted, but we are retaking that project strongly as of 2024. And as Carlo Felipe said from the World Bank this morning, there is a huge opportunity to cooperate among multilateral banks. In the same way, there is a great area of opportunity so that the state companies can cooperate mutually in the development of urban mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean. So my last message for all of you is to be receptive in your hearts, to be open to exchange experiences. The road ahead is very good, but also to make yourselves available, to be convinced, and for us to learn from each other. I think that what Julio has just said is great to close this panel. I think that precisely that is why CAF is working in hand with many of the public companies and state companies. We believe that it is through you that we can make material all these great opportunities to create initiatives not only for infrastructure, but also for impact development in communities. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panelists, please.
Gracias, mucho gusto.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Angel and the panelists. We would now like to continue with the next panel, and we're going to be inviting Juan Alberto Cajan, editor from the newspaper La Estrella of Panama. He's going to be presenting and moderating the next panel. Energy, an engine for the development of the region. We are going to be receiving Juan Alberto, therefore, and also we'll be inviting Andrés Rebolledo Smithman to the panel. Olades, Executive Secretary and Technical Chief, and Fernando Cubillos, Manager for New Businesses in CAF. Welcome.
Bueno, y para poner en contexto este tema, vamos a ver entonces.
So to put this topic into context, let's take a look at the following video.
El mundo demanda cada vez mayor producción.
Each day, the world is demanding producing clean energy, and Latin America and the Caribbean is presenting itself as a region of solutions. The environmental sustainability standards and the reduction of the carbon footprint in manufacturing processes and trade worldwide demand each day more the use of clean renewable energies. This poses a great opportunity for Latin America and the Caribbean. Nonetheless, the energy transition towards cleaner and sustainable models sets forth many challenges for companies, especially the small ones. Among them, significant initial investments, structural failures to access finances, lack of human capital with knowledge and experience. While the geographic location and the available resources, cost, and the specific sustainability goals in each company are factors that condition the development of cleaner energy sources from the public sector, the regulation aspects in energy are evolving constantly, and it can vary according to the geography, goals, and political tendencies, the technological development, and other determining aspects. Early adaptation in market trends can give companies a competitive edge and helps them improve their reputation in terms of corporate, social, and environmental responsibility. Looking to reach carbon neutrality by 2050 will require a greater use of the sustainable resources in the region to ensure accessible and continuous energy that is safe for all of the inhabitants in the region. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the space. Many are watching also through the digital platforms through CAF in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also La Estrella de Panama. The topic today is a question. Is energy an engine for the development of the region? The idea of this space is to reflect on the needs in the region to move towards the energy transition and the industrialization based on renewable energy. There has been a lot of progress in the region, also many challenges present. We have 30 minutes to discuss this topic. Hopefully, time won't fly by too fast. We have 3 experts in our panel, and I would like to begin with the panel with a question. The development that the region has had has been important, and first I would like to begin with Andres. What has been done well in the region? What has worked in terms of energy transition up to now? Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much, CAF, for the invitation. I think that question allows us to have a reading of our region in terms of the energy sector. Without a doubt, Latin America and the Caribbean has a special feature that separates it as a region, which has to do with the high penetration of clean energy, renewable energy. Latin America and the Caribbean is the greenest region in the world. And this has been the case for many years already. Now it has been deepening, perhaps as a consequence of regulations and policies implemented by the countries in the past years. And specifically, the question on what has been done well is precisely that. The incorporation in massive strides in the last year, clean energy through the electric matrix in the countries. Today, 65% of the electricity that is produced in Latin America is from clean sources. In that 65%, a very important proportion is hydroelectricity. Nonetheless, non-conventional renewable energy, particularly solar and wind energy, and this last one has been a main player in the past years. In 5 years, it has doubled. It is approximately 15% of the installed capacity in electricity generation. So in this context, clearly our region is at the forefront, avant-garde, and also it is a fundamental element of competitiveness in the world as a sector that plays a key role in production lines. Therefore, it has allowed for most of the countries currently to decide to take a step forward, what the region and many countries have called the second phase of energy transition in Latin America. And I say this in plural because our region, although has this feature that sets it aside from other regions, has different energy resources depending on the country. And this second phase, I believe, is basically marked by the effort of going beyond the electric market and to decarbonize economy as a whole. And it is likely that that is where we have the greatest challenges. Considering this important progress in terms of the transformation of the electricity sector, today the main challenge is to decarbonize transportation. More than 30% of the emissions come from the sector, and of course the industrial sector. That is where most of the countries have its focus in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, Dominguez is with us in this panel. In the Caribbean, in the region, what other advances could we mention regarding the achievements on this subject?
I speak on the behalf of the Caribbean community, which represents 15 independent countries across the Caribbean. And that includes countries that are in the tip of South America, such as Guyana and Suriname, and in the tip of Central America, like Belize. In fact, Belize is interesting because while Belize is treated as part of the Caribbean community, it is a part of the Central American structure, political system also. So we do share a lot of commonalities and understandings from the Belize system. To answer the question, one of the challenges which we have, and one of the learnings that come from that challenge is that we inherited a legacy electricity system that was built upon the transfer of fossil fuels to bunkering facilities in ports that then was used to fuel power plants, thermal power plants, and generate electricity through transmission system that was then distributed to various customers across the countries in the Caribbean. So it was pretty simple, the design of the systems, and the systems were very dependent in most of the instances on imported fossil fuels. In fact, the energy dependency of the Caribbean region as a whole is one which is not to shout about, because we depend on imported sources for the majority of the energy that we use in the Caribbean context. We have been, like my colleague said before, we have been integrating renewable energy into the systems, starting with hydro. In fact, within the CARICOM region as a whole, we have around 14% of renewables in the system. 2/3 of that is from hydro, mostly located in Belize and St. Vincent and the Grenadines to a lesser extent, and Jamaica and Dominica. But in recent times, especially with the global advances in technologies, we have been integrating quite a lot of wind and a lot of solar with battery storage and other types of technologies. The challenge we had stemmed from this legacy issue where the ownership structures of the utilities that govern the power sector were mostly government owned. And as in the 1980s, the whole principle of liberalization was being promoted, there was a push towards privatization of the electric utilities. And so most of the countries did move towards privatization of the electric utilities. We have seen that the privatization of the electric utilities in the Caribbean context, in a majority of cases, did not work. And in some instances, we have seen it move from government ownership to privatization back to government ownership, as we recently had in the case of Grenada. And we have seen that in the larger countries, there have been a mix of successes with privatization. What has seemed to be working, however, is the second type of reform, where we have been focusing more on regulatory reform. The challenge has been that we have not been able to figure out the right balance of how to achieve regulatory reform that ensures that the prices are sufficiently affordable, and that the various dynamics that we are trying to integrate, like the reliability and the cleanness of the energy sources and the amount of resources that are necessary for the grid upgrades and modernization to happen in a way that is timely. But nevertheless, what is very clear is that within the Caribbean region, the understanding and the acceptance that there is need for a shift to renewable energy is really forefront of all the governments and all decision makers. And there is now a view that the renewable energy integration is not just for greening the economy, but it's also for building the resilience of the economy, helping to, on the one hand, re-engineer the energy system so that it's not necessarily as vulnerable as it is now in the way in which we found it, and more importantly, so that we are also going to be in a position to reorientate aspects of our economy through diversification to systems that are capable of producing commodities, green commodities like green hydrogen, green ammonia, etc. for our export, and give us alternatives to some of the climate-sensitive sectors like agriculture and fisheries. I'll stop here for now.
Bueno, uno de los temas que acaba.
One of the subjects is this heritage of energy, that is fossil energy, and also how you manage it. The public sector, the private sector, they have had different experience. So we have made progress on this context. Fernando, that you have of CAF business. How can you see the reading of what the region has accomplished? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I think it's an important subject on the renewable energy subject, and decarbonization of energy matrix in the region has been the transformation of regulations in many countries. They have basic elements, encouragement, policies, and also financing long-term. We have seen this in the video. Renewable energies need capital, they need long-term to be able to pay off. And also financing is key for its development. And the first phase of the energy transition, when energy are non-conventional energies, very shyly entering the different markets, financing access is key. But at the same time, technology developments that will become more and more competitive were the real engines that will allow the penetration of renewables. And I think that is allow these levels of renewable non-conventional energies that we can see in all the region. However, reforms were not enough. They were not enough because the progress of renewable energies went more quickly than the one that Chile was foreseen with the curve of cost. So they were more significant. There's this descendants of cost. And this has had as a consequence that the capacities of for transmission of the grids did not advance at the rhythm required by the different projects. We have seen problem of congestions in Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina. As a result of these reforms in transmission are not goes together with the development of technologies. And other problems that we have had in the region, and that to continue this growth is the transfer of rates, because this market, they were too high, these rates, and they were not transferred to users. So they have deficits of rates that are very important, that were really we can only have dynamism on this market. This is really a break to access to financing, because the profitability is really cannot be had, because countries, the different purchases of energy, regulated enterprises cannot really get there on time. And so the development of renewable energies and clean energies to the future need this second phase of reforms that will allow to attract more financing to mitigate risks, because the access to financing is large. Investors, the liquidity in the markets, we have the multilateral banking to mitigate risk, but we also have the demand, as Andres explained a while ago, is very interested in following decarbonization. But the regulatory part is where we have to really focus on the efforts to be able to unblock this and be able to increase investment. This is dynamic. This is a question for the three of you. What is clear in the description that was presented, and that it has been important in the conscience in Latin America on the needs of this transition. But now, though we could invest this question, and I could say, what has not worked, or what has not provided the results that we were expecting and the process in the region? But first of all, well, I think that in this perspective, the challenges are important. In Latin America has the progress that we have from this region, as was described. But I think 3 or 4 things that I think are basic, as Fernando stated, that this, I would say, the electrical market has a lot to do with planning. And this is a very important effort from the countries that have to make, and more, not national only, but regional. That is one of the things that we really encourage, because we think it's prioritary to be able to make public policies and what have to do with energy policies of state. Because if we look at the countries that have had success, basically what shows is that they had policies that had not had to do with politics. So this is important in this sector, the regulatory context and the importance of the policies of the energy financing, I think, for this region that is intermediate development has a very important. Only some numbers to explain this. In the LADE, we make some exercises, and we situate the region in 2050 neutral carbon. What we think is that in the electrical market, we have to really triplify in the region. That's 500 gigas. That means some other things that only 2030 we would need $500 million to be able to have this renewable energy. This is a very important effort that we have to go farther on the private bank and also multilaterals of development, in this case, are very central actor. And then for another character also, but it's also important to visualize in this context of challenge. I think there are two aspects that in this second phase of the energy transitions in some countries, and they call it the second time in some countries on this transition. There are two things that are really in delay. One is the energy efficiency. Countries today, most of them, have laws about this efficiency, some based as tools to be able to generate incentive. But the concrete fact is that in the last 2 years, the intensity of the use of energy for unit of product has grown. And therefore, energy efficiency is an aspect that is central and that has to be part of the challenges. And despite all this progress in Latin America and the Caribbean, we still have 16 million persons that do not have access to electricity, more than 70 that do not have access to technology with clean energies. And therefore, here also we have a central challenge with the grids. Not only this access, but also we have to put this in this dimension with the challenges. Something is to have access, and the other thing is the quality of that service and as prices of those services. And there is this challenge associated to macro. And an important part of our countries have subsidies that have complexities from the macro and economic. So we debate a lot in the region in relation to these subsidies. Here we have several subjects that really have to be in this second phase of transitions in our region. Thank you, Andres. As Andres has mentioned, so planning and also part of inequality in the region also is an important challenge. And in this sense, what other elements could we place on the table for the analysis and say these are key points that we need so we can make progress in this agenda in the region?
I would like to highlight, taking off from where my colleague stopped, is the whole principle of the grid. There is a significant amount of work that has been done on the policies and the regulations to promote both on the utility generation side, independent power producers who can participate in the power sector markets by generating renewable power for sale to the grid, to the utility, which is a single buyer model that we use in the Caribbean. And also in some instances, in the majority of the countries also allow for feeding or what we call customer side interconnections and supply to the grid. The major challenge and the experience we have seen is that without expending the resources to upgrade the grid so that the grids are able to allow for the injection of the kinds of energy that we see countries putting forward as their targets, we are always going to end up with a very slow transition, because as it stands now, many of the electric grids that we have in the Caribbean have been under-invested in. And once the conversations start about investments in the utility grid, the issue of how this gets included or built into the rate base or the tariff structure is something that always leads to very lengthy discussions and conversations, and it slows down drastically the integration of renewables. So there has to be a lot more effort, and this is where entities like CAF can play a role in helping to come up with innovative ways and mechanisms to help to finance some of the grid upgrades and grid modernization issues. The second thing I want to point out is the fact that best practices are not always best practices, because a lot of times we take global best practices and seek to implement them wholesale in the Caribbean, and they have not necessarily yielded successes. We have spent quite a lot of time trying to implement what we call procurement processes that are in keeping with global best practices, which in some instances are like using a spaceship when you really require a car to travel from point A to point B. There are very small markets in some instances which do not have the space for the kinds of global competitiveness that the procurement process would require. We have institutions and governance systems that are sometimes not suitably set up to develop and administer the complicated procurement processes of open tendering that is necessary. And so what we do is end up 2 years, 3 years sometimes undertaking procurement processes that yield very little in terms of projects or benefits in many of the countries. There are some success cases like in Jamaica where significant amounts of wind and solar have been integrated because of good tendering practices and processes, but even then there have been some instances where it hasn't resulted in the kind of fruit that we would have wanted. Certainly for the smaller countries, there needs to be a lot more flexibility in the processes that are necessary for procurement. What is going to be important is that the tendering process or procurement process is transparent. So you want to have transparency so that everybody can see how it works and how it is working and what is happening through the process, even if it is that it's a process that is supporting unsolicited bids. It should be very transparent so that everyone can see what's happening. It has to be consistent. There needs to be consistency so that it's always applied the same way, and if there are changes, those changes are of course going to be consistently applied when they are made. And as far as we are concerned, it also should be indifferent, and meaning it shouldn't favor some versus others. But really we need to find ways and means through which we can help countries to identify the right mode through which we can integrate the right kind of solutions into their systems in a way that is sufficiently quick.
No, ha hablado sobre infraestructuras y las condiciones.
Now we are talking about infrastructure and the condition of the grid and the particularities in the market. Fernando, I would like you to enlarge a little bit this expertise and the sector. Let's say that we have spoken on the different what we have in relation to challenges, and the private sector has a key role in this process. What would you add in relation to those challenges that we have and the things that we still need and that have not functioned and that we could adjust? It was mentioned by Andre, rates, planning, the level of the development of technologies and investment. They're very different from the rhythm that traditionally we have had in the energy planning, and especially on the grid and adequation. So the renewable energy by its variable nature are not enough to provide energy 24 hours a day, so we need stockage techniques. So especially batteries. And batteries are already being competitive in different markets. However, regulations are still very delayed to be able to encourage a massive entrance of batteries in the different markets. So subjects that we need is that the state, it has the same rhythm in relation to the evolution that technology is having. Tomorrow we're going to have green hydrogen with a technology basic in the region, not only to export clean energy to more developed countries that are not able to generate clean energy, but they're also be an important vector in the carbonization of industrial sector, as Andre was commented at the beginning. Because of the regulation to green hydrogen, they're still in very primary stages in all markets of the region. So an important element that we need is that government and regulatory entities begin to be more agile so that they will adapt to technologies. And the second, the fossil fuel. They are not being incorporated all of externalities in its operation. So it is important also to start to begin price of carbon to be able to encourage renewable and complementary technologies like stockage and batteries and green. And these, what have played well, are that have subasta, that have shown that the prices are transferred to the purchase. So those that have to tariff regulations, they begin to produce modernization of regulation is key to be continue to encourage this investment in different markets of the region. Well, we have about 5 minutes left, and so I would briefly like to ask the three of you, Andres, what could we, how can we get to these new reforms that are needed in the region for the energy transition? And in this case, the one we have to accelerate. I think I take advantage of this question and a little bit to place, to underscore from our organization of energy. We are an intergovernmental institution that in November last year, we celebrated our 50th anniversary. And from the creation of OLADE, we have always been in the ADN to be able to encourage energy, and if we have this void that we still need, where we still need to create in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think the way to really face this challenge, and it's a very important part, with the integration of the infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and as we understand this, the electric transmission lines, but also the possibility of generating development poles with another energy that's going to accompany us in this transition, and that our region is rich is natural gas. And here again, today we have important potential, especially in South America, to be able to develop energy in this context, but especially to make progress in other aspects of energy, to have more grades of regulatory frames. And we have emerging subjects that need this today, and we are at the point where we have to encourage measures that are more regional from the national. For instance, in relation to electrical mobility. In this context, for instance, infrastructure for charge, interoperability between countries, or something that our organization has been involved. And we launched in November last year in our meeting of ministers. And that is a very important point in this context of integration, is the launch of a system of certification of green hydrogen that is regional, where the region is going to see inequality in the world market, the way they've been to green hydrogen. And these are collective initiatives as well as other ones, which to reach an objective of renewable energy in 2030, 65%. And that also makes regional integration. And here we have aspects where we continue to make progress. Fernando, what other tasks are pending for these new reforms that are needed in the region? As Andres stated, as an important part and pending in the region. Geopolitical events continue to be very volatile in the rest of the world. In the Latin American region, fortunately, we're more stable than in the past. And therefore, we have an important opportunity to increase the ambition of energy integration in the region. We have a lot of complementarity in the region, Central America, and all South America. And I think there are opportunities to be able to really balance these geopolitical happenings that affect our citizens and our economy. The price of petroleum with the Ukraine war has been an important part in our economies. We have been better, if we had been better integrated, this impact would have been slower. So I think from HDK and also from OLADE, we could contribute to this integration so that markets will be integrated and that we mitigate the geopolitical effects, and also the region taking the advantage of renewable energies, so in the benefit of all our countries. Thank you. Por favor. but that we continue to be open, and it's open, and we have to continue to get to this objective of Latin America that we aspire to. Not only renewable energies, but also that this also might help to fight against inequality, to find challenges in our region. So please join our hands for our panelists today. Thank you very much to our panelists for these contributions. We are now going to continue. We're almost at the final part. This is the last panel of the day. We would like to invite for this panel Mrs. Claudia Flores, manager of CAF, who is going to moderate this infrastructure for the future. We also invite the panelists, Bosco Martis, executive of the institutional in Liática, Juan Andrés Contime, the former Minister of Economy and Development and Tourism, Mark Lopez, President of Partnership for Central America. Thank you very much. We start. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today on Infrastructure for the Future. It is an honor to have experts that are really important in engineering, technology, and financing of infrastructures. I would like to reflect on something before starting. In this context in which we are today, where technology progresses very quickly and the needs of our society also change day to day, it is essential to reflect how the infrastructures tomorrow are going to, how they're going to be. So today we're going to explore and debate which are the paths that are being opened on this field, from intelligent intelligence to transition of energy. How do we combine virtual reality, artificial intelligence in infrastructures? For instance, we're building information modeling. So I think it is important that we have a dialogue on the decisions that we take today in relation to innovations of now to the infrastructures of tomorrow are going to be we are going to have the basis to build them. So we start with you, Juan Andrés. And the first question, Juan Andrés. From your experience as Minister of Economy, which are the greatest challenges and opportunities in the region in the modernization of its infrastructure, and how should they be the innovation for the attraction of experience and capital in future projects? How should it be structured? First of all, I would like to thank the invitation to participate in this excellent seminar and this panel in particular. I think for the whole region and to overcome our economic delay and the void that separates us from the world, investment in infrastructure is crucial. And particularly the one for transportation that sometimes they forget in the debate. So in this certain sense, I think it's important, especially to give us more productivity, more competitivity, to help the integration, social integration, geographic integration inside the countries and between the different countries of our region, as we have seen in the different panels in relation to regional integration. So I think in this sense, investment in infrastructure is a path towards more progress. And in there we are really delay. All our comparison shows this, that how much in delay. The index of logistic development of the World Bank, of the 150 countries, there are only 4 from Latin America that are among the first 50. Chile at the head with the 34 from these 150 countries. And so it is the investment in infrastructure has, in the past, has been used to white elephants, to corruption, to populism. And that is why often it is suspicious. But our experience in Chile is that it has been an important key to precisely to facilitate mobility and charge and of people, cargo and people, and have generated more economic and social growth. And mainly, the tool for this have been concessions, or these public-private alliances. And the impact of those investments in the growth, social growth and economic growth has been very important. How this economic growth has also fed the demand for that infrastructure. In the last decade, for instance, just before the pandemic, the Chilean economy had a 3-5% of growth per year. And the traffic in our highways was growing 10% a year. The use of our airports, 10% a year growth. So this generated a lot of profitability, economy and socially, but in our projects and inspiring new investment, because we also had jams and congestion in the streets. So our program right now for public-private alliance have been working for 30 years. And in those 30 years, it has attracted $28 billion of investment. And of these, 3 billion are already expired. Those investment has expired, or those concessions. So there are 25,000 that are active, and we have about 8 million in construction or in the engineering processes. And there is a program for the next 4 years of $15 billion additional dollars. So this has grown, and this has been successful, and I think it is responsible to have placed us at the head of the investment at the level of development in our logistics in the continent. And for us, this is very important because, as you know, we are a country that is very long, with a large challenge logistically, and very far away from the center of consumption. So for us, for instance, we are separated about 19,000 kilometers from my main ports in relation to Shanghai. And right now we are exporting $2 billion of cherries, fresh cherries, to Shanghai. So you can imagine the logistics challenge to take those $2 billion a year to fresh cherries to the Chinese market. So for us, this has been very important, and I think the central tool has been concessions. So these concessions, we must say, are decided by the state. And the state chooses the project that they have a strict evaluation, economic and socially. And we take advantage of the financing capacity and management of the private enterprise, but we also take advantage of the innovation of the private sectors, because in this infrastructure, we accept initiatives that are born from the private sector that propose the project, and they also then afterwards they have an advantage in the tender. So what the state does is that they ask someone to build and manage this for a highway, for instance, and then take charge of maintenance, not only of the construction, but also maintenance and operation of that infrastructure. And then the state withdraws from part of the rates that are charged for that infrastructure in favor of the private sector that has taken charge of this task. So once it has expired, this contract, this infrastructure will go back to the state.
So this is a public-private partnership because they play these two roles permanently. And so the assignment of who will do a certain role is through an open and public tender process, a elicitation process. The thick of our participants in Chile are international companies. They began by being North American, European. Currently, there is a participation of Chinese companies. Initially, they were seen as suspicious in this bidding process. It was preferred to have a bilateral relationship between the company and the state, but now they are great actors in this process. And the key thing is that we need to have clear rules of the game and the allocation of rates, or the different mechanisms for surveillance, overseeing the quality of the service, and the services that will be provided in terms of the highway. And how, for instance, the complementary works are handled, which always arise in the process. Controversy as well that could take place after construction or during the operation of the infrastructure, and how they're handled in our case through arbitration with a panel of experts. I want to finish by mentioning two crucial topics based on our experience, and they are technically complex. One of them has to do with the establishment of rates. For example, in our case, the main mechanism for bidding and allocation of the responsible party for the highway or the infrastructure work is through the establishment of a rate, and the different interested parties appoint those who do these kinds of work, asking for the less value of the income. And so it reduces the risk so that those that go in to these types of businesses face lower risks. But on the other hand, the rate is established with a great technical criteria by the entity, and there is a review of the quality of the service. Those who will be offering the infrastructure, for example, a highway, will have less incentives in assuming the task for its operation. So we're always on top of the quality of the service provided. In terms of the establishment of rates, it's important to consider the profile over time. In our case, in Chile, the urban highways, to become politically acceptable, or for it to be acceptable that you would be charged to go through it, had to have a really low rate. This allowed us to start the system, but over time, when the rates became more expensive, then there was a great return on investment because traffic was a lot higher than expected, and so politically it was very difficult to maintain those rates, and so we needed to renegotiate it. So this management is very delicate, and I want to call your attention on this second aspect, which is that once the system of concession starts, there's a political aspect of incorporating into the concession the addressing of many social needs that are adjacent or relevant to the project, because projects create social impacts and environmental impacts, and you have to manage them. But it is tempting politically to add new investments through the concession. It is a way of doing a quasi-fiscal type of politics. This is dangerous because this can translate into higher rates that users pay for, or the state absorbs them through subsidies or extending the concession time, and therefore it takes longer for them to take control of that highway, or for the highway to go into the state management. So I want to finish by saying that during these 30 years we have had this experience, and I believe it has been extraordinarily positive. I must say that CAF and the different multilateral organizations have played a great role in helping the countries to include these positive experiences that help us address economic and social development issues, and that through infrastructure we can push forward. Thank you very much, Juan Andres. There are clear messages on the investment of infrastructure being important for progress, and that concessions are key instruments for this. And the key for its success is to have clear rules of the game. I continue with Bosco. How do you believe that the infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean should evolve in the next decade to promote sustainable growth and environmental sustainability, sustainable environmental and economic growth? And how can they adapt to climate change, especially in a region that is very prone to natural disasters? Thank you very much, Claudia, CAF, and especially its president, Sergio Granados Diaz, for inviting us to participate in this panel. And obviously, all of you as an audience who have been so patient in staying until this time to hear from us. We are grateful. We know that you're tired, so thank you very much. First, I would like to begin with a diagnosis of the situation. In the specific case of Latin America, we have notable deficit regarding the quality and amount of highway infrastructure. Recently, I was looking at a report produced by CAF precisely, where there is an interesting comparison. The density of roads in the region is almost 13% of the average level of OCDE, and about a third of the companies in the region face production obstacles or barriers due to the lack of roads and highways. And certainly this becomes also a great hurdle for the social development of the region. What we have been experiencing regarding the evolution of where we're heading, I believe that one aspect has to do with the need to interconnect chain values or value chains and to promote economic and social development, obviously. We start seeing more of these interconnected, intermodal projects. For example, in the case of Mexico, Tehuantepec, which seeks to develop development centers to address different components of the value chain logistically. Also, electric vehicles is another topic where we see a lot of future. Currently, 15% of all of the car sales worldwide are electric cars. So it's expected that by 2035, it will be 50% of the car sales in the market. Here, I would like to just make a short commercial of a very interesting project that we led in Aliatica with the support of FM investors in Italy, where we have a circuit of 1 kilometer where the electric cars are recharged as they circulate. There is an efficiency almost to the level of the superchargers of Tesla, and it is a very beautiful project of joint work between the private sector and the public sector, the academia. And so it's a model that has been proven to work for these types of technologies. If we think about putting this in all of the highways, the cost would be very high. However, there is already a solution that goes beyond the battery capacity to be able to continue on these topics. Another important topic that we have been observing is the importance of resilient infrastructure. We should plan, design, and build anticipating the effects of climate change. And I think that this is a very important factor to take into account. Regarding the issue of new technologies and the use of artificial intelligence, I would like to point out that clearly we have data every time more that allows us to study the mobility patterns and mobility data in general. And we now have greater capacity to process this data with sensors, data management, all of this leading to higher efficiency in transportation and reducing logistical costs, boosting productivity. Artificial intelligence is being employed also to detect, classify, and quantify features of pavement in such a way that highways are kept at an optimal condition, and also for monitoring of highways and roads in general. In the case of a highway that we manage in Mexico, through the use of cameras and artificial intelligence mechanisms, we have been able to reduce in more than 50% the number of assaults in the cargo sector. So in this respect, I think that we have to be thinking every time more often on these topics to be able to progress efficiently. Thank you very much, Bosco. Let's continue with Marco because we are running out of time, but I wanted to take advantage of your great experience in Central America, Mark, to ask you, in the context of Central America, how can infrastructure projects boost a greater regional integration and a cross-border cooperation? What role do these projects play in the construction of more solid relationships among the countries in the region and in the promotion of the social and economic development in a more uniform way? Thank you, Claudia, and thank all of you. A few words about what PCA is, and this will allow me to give you a context about how we operate. We're an independent organization that, in coordination with the VP Kamala Harris, launched the program to attract private investment into Central America, specifically in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Currently, we have mobilized almost $5 billion in various operations with many partners worldwide like Millicom, Visa, MasterCard, Expresso, PriceSmart, etc. Infrastructure is a very current topic because we talk to many companies in the region. CAF is not, or Guatemala is not a part of CAF, but they are present in Honduras and El Salvador. These three countries have a long history of not working in a very corrupt way, and there are issues, however, that have to do with the alignment in terms of customs and roads. But what I wanted to highlight is that everything that we try to do, for us to try to do it without political affiliation and political parties, to truly have a technical recipe and a technical project. In terms of infrastructure, in the case of there being a construction period of 5 to 10 years, it's even more important for politics to not be engaging in the development of a project. And in this case, how do you go about doing this? To always have the private sector within a consultation process or a biasing process or whatnot will help prevent politics to permeate in the process. And that is how we are trying to go about it. And employment does not have, or employment in general doesn't necessarily have to do with a political affiliation. However, we're trying to generate employment. And in many cases, we're lacking infrastructure, and we really want to do it the fastest way possible. Thank you very much. Now let's go more towards the technology aspects. Bosco has mentioned something about this topic, but I want to continue with you, Andres. What strategies do you recommend to ensure that the investment in technology also contributes to reducing the gap of inequality and social development in the region? Along those same lines, I would like to learn about your vision about how political economic policies ensure more sustainable and inclusive outcomes, and what should the role be of multilateral banks and cooperation entities in this aspect? First of all, the selecting of the project, which is the role of the state, is something of special consideration to ensure equity and environmental safeguards. This has to be done, I believe, within the framework of a development plan with a long-term vision, something that is very difficult for our countries. I think Chile is more advanced in this topic, but still it is far from having a long-term vision as it should. So I think that the role that CAF can play and multilateral organisms can play is precisely in that. They're in a position where they can push a long-term vision. The projects for infrastructure need to be subject to a social assessment, which is a rigorous process of ensuring environmental safeguards, precisely, and social impact safeguards. So I believe those two conditions are key. Now, the infrastructure projects per se, many of them do have a very social component that is important. They are a type of shortcut to precisely have a more fair society. A shortcut in the sense that it is easier to address things that way instead of doing a redistribution of richness. This is like a direct path. For instance, for me as a Minister of Public Works, I had to inaugurate, for example, pavement in rural sectors, very remote sectors in Chile, or to deliver water, drinking water systems, potable water systems. And so you feel how changes are experienced through these types of investments. When we're talking about roads or highways that are able to improve the connectivity of people and their workplace, or where they go to school, or where they get their health services, the impact that this plays in terms of time and a better life quality is impressive, and it improves the livelihoods of people. Now, for social infrastructure aspects, for instance, hospitals, prisons even, I mean, this type of approach can be applied for many things, and also for dams that have an important social impact. In the case of transportation infrastructure, for example, the highway system in Chile, I go back to the rates. In the Chilean case, as you know, this is a long country. Route number 5, for instance, is the highway that connects the entire country. It is a very long road. An issue was, how could we have a rate that was not considered non-equitable? Because there are zones that have relatively low traffic and others that have a lot of traffic. And so it is an economic criteria, or if we only considered the economic criteria, the rates would have been different. So we had a system to level the field, considering concessions that have more traffic, and they end up subsidizing those that have less traffic. So there is a more equitable rate. So the rate system can help address the issue of equality. And in the case of social infrastructure, for example, hospitals, they are 100% of the rate, or prisons, 100% of the cost is paid by the state. So I think that the system is flexible to be adapted precisely to have the social goals towards greater equity. The same thing can be said regarding environmental investments. Certainly, to reduce congestion helps battle pollution, and there is a direct impact on the environment. This ties into climate change as well, regarding emissions, and also dams are another example that help address the results of climate change in droughts, the protection of water basins that allow us to address extreme climate conditions. In Chile, we have not had much experience in this, but it's an example of the use of public-private partnerships to address this as a mechanism. Regarding the role of multilateral organizations and development banks, besides providing finances and the financial services per se, I believe that what I mentioned in the beginning is crucial. For them to convey and share the best practices in the world, I think there's a lot of urgency in all of our countries. We have seen throughout the day so many different topics. There are some that are still pending, not resolved, and together with these gaps and voids, the different countries in the world, not only the ones in our region, are experiencing different solution mechanisms, and that is precisely like a world laboratory. This world lab is looking for solutions, and I think that the multilateral organizations can be transmitters of good experiences, best practices, and in our case, in public-private partnerships, that is something greatly needed, and that is why these debates are so important, to share best practices in the vision. Thank you very much, Juan Andres. I apologize because we're running out of time. However, Bosco, you have already mentioned the importance of integrating new technologies and infrastructure. And I would like to ask you to expand a little bit and comment on the progress of the integration of technology in the region. I think that the design of infrastructures include technology all the time. In our case, we have a charging system for the rates that have sensors that are able to scan the vehicles for payment instead of having a window for manual collections, and that is being used in the urban highways, and it is little by little being incorporated in the rural highways or the highways closer to rural areas, and this improves time economy and efficiency, which adds up to social feasibility, and it has an enormous impact, especially because of time saving. This also helps for security aspects because they're able to share the information on the vehicles that go through the control areas, and you're able to have better planning and consider identification of vehicles and other security aspects. So definitely technology is being incorporated, and it is a factor that naturally is included in these types of infrastructure projects. Thank you very much, Bosco. I coincide 100% with what has just been said by the minister. The use of technology, data exploitation, greater analysis allows us to reduce the times to transfer from one location to another, to reduce accidents, which is also a key aspect in the region. In Latin America, there's 110,000 deaths due to transport or transit accidents per year. In Mexico, one person dies every 30 minutes, and the financial cost is huge. It's 1.5 to 3.9% of GDP, and so definitely the effect that this poses on the cost of the transport of goods, reducing costs, having efficiency, and to reduce indexes relating to safety because of the use of cameras and artificial intelligence have a direct impact on productivity. It helps to reduce inequalities and to just definitely carry more opportunities in the region. Thank you very much, Bosco. I'm being asked to close the panel, but I want to ask Mark to please share a little bit about the progress of the introduction of technology in Central America and the Caribbean. I don't have anything more to add. I hope to see how we're going with the advances. They will be important in unexpected ways, and I will happily wait to see them. Thank you very much for your participation. Really interesting. And moving on, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a Claudia y a los...
Thank you very much to each of the panelists. And now we're rounding up towards the end of the day, where we have had an excellent journey and we have had the opportunity of being enriched by the excellent panelists and speakers. But for the closing remarks and the closing of this event, we would like to invite Dan Restrepo, who will be speaking about the 2024 elections in the United States and the impact that it will have in Latin America and the Caribbean. Dan is the co-founder and partner of Dinámica Américas. He was an advisor for Barack Obama on issues relating to Latin America, the Caribbean, and Canada. And he's an assistant of the president as well, or was. So Dan, thank you very much, and let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Ahora sí. Sí. Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias a todos y todas.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to begin by reflecting on the start of our day today. We started today with the dreams of boys and girls in the region of all of Latin America, and with the desire of President Diaz-Granados for the region to be relevant in the global conversation. We are going to close by speaking about an election process contest between two historical aspects, and the desire of President Diaz-Granados, at least in the electoral context in the United States, will be fully observed throughout the next 9 months. Latin America and the Caribbean has never been more relevant to the electoral American policy than it will be this November. First, the contest. The one that almost no one wants to experience in the US, but that we will all experience throughout 9 months. If nothing happens, both candidates for the US will be the ex-president Donald Trump and the current president Joe Biden. More or less, for the first time in the history of the United States, will there be a contest between two former presidents seeking re-election? This generates a very particular scenario in itself, but it also happens in a highly polarized country. A country so polarized that a majority of the voters that self-identify as Republicans in the US today think that Donald Trump already won his second presidential campaign, and that John Biden today is an illegitimate president in the United States. This is something that 60% of the people that identify themselves as Republicans believe in the US. We live in a highly polarized country, and all of you will recognize, perhaps in your own countries, this, and not necessarily from the United States. Let's go to the next slide, please.
Un segundo, disculpas. Vendremos a las
Okay, let's go into the implications then. Okay, there it is. 4 dynamics to understand what's going to be happening this year, because I am not going to forecast who will win the elections, but whomever wants to forecast today what will happen on the first Tuesday in November, either they're lying to themselves or to their audience or to both. There are 4 dynamics that you must understand to comprehend what's going to happen during this long electoral year. First of all, economy, traditionally in the United States, like in many other countries, is a determinant factor during a campaign, in particular when there is a candidate seeking re-election. Today, the economy in the US, in macro terms, is basically the world's envy. A little bit of good luck, a little bit of good policies, a little bit of circumstantial factors, but it's the reality. What is complicating life to President Biden in their re-election bid is the perception of how the economy is doing. It's still lagging behind that as it really is. The good news, from his point of view, is that during the past 2 months we have seen real increases in history of the economic performance in the country. So the gap is closing between how the economy is and how it is perceived. If that trend continues, it would be very good news for the Joe Biden candidacy. There are two things complicating the closing of that gap. Number one, the still hangover of inflation. In the United States, in United States terms, they lived through a very high inflation period during more or less 2 years. The perception of how the economy is lagging behind because of the effects, this sequela of that inflation period. The other item is the economic polarization. That is, the perception of the economy in the United States has always changed when a president changes. If it goes from a Democrat to a Republican, the day before and after the change of administration, a Democrat, when the president is a Democrat, thinks that the economy is doing well, and the very next day after switching administrations, they claim immediately that the economy is bad. It happens the same with the Republicans, but actually it's worse. The effect is more negative. The day we change from Republicans, from Trump to Biden, basically the economy collapsed and hasn't even recovered. So a little bit of that gap will not be closed because it is that perceived effect. Beyond the economy, two things will be determinant during that election, more so than anything else. The main challenges that are facing both candidates. The most important challenge for Biden will literally be done every day from here to the election day, and that's his age. And for Trump, the biggest problem he has is in the criminal court system, in which he is facing 4 indictments in different courts, 2 federal and 2 state courts. That helped politically Trump during the primary season. It drove him as the anti-system candidate. It drove him forward like he is the underdog, and again, with an electorate that already is thinking that the previous elections were stolen from him. So basically, it's like the establishment is running after him even more so. Those narratives are not new for those who follow politics in Latin America and the Caribbean, but they're a novel issue in the United States. One of the biggest questions, analytical questions right now, is how much will this be pondered, these two challenges at the end of the process? How much weight will it be given? Today it's easy to tell a pollster, I am concerned about Joe Biden's age. 60% of voters self-proclaim as Democrats. That's what they tell to the pollsters today. That's an important percentage of that group will think that Donald Trump will not be the Republican candidate. So if you think that Trump is not going to be the candidate for the Republicans, then you can more freely tell the pollster you're concerned about the age of the incumbent and you don't want him to be president again. But if Trump is the candidate and that person is facing the voting booth, that's going to be another decision. Likewise, with a probable sentencing of Donald Trump. The lawyers are playing the delaying game because they are avoiding a condemnation before the elections. The federal crime, even though there is a guilty sentence, Trump could still be a candidate and still become president of the United States. We don't have we cannot rule out a candidate because of criminal cause. A condemned Donald Trump would lose a lot of electoral support. Supposedly, again, this is a theory. In a polarized country as the United States, those who are thinking that they have to choose between an elderly person who is having cognition despairs like Biden, or another one who really had to undergo criminal cases before the elections, may not be so bad for Donald Trump. But this is important for both parties. And this is where Latin America comes in with the most important electoral push that the Republican Party could have in this contest, and that is the perception of an out-of-control crisis in our borders with Mexico. Not only a border crisis, but one that today you start living in the flesh in the bigger cities in the United States. Again, for those who are coming from countries that they have really suffered migration crisis, what's happening in the United States is not. But the perception of what's going on is maybe the biggest problem beyond his age. So besides the age, the perception of how Biden is handling the migration issue is a big problem for him. Beyond the implications of any Republican candidate could be the topic of abortion or access to abortion. Since 2022, when the Supreme Court in the United States eliminated for the very first time a constitutional right, which was the access to abortion in the United States, it has become a very important problem, an electoral issue at every level for Republican candidates. That is, it has been a driver for the basis of the Democratic Party. Every election since then, Democrats have fared better than expected in this short history of that contest. So this is an important driver of the Democrat coalition looking into the general elections. The most important thing to comprehend is that this election is going to be very close. Our system and its particularities of the electoral system says that more or less 6, maybe 8 or 9 states will be the determinant states for the elections, and more than that, maybe 100,000 voters in total throughout all of those states basically will choose the next president of the United States. So it's really important to understand how we have what's the humor of these people right now. What you can see in the polls, and there was a poll today that leaves no doubt, was that the day before yesterday, the polls used to say that Trump was better consolidated with his own base than President Biden with his own. So there is not much more doubt with Trump voters from 2020 that again will come out and vote for him. But that's not the case for Joe Biden. That's before today's poll. There are doubts again, based almost because of his age, that they will go out and vote again. But one more time, those polls, there are doubts between those Democratic voters that Trump would be the candidate. A national poll that came out today seems to indicate that the expected consolidation for Biden against the consolidation for Trump, it's starting to happen. There's a big movement of women veering towards Biden. And if the coalition Obama-Biden would reform itself in time for winning the November elections. So the enthusiasm of the bases would be very important. And you also have the effect of possible third parties. A third party will probably not become a president of the United States. The system almost doesn't allow it. The Electoral College, more or less, is a warranty for a two-party system. But third parties in an election can marginally change results. There are two possible third-party candidates that are coming to life and can complicate the situation for the electoral scene. And there are two more potential others. One of those could complicate life for Donald Trump, and that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And that's Robert Kennedy's son. He has a powerful political name with a lot of weight in the United States, even though it's very last century, with a candidacy based on anti-vaccine policies and some other that could withdraw votes from Trump, up to a point that at some point there was talk that Trump would offer him the vice presidency to prevent it, but it seems that that won't happen. And it seems that Kennedy would be in some of the key voting states ballot. Another one, West, ex-professor of Harvard and Princeton, and that could be a big problem for Joe Biden for the consolidation of the Afro-American vote, which is key for the coalition who wins. There is a movement that want to place and are fighting access to the ballot because you must get access in each of the states. There are 50 different processes to be in the ballot. Again, our electoral system is complicated, but that person could particularly draw votes from Biden. So again, marginal votes in few states with these possible effects of third parties would affect the results in November. There are two scenarios after November, even though it's important to say and recognize from today that Donald Trump would not lose in November. It's possible that Joe Biden would win in November, but Trump would not recognize a loss in November. Up until now, he still denies that he lost in 2020, and up to today, he still says that he won the popular vote, that he lost by a lot in 2016. So there is no electoral result in which Trump has participated where he accepts the results. So he will not accept the results on this November, and that could have important implications in a very polarized country, and a country with history of political violence because of the events of January 6th of 2021 that happened during the process of certification of the electoral process. But beyond that, it's important and interesting to see the possible implications of a Biden 2.0 or a Trump 2.0. The most probable thing is that either would have a divided government. The Congress, the House, would switch hands probably. The Congress would be Democrat now, and the Senate would go into Republican hands. The reasoning is quite boring, so I'm not going to give you the details. With Biden, a second mandate would be focused on the implementation of the industrial policy that he has achieved during this presidency. And this has been a switch into the relationship between the government and deep economy for important implications for the United States, for the Americas, and for the world at large. So it would be a more contributions to that, to the Americas. That would be leaving the nearshoring societies more open, the energy transition, and the role that Latin America and the Caribbean could play, and in particular the countries in the region that have TLCs with the United States, free trade agreements, FTAs with the United States. That would be in the event of a Biden 2.0. And there would be also something else, constructive of cooperation in the migration issue. Even though with the U.S. political system, they cannot resolve the domestic issues at heart, but there would be a will to cooperate in a model to mitigate and reduce the migratory flows in a constructive way, and not just in a dramatic way. However, a Trump 2.0 would be very different from the first one. He would reach to the White House with a more capable staff team and with less restrictions that he had the first time. And what do I mean by that? During 2017, when they get to the White House, Trump went to govern together with at least with a fistful of important Republicans in key positions, the so-called adults in the room. This time around, there will not be adults in the room. This time, there will be no traditional Republican officers in a government led by Donald Trump. There will be people who spent 4 years with him that know how to better govern, that share his vision, and that they will not put a stopgap on him at all. This is not a Democrat talking to you about conspiracy, but this is something they are saying openly. They have a very detailed plan as how to politicize or disinstitutionalize the regulatory and administrative state of the United States government. One more time. This may resound with some in the room because we have seen that, and we are seeing that in our countries in the region, in which a president doesn't want his own government to be obstacle to his deep desires to carry out actions from his presidency. And they are publishing from an important sector a full plan on how to accomplish that, and that has huge implications evidently for the United States, but to anyone else making business with the United States, meaning the rest of the world. For the Americas, he is already talking about the tariffs, and when he was preparing himself for a trade war with the Chinese, he eventually said yes to the Chinese, to the Europeans, and to the Latin Americans. But eventually, there would be a repeat, but with less restrictions and less people in the government saying, oh, Mr. President, you really cannot do that. No adults in the room, remember. There will not be an abandonment of the energy transition because the markets are already in gear. But the drivers for the United States economy would disappear. And that has important implications for the region. And finally, in the migration issue, many countries have lived through this. Mexico and Central America during his first mandate of public pressure and private pressure to countries of migration and transit. What happened? Are they kicking me out? Now everyone knows I only have 1 minute left. How embarrassing. What has changed is the migration system in the Americas. It has changed during Trump's presidency. The migration used to be only the Northern Triangle and Mexico. Now it comes from South America. The 500,000 people that went through the Darien Gap last year and the 1 million people who are going to go through Darien Gap this year, it's going to pressure the migration problem, and this is going to be the central axis between the relationship of the United States government under Donald Trump and the rest of the Latin American governments, with the same implications that he had during his first mandate, but with the immediate neighbors. So we have a close administration, and for good or bad, Mr. President Diaz-Granados, in which Latin America is going to be the central axis of the politics conversation in the United States. Thank you so much for your time.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much to Dan for an excellent analysis of what may happen in the next elections in the United States and the implications for our region. Well, we have reached the end of this long but interesting journey. This CAF Conference, Latin America and the Caribbean, a region for global solutions. Thank you so much to all of you who have been present today during the many different panels and expositions, those who connected from many different points in the region, and it'll be until next time. Have a good night.